Hey guys. This is Fiction Life, how are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video we will see second part, what if Harry Potter stopped being the hero, and Luna joined him. Let's dive in. Here is short summary. Pushed too far by cruelty and haunted by what possession revealed, Harry Potter refuses to be the hero anymore. When Luna Lovegood shares her own painful truths, the two form an unlikely alliance. Together, they choose revenge over redemption, and set out to shake magical Britain to its core. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Lilith Moon had often been amazed at the twists and turns that life could throw at you. She remembered the awe she had felt when an old woman in an outdated dress and even odder hat had shown up to tell her parents that the weird things which had been happening around the house was because her older brother Shadrick was a wizard. Then the witch, for that is what she said she was, told her parents that Lilith herself was a witch, and when the children reached the age of 11, they could go to a school of magic called Hogwarts. They had been accepted under a scholarship program designed to help Muggleborns enter the magical world. Hogwarts had been another odd one of those twists and turns. The first letters from her brother filled her with wonder and left her impatient to see the magical castle herself. Leaving behind her life in the London borough of Havering to take a magical train to a castle in Scotland certainly was an odd turn of events in anyone's book. To be sorted into Hufflepuff House and spend the next 5 years learning magic had been like a dream. Lilith couldn't believe that her life had become something like out of a movie. Of course, many of the twists and turns hadn't been pleasant. In her second year, her good friend Justin Finch Fletchley had been petrified, and everyone was saying that it was because of the famous boy who lived, Harry Potter, who was in her year but in Gryffindor House. She had been so relieved that in the end Justin had been restored, and rumor had it the monster from the fabled Chamber of Secrets had been killed Harry Potter himself. Things definitely turned when Hogwarts hosted the first Tri-Wizard tournament in decades during her 4th year. Not only was that exciting by itself, but the handsome Cedric Diggory from her own house was chosen as the Hogwarts champion. Again, Harry Potter had somehow gotten involved, but over time it became obvious to her that things like that just seemed to happen to the Gryffindor boy, and he seemed just along for the ride. Cedric certainly seemed to like him, even though they were opposing seekers, and didn't hold a grudge against Harry for also being named a champion. Of course, just as term ended, another twist happened with the murder of the Hufflepuff hero. It meant a lot to Hufflepuff House that Harry had brought back Cedric's body, but they were shocked at the story Harry Potter told of what had happened after the pair had been whisked away from the center of the maze. Lilith hadn't known what to believe, but it seemed unlikely from what she had seen over the years that it was all some elaborate ploy by Harry to gather attention, as was often hinted at in the Daily Prophet. As if Harry didn't have enough fame and attention as the boy who lived. From listening to friends and from what she saw in the few classes she shared with him, Harry hated fame almost as much as he hated Draco Malfoy of Slytherin House. Lilith noticed that twists follow turns, and twists tended to be bad. Sure enough, the turns of 4th year turned were followed by twists in her 5th year. Having to endure Professor Umbridge was worse than classes with Professor Snape. However, much worse was yet to come when Professor Sprout had called her into her office late into her 5th year to sadly announce that the fund from which her scholarship money had come was shutting down, and unless her parents could pay tuition, she would not be able to return to continue her education towards her newts. Lilith had been devastated. She knew many students went only as far as their owls, but almost all of them had family businesses they were going into. Her brother Shadrick, after he had gotten his newts, had gone on to become a clerk at the prestigious office of Kettleridge, Cresswell and Dippet, and hoped to become a solicitor and maybe even a partner someday. For herself, Lilith had planned to go into research. Her Ravenclaw friends seemed a bit amazed that a Hufflepuff would want to do this, but she had noticed that as a Muggleborn she had a different take on things than the witches and wizards who grew up with magic. It was, however, not something one could do just with one's owls. Sadly, her parents were far too poor to afford a Hogwarts tuition. It was a bad enough of a twist when your life plan hits a wall, but then disaster struck her best friend Sally Ann Perks. Even though she was a Gryffindor, she was a Muggleborn like herself. She too was on scholarship, and because of that they had met and just hit it off. So Lilith was sad to hear that while her friend's parents were wealthy enough to pay for Sally Ann's continued education, they didn't cotton to magic. She had tearfully told Lilith how cold they were to her after it was revealed she was a witch. They had never really accepted that magic wasn't somehow evil. Didn't the Bible say suffer not a witch to live? However, Sally Ann loved to sew and wanted to become a seamstress and design clothing and perhaps work for a company like Madame Malkin's, so just having her owls would be fine. Lilith loved her friend. She was funny, earthy and beautiful in a way Lilith wished she had. She herself felt rather plain next to her friend. Lilith would sometimes confide this to Sally Ann after they had helped each other through their maintenance orgasms, as Lilith liked to call them. As they came down from the pleasurable high, Sally Ann would hug her close when Lilith would break down and tearfully tell her how worried she was. The face in the mirror wasn't pretty enough to catch the eye of a good wizard, and Lilith felt like she had marbles in her mouth anytime a potential boyfriend chatted her up. Sally Ann had always laughed and calmed her down, promising Lilith that she was pretty enough herself and Lilith could always have her cast-off boyfriends after she was done with them. It became a bit of a running joke between them, and it helped Lilith get through those awkward years when she couldn't help but envy her friend's good looks and easy charm with boys. Unfortunately, Sally Ann's good looks drew the attention of the terrible twins of Gryffindor. Fred and George Weasley were notorious at Hogwarts. Sure, they were best known for their colorful jokes, pranks and skills as beaters on the Gryffindor Quidditch team. However, in the whispered conversations in the girls' bathrooms and Quidditch locker rooms, they were infamous for another reason. Turning them down if they chatted you up led to bad things. This is why when the twins had stopped the pair for a friendly chat, Lilith had been willing to go along with it. No matter how disgusted she was by George as he leered while looking down her ample cleavage, she was willing to accept it rather than piss them off. Even if it meant ing him off in a broom closet later, it would be better than the alternative. All the older girls at school knew what really happened to Patricia Simpson. Unfortunately, Sally Ann was a Gryffindor. The Ravenclaws, who shared most classes with the Puffs, always said that brave and smart rarely went together. Sally Ann proved it that day when she not only rejected Fred's advances but coolly told them that her boyfriend Zacharias Smith wouldn't take their actions lightly. Maybe Sally Ann thought that because she was Hermione Granger's roommate that the twins would let her comments slide. Whatever the reason, Lilith had worried for her friend. So much so that Lilith ended up ing off both twins to get them to leave the girls alone after Sally Ann had stalked off. She did it seemingly gladly and enthusiastically in hopes that if she did so the twins would forget about Sally Ann. That would have been a good turn, but her fifth year was all about life's twists. So instead of their hateful pranks the terrible twins normally played when they were turned down, they actually went for subtle. Their prank was set to hurt not only Sally Ann but Zacharias Smith as well. Soon enough, Sally Ann was hugging her and sobbing, telling her the news that she was pregnant. Lilith knew, as did Madame Pomfrey, who could not prove it, that it had been the twins. Sally Ann had been faithfully taking her contraceptive potions and had insisted that Smith use a Muggle condom as well. That both failed had to be sabotage, and that meant the twins had gotten their revenge for being turned down. It made Lilith sick that they not only got away with it but they had ruined her friend's life over something so petty. Sally Ann's morals and religious faith kept her from having the baby terminated. Charms would hide her baby bump till she graduated with her owls. Lilith knew, however, that Sally Ann was in for a rough life when she returned to her parents that disliked that she was a witch and now was an unwed mother with no support. Lilith had never liked Sally Ann's boyfriend, and her feelings turned out to be justified. Zacharias Smith had denied it was his baby and it was impossible to prove it was his magically. Lilith quickly learned that a mother's own magic masked such things to protect her baby. Given how many male animals used infanticide to ensure their own progeny succeeded, Lilith could see how keeping paternity a secret till after the baby was born could develop. Yet Lilith wasn't going to let magic stop her. She knew her biology and studied it on her own with the intention of learning medicine after Hogwarts. So she got a blood sample from Madame Pomfrey and through some skullduggery got a sample from Smith as well. She then had it sent to a lab to be analyzed by a family friend who had gotten her interested in biology to begin with. The test proved Zacharias was the father. Even with this proof, House Smith refused to do the right thing. They immediately dismissed the Muggle test even though Madame Pomfrey was able to use magic to show the test was valid. It was obvious to all that Zacharias was able using his family's influence to keep him from right by Sally Ann or from having to pay a Canute and child support. There was no way that the noble house of Smith was going to pay for some mudblood's bastard, her friend was told in a nasty letter from House Smith's solicitor. So Sally Ann had to return to the Muggle world with little to show for her time at Hogwarts except the magic her parents hated and an unwanted child-to-be. House Smith smearing her reputation all, but assured Lilith's friend would be blackballed through England's magical community. She'd be lucky to get a job scrubbing tables in a Nocturne Alley dive. So even with an impressive set of owls, Sally Ann's magical life was in ruins. Lilith, on the other hand, had her own problems. While driving back home from King's Crossing, her parents' car had been hit by a speeding taxi. Both her parents had died instantly and Lilith herself was badly injured. Luckily her brother hadn't been able to join her parents in picking Lilith up due to the demands of his new job. The twists kept coming when the taxi company had hired some fat cat shyster solicitor and successfully painted her parents as the ones who had been at fault. So while her medical bills were covered by the NHS, almost all the money her parents had, to include their home, was taken in the settlement. She and her brother were left with almost nothing. Her brother had a decent salary for such an entry-level position and his bosses at the firm understood his problems and so gave him opportunities to make some extra money. This barely kept them in the small flat in a rather seedy neighborhood. Lilith was deeply thankful her brother wasn't one that would abandon his kin even though it put him through financial hardship. When Lilith recovered, both she and her brother knew that Lilith had to get a job and get one quickly. Life relented at that point with a small turn, although it was an ironic one. Sally Ann had gotten an offer to work at Jerkins Capes, Coats and Cloaks, but had to pass because of her pregnancy. While Lilith had never planned to be a seamstress, she knew how to do it. She had often helped Sally Ann with her designs and was actually pretty good at. Luckily for her, this was a basic job which didn't require a great deal of sewing skill or advanced sewing magic. Sally Ann had told her it would just be a stepping stone for her towards eventual design work. It might have been a stepping stone for Sally Ann had she been able to take it, but for Lilith it was a lifeline when she was hired in place of her friend. So she spent her days measuring, cutting, sewing, greeting customers and cleaning up at the end of the day. Mrs. Prang, who was her immediate boss, was strict and severe but never took advantage of her because of her poverty. If anything, Mrs. Prang praised Lilith's Muggle-born work ethic. She often raged at how lazy the wizard-bred girls were. This, however, didn't make her very popular with Helena and Morgan, the other two girls who worked in the shop. They might as well have been Slytherins the way they treated her. Lilith kept her head down and avoided her workmates. This meant that except for her brother and letters from Sally Ann, she was all alone in the world. It seemed like all her friends up at Hogwarts simply forgot she existed now that she wasn't at school. It hurt her that for all the supposed loyalty the Puffs were famous for, it apparently only applied while at school. She missed her parents desperately and she often cried herself to sleep at night. So not long after Lilith had turned 17, her life had been reduced to a basic entry-level job that barely helped keep her and her brother afloat. Shadrick worked hard and they both knew it was only a matter of time before he was promoted. However, when the food budget was stretched thin and it was all they could do to afford a bi-weekly night out at the cinema to help keep their sanity, it certainly felt like it would be an eternity till then. It never came up in sibling conversation, but both knew there was another way they could make money, and that was for Lilith to marry well. That concept was disgusting to them both, being Muggleborns, but Lilith knew that magical Britain might as well be stuck back in time when it came to many cultural concepts long discarded in the modern world. Of course the same applied to her brother, but Shadrick was working so many hours he barely had time to eat and sleep, much less look for a wife. While magicals lived longer, Lilith had noticed they certainly married early. It seemed rare for a witch not to be married by the time she hit 20, and by 30 they might as well be an old maid. Funny considering the life expectancy for your average witch was 120. What was their hurry? She got her answer one day chatting with a Mediwitch during a fitting. While magic made the impossible possible for wizard kind, it came at a price. While witches could conceive as late as their 70s, it was rare a baby was carried to term past 35 or so. Magicals accepted it as just one of those things. A little digging and Lilith realized what most of the magicals did not. Their own magical core was acting as an energy source which affected the developing fetus. Like a low-grade radiation field, a witch's own magic acted upon her growing baby. The older the witch, the stronger the effect and the higher the chance of a miscarriage. It was something Lilith felt could be countered, but she would never have the chance cutting up fabric and pinning cloaks. It did mean, however, she was facing a serious time constraint. She was entering into the time when most witches caught the eye of their potential husband, or at least the ones worth catching. The problem was most of the wizards that were around the age to be potential husbands to her were all up in Scotland dating other witches. Thus all the good husbands would probably be snatched up. The rich and powerful ones surely would be. Lilith was certain. Lilith often dreamed some young and handsome lord would come in and see her as his Cinderella in her patched robe and scuffed shoes. He would see past her poverty and somehow be smitten by her. He would sweep her off her feet and the galleons would flow, and then she'd be able to get tutors and get a job using her mind instead of going home with pinpricks in her fingers. Alas, while she lived in a magical world, it was not one you might see in a Disney movie during a Saturday matinee. Most of the male clients barely noticed her, and the looks that the ones who did reminded her far too much of George Weasley. Bad enough the twins had opened their joke shop not far from where Lilith worked. She avoided that part of Diagon Alley like the plague, even if the two were dating those two ex-chasers from their old Quidditch team. That fact did nothing to reassure Lilith. She didn't think even marriage would keep the terrible twins from a pretty bird that caught their eye. Bad enough Lilith this had already happened once before. Lilith was sure they'd practically expect more oral gratification if they asked her. So it was better just to avoid that part of the alley, even if it did cause her to make some odd detours which led her to discover even more of the seamier side of the wizarding world. So her dreams of getting decently married were just that, dreams. She expected once things got a bit better, she could afford to go out a bit more. She cynically predicted she would end up marrying some wizard she met in Diagon Alley who would likely also be stuck in a similar low-paying job. They would meet during their hurried lunch hours and commiserate, and soon they would be commiserating in bed, using to dull the pain of their pedestrian lives. Would they truly love each other, or would it just be an excuse not to be alone? Then, because they couldn't bear what their life was alone, they would marry so as to have someone to keep them from being by themselves. They would have kids, not because they wanted the children to share in their dull lives, but in hopes the children would somehow brighten their existence with their childish innocence. Maybe their kids might somehow get the life their parents had taken from them. Later, after their children had moved away, they would then end their lives like some of the wrecks she saw in the alley, working into their very twilight years, their backs bent and the skin shrunken over their bones like leather. Muggles always seemed to wish they could live longer. Lilith looked at the 100+ years she could expect ahead of her with dread and loathing. This very real scenario depressed her, and she tried not to think about it. However, late at night, when she was often woken by the lorry delivering crates of produce to a nearby market, she often brooded on it. She tried to convince herself if she kept a stiff upper lip and worked hard like her grandparents had after the war, she could get ahead. But she knew in her most secret of hearts that no matter hard she worked, her dream of being a researcher was impossible, and ending up a mid-level manger like Mrs. Prang was the likely future for her. For how often in the real life did a young, handsome lord with galleons to burn who might notice her would come in one day just to buy a cloak? So Lilith had to be amazed anew at the twists and turns of life when not only did such a young lord do just that, but she was actually kneeling before him in his wonderful cock to his obvious pleasure while her whole body was seemingly on fire with UAL passion. Gringotts, London, September 28, 1996 afternoon. Tonks had to admit she was one brassed-off witch. Oh sure, she had recently had the most mind-blowing orgasms she had ever had in her life. The fact those had happened while she had been unabashedly diddling herself in a semi-public corridor in Gringotts where any trog, Durg or Hambach could have wandered by did nothing to help her mood. It also didn't help that something was definitely up with Harry Ing Potter. Harry needs a guard for his meeting with the goblins, Nymphadora, Dumbledore had said. I have talked to Director Bones and she and I agree that with the mood of the Ministry someone from the Order should escort him back to Hogwarts, the old man had explained. I'm sure he will be delighted to see you and won't be the spot of bother he was earlier, Dumbledore had soothed. What a load of bollocks that turned out to be. It was true Tonks had been happy not to find a surly, combative teen, but since then nothing had gone the way she had expected it. Suddenly Harry was zipping through flows with ease, chatting up goblins like one of their clan and seeing Director Ragnarok privately. Then suddenly he was the head of not one but 3 houses. Plus of all things he was now her Lord Black. She'd gone from being the cool, spunky, and drop-dead white elder cousin to being the one of those he was responsible for. She half expected to wake up and find herself on the floor of the new Weasley's Wizard Whizzes after a bad trip on one of the twins' newly patented daydreams. This was also on top of the fact that Harry was a far cry from the 15-year-old teen she remembered from when the Order had rescued him from his relatives after the Dementor attack. Obviously, a lot of water had passed under the bridge since then, but even so. Between the Dementor attack, that Toad Umbridge, and then losing Sirius, Tonks had felt sorry for her cousin. Yet Harry had gone through terrible things before. Having Voldemort resurrected out of Harry's own blood came to mind, and he always seemed to keep being the same Harry Potter. Now it was like he was a totally different wizard. A confident wizard, and one who seemed to know what he wanted and where he wanted to go. Then there was his aura. Tonks bit her lip and readjusted her robe to hide her traitorous nipples, which kept trying to poke through her blouse. She had finally pegged that mysterious UAL feeling as coming from Harry. When he walked away, it lessened. When he was standing next to her, she felt like she really wanted to see what sort of broomstick the raven-haired seeker had under his robes. To make matters worse was how her abilities were reacting. While Harry had been waiting for one of Griphook's flunkies to fetch something, Tonks had caught Harry checking out her aunt's breasts. He obviously liked them, and Tonks had to admit that the youngest black sister had managed to get the best genes in her generation. There was no denying her mom and aunt were beautiful. In fact, it was amazing Bellatrix was still beautiful even after her time in Azkaban. Of course her beauty was marred by the fact she was totally barking mad. In comparison, Narcissa was frankly stunning. Tonks had found her own tits starting to swell as her metamorphagus abilities seemed to sense that Harry might like a bigger bosom. She gritted her teeth and cursed her low pay as an entry-level Auror. If she had more galleons, she could afford more charmed clothes. As it was, she didn't have many that would magically shift a bit as she morphed her body. Today's and blouse weren't one of those few, so she had to constantly force her tits back down in size before she either burst her or passed out from hypoxia. So all in all, Tonks was a witch whose knickers were definitely in a twist. Bad enough said knickers were still damp, and if she wasn't careful and dropped into fantasizing about the boy she wanted to shag, they would get wetter still. So it was a relief when it finally looked like the new Lord Black seemed ready to leave. Maybe she could shag him when she got him back to his tower back at Hogwarts. Correction, she'd shag him a lot when she got him back. She would exact a lot of pleasure from him as compensation for the embarrassments of the day. Ooh. Harry bowed before turning away from Griphook. His trip to his vaults had been an experience, and the papers and figures the goblin had shown him about his wealth certainly had been educational. Growing up a poor abused orphan didn't make becoming a powerful and filthy rich lord an easy transition. Harry shook his head when he had seen how much richer and powerful he would have been if House Potter hadn't been gutted. There was going to be some painful retribution for that crime, Harry swore. It was true, however. The wealth from the vaults of the ancient Peverell family did a lot to make up the difference, and Griphook was practically salivating at the prospect of the galleons he would make on commission by managing these new funds for Harry. He had decided Griphook's boss Gold Master Zahav could manage both houses' finances till things settled down, and he could decide if another manager was needed. For now Harry was content. He had money, he had scores of magical items and artifacts to look over when he got the chance to come back for another visit, and he had a wand. It might not be his trusted Holly and Phoenix Feather wand, but it would do for now. Harry wasn't sure what would, it was and no idea what the core might be, but out of all the wands he found in the ancient Black and Peverell vaults, it had been the only one that responded to him like his old wand did. It would do, Harry had thought grimly, especially since right now Dumbledore and company thought him wandless. So on top of his new skill with his wandless magic, Harry was armed and dangerous. And he was hungry. It had been a long time since breakfast back at Hogwarts, and the small goblin cakes and water during the meetings hadn't done much but take the edge off. Then there was the small matter of him and Narcissa shagging each other silly. Harry was finding hot cooled one hunger briefly, but did nothing to feed the appetite. So some lunch was in order before he Went shopping. He saw Tonks had noticed he was finished and was coming over. It hadn't been lost on him that she had been keeping her distance while he had been conducting his business. When Tonks' robe slipped, it was evident that she was still turned on if the nipples poking up from under her blouse were any indication. Harry knew even without him consciously focusing on her, his aura was affecting her. He knew this because she hadn't accompanied him to his vaults, and knowing Tonks' dedication to her aura duties she normally would have. Harry figured being crammed into those small carts next to him was something she didn't think she could handle without losing her professional bearing. From the knowing looks Narcissa had given him at the time, he was sure she knew this as well. Narcissa hadn't minded the closeness, and she proved it when they had broken in the Black Vault when they got there. Lumpy or not, there was something to be said about seeing a beautiful woman on robe over a pile of gold. Harry knew he probably should feel worse about Narcissa's age considering she was 25 years older than him. Of course Harry did have more and more memories of an adult wizard beginning to become available to him. He guessed he simply didn't look at things like a teenager anymore. There was the fact of her being Draco's mom. Funny how this really didn't matter to him. He guessed it was because there seemed to be so little of Narcissa in Draco. The white-haired git was his father's son all right. Perhaps it was because Draco looked so much like his father with nothing to show that Narcissa was his mother. Mrs. Weasley could have been Draco's mum for all his features showed a difference from his father's face. Draco certainly hadn't gotten any of her brains or subtlety, Harry thought with a wry grin. He had thought about the age bit on their cart ride back to the surface. Most witches could expect to live till around 120 in contrast to 75, which was normal for Muggle women. Thus Narcissa as a witch was really only 25, if one looked at her age against her lifespan in contrast to a Muggle woman. He smiled at how Hermione would have been proud of his reasoning. When he thought about it, from a magical point of view, Tonks was still practically a teen. Again this made Harry wonder why, if magicals lived so long, were they considered adults even earlier than Muggles? By Harry's earlier math, one would expect magicals to have to be practically 30 before being considered an adult. Then again Harry had given up on the magical world making any sort of logical sense after having to suffer through the years at Hogwarts at the mercy of the moving staircases. Had the founders actually hated their students, or was it part of some sort of test no one told them about? Harry wouldn't put it past just being an elaborate joke played on the students by the teachers to make up for having to put up with their childish antics term after term. Maybe Hogwarts herself was messing with the students in response to all the graffiti and gum stuck on the undersides of chairs and the like. So while the age difference should have bothered him, he found it didn't. Narcissa was beautiful, and that was enough for him. Just thinking about her made his cock twitch, which made him grimace a bit. Harry knew he needed to buy some sort of ointment when they went out later. His pour wasn't going to make it at the rate he was going. As much as he was sure it blew the minds of the women he was having with, Harry did wonder how long it would be before his magical core synced with his body so he wouldn't be constantly broadcasting some sort of, "come over here and me baby," signal through his aura at all times. He had noticed Tonks wasn't the only witch affected, the other women in the lobby had started to check him out the moment he walked in. While as the boy who lived, Harry was used to being stared at, but having witches who looked like they were around 80 in Muggle years seemed to want to have a go with him made Harry want to beat a hasty retreat. Having with a 41-year-old was one thing, having someone like Neville's Grand checking him out was another. Seeing the grim line set on Tonks' face, Harry knew she was working to keep herself under control as she walked closer to him in his aura. It didn't help that when Harry saw her, he unconsciously focused his aura on her, and with her being very in her own way, it was hard for those thoughts not to be transmitted through his aura. Harry knew he was guilty of teasing her, but he couldn't help it. Paladin of Nemesis or not, he still was a teenager. Earlier, if he noticed her not paying attention, he'd carefully move closer to her. As he did so, he could see her face start to take on a dreamy look, and sometimes she'd traced outlines on her leg with her finger as if she was circling a nipple with them. Harry was sure he knew what she was dreaming about, and he had to admit that when the opportunity arose, he probably would take her up on it. Cousin or not, Tonks was hot and had been one of his first fantasy girls. He had never masturbated often, but when he did, it was almost always while thinking about either her, Katie Bell, or Fleur Delacour. After seeing the Vila in her bathing suit, it was sort of hard not to, that was for damn sure. "So Lord Black, are you ready to head back to Hogwarts?" Tonks asked a bit formally. There were a fair bit of people in the lobby, so she felt it better to use Harry's new title. Tonks knew they needed to get out quick before the press swarmed down on them. She thought she could see a few hanging out outside. Luckily that vulture Rita Skeeter didn't seem to be one. Harry gave a sigh. It was time to school Tonks on the new facts of life. Hopefully being in the lobby of the bank would keep her from freaking out. "Actually, Tonks, I'm up for lunch and then I'm off for a bit of shopping. After that I have an appointment at Grimmauld Place to get that squared away. Depending how late it is and how tired I am at that point, I may just stay there tonight." Sure enough, Tonks' eyes bugged out. "Harry, I have, my Lord Black, my instructions where to escort you back to Hogwarts. While I may not have been able to bring you directly back, I am still under orders." These orders came from the headmaster with the blessings of the Director Bones herself. Harry gave a winning smile. "I'm sure they did, and I commend them for their diligence for thinking of my safety as a minor without a wand. However, I'm now an emancipated lord of 3 ancient and noble houses. Furthermore, since I haven't had a class since the start of term, it could be argued that I am no longer a student and thus not under the headmaster jurisdiction. Indeed, I made it known back on September 1st I had no intention of staying at Hogwarts for school, so in my book, every day since I was illegally detained." "Where were you and Director Bones then?" Tonks opened her mouth in an obvious knee-jerk rebuttal before she closed her mouth and frowned thoughtfully as she parsed this out in accordance to the law. Harry went on to add more fuel to Tonks' mental fire. "Since I am emancipated as well as having my required owls, I'm afraid the DMLE no longer has any jurisdiction either other than a general one pertaining to my well-being in these dangerous times. So you have discharged your duties and should feel free to get back to the DMLE. I would totally understand. However, if you feel the need to continue guarding me until you receive new instructions, I'm sure Director Bones would not fault your logic or loyalty to your mission." Tonks blinked in surprise. Harry was sure she had been expecting some sort of childish outburst and threats about not going back on his part and not the cold hard facts regarding his new status. "So Tonks, you have 2 choices. You could leave and quickly get back to Dumbledore and tell him what is going on, or you can stay. If you leave, there is nothing stopping me from having Narcissa here take me by side-along apparition to anywhere I want to go. Were that to happen, you losing me probably won't sit well with either of your bosses, so think carefully on what you do next." Tonks paled a little at that. Harry was sure that Order of the Phoenix member or not, losing him on her watch would not go well for the pink-haired witch. "Harry, look, you have to go back. Dumbledore said so. You can't just go running around England. You know who is out there, and the Death Eaters would love to catch you outside Hogwarts wards." Tonks practically stuttered. It was just as Harry had expected. Dumbledore had spoken and thus it must be so. It was no wonder the old man had never sought to become the Minister of Magic, as Hagrid told him on his first day in Diagon Alley. It was obvious many Magicals did what he told them to simply because he was Dumbledore. It was well past time to rain on that parade. Harry took a step closer to Tonks and started to fully focus his aura on her. Sure, it was fun to project UAL desire through it, but Harry knew it worked for any feeling, and right now he was funneling his seriousness directly at her. Harry realized that Dumbledore had been doing something similar the entire time he had known the wizard. All that grandfatherly eye twinkling was simply the manifestation of him projecting his own powerful aura onto whom he was speaking to. No wonder people tended to agree with Dumbledore when they were talking to him directly. Again, it showed that Riddle was an idiot for going all dark and destructive when with his good looks and powerful aura he probably could be the Minister of Magic right now and be revered and probably well shagged to boot. Tonks obviously felt the shift in Harry's aura because she took an unconscious step backwards and her wand dropped out of the holster hidden up her sleeve and into her hand. Harry had one of those now as well. The Black Vaults had been stocked with all sorts of wonderful toys like that. However, Harry had no intention of dueling his cousin, so he toned it down a bit. "Look Tonks, you just have to face up to the new reality," Harry said soothingly. "This morning I was a minor under house arrest of a dubious nature back at Hogwarts. Now I am a legal adult and I have money, power, votes in the Wizengamot and my owls. Therefore there is nothing you can do to stop me from doing whatever the hell I want unless you want to try and arrest me under some trumped-up charges like Fudge tried to do last year. If it makes you feel any better, I do intend to return to Hogwarts but not right now. Maybe tonight or maybe tomorrow morning depending on how I feel. However when I return, it is because I chose to." Tonks continued to look mutinous but Narcissa reached out and put a calming hand on her niece's shoulder. "Nymphadora, please think before you speak again. Everything our Lord Black has said is true. Yes, he's young, just turned 17, and most will still try to see him just as a mere student even if he is a legal adult." Again Tonks looked like she was about to say something but Narcissa cut her off. "However, Lord Black isn't a mere student. In fact, Harry Potter wasn't just a student going back to his first year. He is the boy who lived, the champion of the Tri-Wizard Tournament at 15 and the wizard who has stymied the very Dark Lord himself. You simply cannot allow yourself to continue to see him as you did. He is now Lord Potter Peverell Black." Narcissa patted her niece on the shoulder and leaned closer almost as if she didn't want Harry to hear. "It might be better for you to considering him as nothing else. Forget his age, his past and what you thought of him prior to now. He isn't just Harry Potter anymore, he is so much more and denying it will only bring you problems." Tonks nodded slowly at this while Narcissa straightened back up and looked back at Harry. "In fact, I think in a very real way Harry Potter died today. Is that not right, my Lord Harold Black?" A coldness suddenly gripped him on hearing these words. Harry was stunned at this thought but in a blaze of understanding he realized it was true. Harry Potter was dead if he had ever truly existed. He wasn't the boy who lived, he never had been. He only remembered that night or his parents when Dementors were around him or when looking at old photos. The closest he had ever gotten to his parents had been a mere echo of their souls that had come out of Voldemort's wand. Raised by the hateful Dursleys, how was he a Potter except by blood? Harry Potter was the boy everyone seemed to think they knew but didn't. No one had ever really taken the time get to know the real him. No one except Hermione and Katie. For all their current closeness, how much did Luna and Harry really know of each other? Surely Harry was excited to get on that journey of discovery together with Luna, but the truth was Narcissa was right, Harry Potter was mostly a concept in the minds of others. A concept people hung their hopes, desires, fears or hate upon. Ginny Weasley had fallen in love with the concept that was Harry Potter years before ever meeting him in person. Then she often seemed put out that the real Harry didn't conform to her fantasy version. Harry thought about how he had recently felt like everyone he knew were just actors playing roles and thus not really who Harry thought them to be. How ironic that Narcissa had pointed out that he himself had unconsciously been going along with playing the part of Harry Potter, someone who he had never been. The Harry Potter who Harry thought he was had been all about wanting to turn his back on all the intrigue, mysteries, plots and duels to the death and just live a good and happy life. That Harry Potter wanted a wife, a family and a desire to leave something lasting behind him and maybe a chance to play some Quidditch now and again. Sadly Harry had willingly given all that up. He had known this when he had fully accepted what Luna had told him and stopped running from his destiny. If he was going to bring back House Potter back from the brink of destruction, he had to take up the mantle of what it meant to be a Potter. It was obvious from Luna and his new memories from Voldemort, this meant fighting, and maybe dying, the good fight. However right now, fighting like the light side Potters would probably get him killed. No, Harry Potter was dead and in his place was Harold Black who had a dark road ahead of him. A road filled with vengeance and death. A road more suited to House Black. Narcissa was right but it wasn't just Tonks who needed to stop thinking of him as Harry Potter but Harry himself as well. A wave of crushing sadness washed through him. Even though he had accepted his destiny in his head, it was another thing to realize it in his heart what he had truly given up or the stark reality of the implications of what his existence might be. Could one fight the dark without becoming dark themselves? Could he fight as a Black to right wrongs like a Potter without his own house magics turning on him? Might he win the fight but lose the war by saving magical Britain but at the cost to losing House Potter forever? Harry could only grit his teeth. In his heart he knew the answer. The Potter answer, fight. He had to hope Luna was right that he would have to do what he felt was right and hope his intent in his heart would be enough to keep him from the dark and losing the ancient legacy of House Potter forever. Even so, for now he had rejected the carefully crafted image of Harry Potter the headmaster apparently had been making since that fateful Halloween night. So Harry Potter needed to die so Harold Black could live to fight a battle only he could fight. Yet after being the tool of fate, the paladin of Nemesis, would he ever get to return and find out who Harry Potter was? Harry didn't like his chances, but as a Potter, he could not turn away from this fight, this destiny. The Insurmountable Penguin, London, September 28, 1996. A bit later. Harry sipped his Samuel Smith's Tadcaster bitter with enjoyment. He had decided to try one after finishing his lunch. Given in the wizarding world many privileges reserved for 18 or 21-year-olds were available once one was 17 and had their owls. Since he had found out that morning that until recently House Potter had owned the Smith Brewery in North Yorkshire, Harry decided he should give it a taste. As nice as butterbeer was, Harry had to admit real beer had its charms. Harry vowed that no matter what happened he was getting ownership of the brewery back. It had been in his family since it was founded. Even as gutted financially as House Potter was, through it Harry was still the Earl of Yorkshire, which he learned was the magical equivalent of the Earl of Northumbria. He had been surprised to learn that he could vote in the House of Lords on certain topics that affected both the magical and Muggle world. Amazing how he had been just a wiry teen with about £32 in his pocket and a trust fund to his name this morning, and now he had votes in the Wizengamot and House of Lords by lunch. Of course Harry had learned his trust fund should have only had enough money to see Harry through Hogwarts. The piles of galleons he had seen for the first time prior to his first year had turned out to be part of the mystery. It seemed someone had been transferring monies to the trust fund prior to taking them out later in a form of money laundering. Gone were the stacks of galleons or those odd hubcap pieces of gold. The vault now only contained the tuition for his 7th year and enough for incidental expenses related to school. Being the Earl of Yorkshire had sort of sparked some things that he had discussed with Narcissa over lunch. It had seemed over the years, in order to keep away from House Malfoy and their allies and help keep the peace, almost all the Southern Potters had moved up to join their northern cousins. Except for a day house for when the Wizengamot was in session. By the time of his grandparents there had been little south of York that House Potter still owned that wasn't simply a business. So why had his parents been killed in a house in Godric's Hollow way down in West County? The name implied a link to Harold Godricson's family, but Narcissa had pointed out that while he had been King of England, as a magical he had simply been a younger son of his line, and so it was doubtful any properties had gone with Godric's daughter when he married Henry Potter. Due to the start of the magical civil war at the time there probably hadn't been time to debate a proper dowry. So just because there was Gryffindor blood in Harry, it didn't automatically mean that the house his parents died in was something they owned. Narcissa didn't know of any reason for it since she knew James had grown up at the Potter estates in Yorkshire. Harry knew from things Aunt Petunia had said over the years that she and his mother grew up in Oldham, which was a borough of Manor. Both were a long way away from West County. It was just another mystery in Harry's life that he needed to find answers for. Somehow it felt important to him that he solve that mystery. Looking around the pub, Harry spied Tonks doing a very good job of chatting with a bloke at the bar while simultaneously keeping a watch on both him and Narcissa in their booth, and as well as eyeing who came through the door. He had to admit that, clumsy or not, Tonks had some skills. After accepting the new reality of things she seemed to just get on with it. She didn't even blink when he asked if he could speak with Narcissa alone for a bit. She'd had simply shrugged and said she couldn't be in the booth anyway since it limited her ability to watch and react. Harry had been glad his face had shown how surprised and pleased he'd been at this show of professionalism, because the look on Tonks' face had been worth it. Harry had been feeling a bit bad at how he had teased his cousin only to have to drop a reality bomb on her later. He wondered if she was having as much fun chatting with that bloke as it looked. She did like to have fun, and it was hard not to have a good time when Tonks was around and in a good mood. Harry had been impressed with Narcissa as well. The press had descended upon them the minute they had left the bank, and Harry had been sorely pressed not to toss them out of Diagon Alley into the streets of Muggle London with his wandless magic. Maybe nailing them with some fun hexes as they flew away just for good measure. Narcissa, however, had waded into the pack of reporters and coolly shut them down. Harry had marveled how she rattled off answers to their questions like she had been preparing press releases about the events of the day for weeks prior. She coldly snubbed some while subtly rewarding others with a better quote. Then she had cut them off as harshly as if she had been a guillotine, and they had swiftly departed, much to the annoyance of the reporters. It had been Tonk's idea to hit this pub for lunch, since normally it was more for the workers of the alley and less touristy as the Leaky Cauldron was. Both Narcissa and Tonks had laughed that he naively had thought the Cauldron was the only place to get food in Diagon Alley. Narcissa had explained that as the main entry to the alley it was kept to look all old and witchy, for all the out-of-town magicals as well as for the few muggles that came through. There was a lot more to Diagon Alley than Harry had been allowed to see over the years. This made him realize again how much of a trove of information Narcissa represented. She knew the ins and outs of wizarding society as well as where all the pertinent skeletons were buried, just as she had claimed while begging Harry not to throw her out into the streets earlier that morning. "Why are you going back to Hogwarts, my lord?" Narcissa asked suddenly, breaking into Harry's woolgathering. Harry was a bit startled by this question. Then he realized it was a very fair question, considering Narcissa didn't know the full score like he did. He really needed to get her and Luna together. Besides the smoking hot he was expecting to fully enjoy watching, Harry knew that Narcissa would almost certainly help fill in some gaps in what was going on around them. Harry took another sip of his beer to collect his thoughts. Narcissa had already cast a spell to mask what they had been talking about from others in the pub. A spell, Harry was surprised to learn, that Snape himself had created back when he was in school. Harry admitted that the greasy-haired git also had some skills, even if he was a vindictive bastard. "Well, sissy, it is a bit complicated, but mostly because Hogwarts is where Dumbledore is," Harry finally replied. He found it odd that this stately woman of stunning beauty preferred to go by the name Sissy. For some reason this made Harry think of some Yank yokel in pigtails wearing coveralls with a piece of straw in her mouth. Of course, who was he to talk? Harry had to live with the endless Harry puns just as much as Sirius had had to endure with the puns on his serious name. Narcissa gave him a look that clearly said, "Go on." So he continued, "Between what I learned when I ended up with a lot of Voldemort's memories and what Luna has discovered, it seems the most obvious roads to who has been manipulating me all my life lead to the headmaster's office. Don't they say keep your friends close and your enemies closer? At Hogwarts I can do both. Plus I have potential allies there as well as people that need to be punished and others that need protection. Besides, as an emancipated lord the headmaster cannot keep me there. I can come and go as I please, so it isn't like I will be trapped up in Scotland. For now it also means I can use Hogwarts wards to keep me from being bothered by Voldemort till I feel like I want to take him out." Narcissa couldn't keep her eyebrows from rising in stark surprise. "I find disconcerting yet oddly reassuring that you dismiss the Dark Lord so cavalierly. It does hearten me and give me hope, especially considering that I'm surely targeted for execution now by the Death Eaters. I know too much to be allowed to live." Harry gave his signature lopsided grin. "I am sorry, Sissy, I know it is hard to believe, but trust me when I say that Voldemort has more to be afraid of me than I have need to be afraid of him. Actually right now his Death Eaters are more of a threat to me than he is, and one of the first things I intend to do is whittle them down in strength." Narcissa gave him an approving look. Yes, many people always overestimated Voldemort as a threat because while he is insanely powerful, he almost never goes on missions personally. All that power at his command and he rarely uses it. So it is the Death Eaters that need to be attacked, my insane sister Bellatrix especially. In targeting me, they will have to seek you out. In addition, Lucius will be unable to bear the shame of what you have done. No matter that he likes to bugger young boys, the idea that you could be taking pleasure from me will drive him into an insane rage." Harry made a face. "Kicking house elves and diddling boys all on top of being part of an evil terrorist group you had to and murder to join for more of the same. Lucius Malfoy certainly seemed to be the pinnacle of the evil he needed to stop." Narcissa took a sip of her own drink before continuing, "His reach is long, and I doubt even being locked up in Azkaban will hold him for long. With how the pureblood elite view the goblins, the unfairness of our divorce might actually help him worm his way out of prison. I can practically hear him plead how he needs to look after Draco. Of course that is a preposterous idea considering how little time he ever put in raising him. He will just want revenge for this supposed slight on his honor." Narcissa looked sad. "I'm sure the same could be said of my son." Harry reached out and took her hand. "Sissy, I'm sorry." I know he's your son and no one can simply tell a mother to just forget their child. You need to remember one thing, though. Draco made his choice to be his father's son long ago and he had constantly reaffirmed that since then. If you raised him like you said, not only has he chosen to be his father's son but he has turned his back on all the lessons you tried to teach him as his mother. You told me he was happy to take the Dark Mark, so he turned his back not only on House Black but even on House Malfoy to follow Voldemort. Sounds to me in light of today's history lesson that Draco is just doing what Malfoys do best and that is betray people. The hint of tears came to Narcissa's eyes as she struggled to control herself. I know my lord, I do indeed, but it is another thing to accept that the wizard you are talking to will be the one to kill your child. I can't stop you and even worse I don't want to stop you. I see Draco becoming even worse of a monster than Lucius. Harry nodded at this even as Narcissa could no longer hold back the tears. While he shouldn't have been surprised, learning that the ghostly image of the Dark Mark hadn't been because of his father's mark but his own shocked Harry a little. In the back of his mind he always thought that when faced with the reality of what he'd have to do as a Death Eater and the danger that Draco would get cold feet. Harry could only wonder what poor soul Draco had and then murdered. Harry let Narcissa compose herself before going on. In the end, Harry realized that who didn't matter. The unknown victim would be revenged soon just as Sarah Underhill would be. With Voldemort's memories, he now knew whose life Snape had snuffed out to gain his own Dark Mark. After Narcissa had blown her nose and used her wand to remove the puffiness from her eyes, Harry went on. Trust me sissy, I know how you feel. Even though I have accepted the role I am to play, I still have this feeling that before I am allowed to die that I will be forced to make some sort of sacrifice before this is all done. It isn't enough that I've never had a normal life and then I willingly gave up the very idea that I could have one. No, somehow, I know I'm going to have to do something. Kill someone that I hold dear or let House Potter die forever. I can't shake it. However, I can only go forward knowing what is coming is going to be bad. I chose to walk this path and so I will no matter what the consequences. Narcissa looked at Harry, her face bleak and forlorn. I knew from the minute you told me how Ms. Granger had stopped you from killing Draco that my son's days were numbered. He's dead and you are his end. Draco simply doesn't understand you are his better in every way. He will not stop and I cannot see any other outcome than you killing him if his stupidity doesn't get him killed first. Harry nodded again. Unlike my dear headmaster, I don't believe in redemption of those who have gone down the Death Eater path. I know now what one must do to earn the mark and what sort of mindset that entails. Draco took Voldemort's mark with all that entails. He's tainted by a choice he freely made and sealed with a terrible crime. I doubt one could ever realistically come back after all that. Harry looked pensive. It's why I don't think I'm going to survive all this. After what I am willing to do to finish all this, who am I to expect that I won't suffer for what I am about to do? That it will be for the greater good as Dumbledore would say doesn't relieve me of responsibility for my actions. Narcissa gave him an odd look. My lord, Harry, I know you told me that the Sorting Hat had wanted to put you into Slytherin but what you said proves you are a true Gryffindor. Bravery isn't stupidly going into battle thinking you have the skill and tools to persevere. Bravery is going in knowing you are probably not coming back and going anyway because it is what you must do. The longer I am around you I can feel what Luna Lovegood has sensed about you. You have been touched by fate and you will go on to do great things. Great things, terrible things to be sure, but great, Harry murmured. He remembered the look in Ollivander's eerie eyes when he had said that. Harry had thought he was talking about Voldemort then. Had Ollivander actually been talking about Harry himself? He shivered again about how his whole life seemed to have been plotted out beforehand and he was just going through the motions. That no matter how much free will Harry thought he had, his whole life might just be a bunch of threads in the hands of the Moyer, Parsi, Norns or whatever you wanted to call fate. How many threads of life would be cut short by his actions until his own was finally severed? Harry shook his head to clear it and then finished his beer. Morbid thoughts brought no profit to paraphrase the goblins. Besides he had a lot to do before he met with those same goblins to get the new Fidelis charm put on Grimmauld Place till we can sort out the Black family charm. Which reminded him, Sissy, I need to do some quick business so don't freak out, okay? Harry told her. At her nod he called out, Dobby. The gaudily clad elf appeared on the table and gave a squeak before falling off beside Harry on seeing Narcissa. "Dobby, get up. Narcissa isn't going to hurt you," Harry reassured the shaking elf. Dobby let Harry push him up to a sitting position but continued to stare at his ex-mistress. "Master Harry won't bez making Dobby go back to the bad house, wills he?" the elf said in a tone so pathetic it tugged on Harry's heart. "No Dobby, in fact Narcissa is part of my house now. She too has been freed from the bad house. I may need you to help her from time to time, will you be able to do that?" Dobby nodded but Harry could tell the elf's heart wasn't into it. Harry had an idea. "Dobby, I know you've wanted to be my elf. I'm prepared to accept that now. Do you think Winky would as well? Then she could help Narcissa here so you could focus on me. Would that work?" Harry had a hard time to keep from laughing considering that Dobby acted like he just shat himself with happiness. After going back and grabbing Winky in a quick round of magical oaths later, Harry now had two very happy house elves of his own. He'd have to deal with Hermione about it later, but he figured she had other things to scold him over first. He sent Dobby off to start working on Grimmauld Place along with the injunction he could do whatever house elves did to traitorous elves-like creature. He sent Winky, however, to the Shrieking Shack which he had earlier found out, to his surprise, that he owned as Lord Black. Sirius Uncle Alfred had let Dumbledore use it to house Remus while he was in his werewolf form back when he was at school. Apparently, this was the act of kindness which got him blasted off the Black Tapestry. It saddened him to learn the wizard had died under very suspicious circumstances which Harry was sure Walpurga had been behind. Harry planned to have his elves renovate the insides but leave the outsides the same. Narcissa could stay there and stay hidden. Plus with the hidden passageway to Hogwarts meant they could easily keep in touch. Harry gave an internal grin considering how much, in touch, he intended to stay with her. Considering Narcissa was such a screamer during, putting her in the Shrieking Shack seemed oddly appropriate. His cock grew hard at the thought of rekindling the old Hogsmeade legend. Harry let out a sigh. He shagged and still at the mere thought of he was ready for more. He'd already ed Narcissa hard enough today that she admitted in the vault she was a bit tender. Now what was he going to do? Jerkins Capes, Coats and Cloaks, London, September 27, 1996 late afternoon. "Oh Merlin, Lilith, I'm coming." Harry gasped. He didn't want to surprise her with a mouthful of spunk, but the pretty nut-haired girl just bore down harder as Harry began to cum. As he had been done all day, he shot what seemed like an endless supply of steamy cum while the willing witch greedily ate it down with obvious relish even as she found herself having a tremendous orgasm as Harry's aura flared. As Harry's cock pumped his seed down Lilith's throat there was a part of him that was wondering where all this cum was coming from. He didn't think it was normal. Was it just a magical sort of thing like some weird biological duplication charm that wizards had that Muggle men didn't? Whatever the reason, Harry came enough that some of it leaked out of Lilith's mouth, down her chin and onto her very ample bosom. Harry was pretty sure his mother must not have breastfed him because he seemed to be entranced by tits and for at 17 Lilith had a very nice pair filling out her robe. Lilith looked deliriously happy to Harry as she wiped up the remains of Harry's cum with her fingers to be licked off with obvious enjoyment. Harry hoped that it was true, and Lilith wasn't making a show just to please him. He felt an erotic thrill seeing her do it, but he didn't want girls thinking they needed to do things they didn't want to do just to please him. When Ron hadn't been speaking to him in fourth year Harry had been in the library a lot and he overheard many things. Things that made him question most of what he heard the guys back in the dorm room brag about. Seamus was not the pleaser of witches he thought he was, that much was certain from the comments Harry had overheard. Almost everything he thought girls did because they like it had been done just to make him feel better. That Seamus never bothered to return the favor was not lost on the girls. It probably explained why he never kept a girlfriend for long. He had loved coming on Katie's tits back in the day. Her realizing how much her breasts excited him was the way she finally gotten Harry to overcome his inhibitions and start getting himself off. Harry had felt guilty about it since he was getting off and Katie was just getting sticky out of it. She had laughed when Harry had mentioned this. Katie had said it was really erotic to watch him jacking off knowing it was because of her. She said the look of lust in his eyes as he drank in her body made her tingle and she often would think of it when she had her own private alone time. She assured him she did get something out of it. As Harry looked down on Lilith, he thought of this and something he had noticed after his first bout with Narcissa. There was no denying one of the most beautiful sights in the world was a satisfied witch looking up at you with passion. The look in Lilith's eyes as she stroked the last drops out of Harry's rapidly shrinking cock made his breath catch in his throat, which was saying something considering he was still gasping for air from his intense orgasm. Katie had been right. Harry would remember the look in Lilith's eyes for a long time and probably would be thrilled each time he thought of it. He hoped the look on his face would do the same for Lilith. Harry let out a happy chuckle and a smile that left no doubt to Lilith how pleased he was. Whoever said money can't buy happiness simply didn't know where to go shopping. Harry joked. Lilith gave a laugh after giving his cock a last quick kiss. But Harry, you haven't bought anything yet, she said with an impish grin. Harry gave a grin in return. After customer service like that I might have to arrange to have my cloak stolen, so I have to come back and get a replacement. Lilith blushed. Well, I'm not too sure Mrs. Prang would approve of my customer servicing, but I'm glad you liked it. Harry gave another happy chuckle as he pulled up his trousers. What wasn't there to like? You were brilliant. Harry wasn't just saying that. Narcissa had been good when she had ed him off earlier, but Lilith's tongue seemed to know just what he liked. It had been amazing. In fact, he wanted to return the favor. He was sure the pretty young witch would taste lovely. However, considering this was where Lilith worked, he didn't think it was the place to try and get her screaming with pleasure, silencing charms or no. In fact, Harry looked at the door with a bit of dread, halfway expecting someone to be irately banging on it demanding to know what was going on. Again he wondered how far the effects of his aura were. There were 2 other girls working in the shop as well as Tonks. Were they out there wondering why they suddenly had orgasmed? Harry was sure Narcissa, who had left with a knowingly look earlier, had stationed herself close enough to get another orgasmic burst herself. He helped Lilith to her feet and couldn't help sing her. The witch continued to blush prettily. Lilith, I want to return the favor for what you just did, but I'm thinking this isn't the best place. After I get my cloak, I was going to head off to a property I now own. It has some nice restaurants nearby, so if you are interested, I'd like to take you to dinner. Then we could head back to my house and I can try to do as good a job on you just did for me. Harry said. Lilith's face lit up like a batch of the twins' fireworks. I'd love to, Harry. I haven't been to a nice restaurant since last summer. She looked shyly down at her scuffed shoes. Harry, I would love to go to bed with you, but I'm a virgin just so you know, so I probably won't be much fun compared to what you are used to. Harry reached out and lifted her chin and gave her a smile. Lilith, as much as this might surprise you, until yesterday, I was a virgin myself. No worries. This isn't a contest, and if there is anything I learned while teaching the DA last year is no matter what skill level a person has, good intentions go a long way. I'm sure you'll be brilliant. I, for one, would like to see what you have under those robes. You've certainly filled out since the last time I saw you. Lilith couldn't help but to blush again and give a goofy smile. How is it that Harry could blatantly be looking down her cleavage and obviously thinking dirty thoughts and yet be so different from that bastard George Weasley? The look in the raven-haired wizard's eye made her want to tear off her clothes and let him have his way with her right here, her job and poverty be damned. Yet Lilith had been sorted into Hufflepuff for a reason, so she controlled herself and squared her shoulders. Well, Lord Black, let's get these measurements and get your new cloak ready, shall we? She said with a sly smile. Lilith was thankful that she had finished taking those measurements before the bulge in Harry's pants had been too enticing to pass up. Of course Harry hadn't blinked when she had said she needed to measure his, considering he wasn't there to buy trousers. After his trousers had hit the floor, all pretense had gone out the window, that was for sure. Certainly, Ms. Moon. I know the store will be closing soon and I wouldn't want to impose on you, Harry said with a smirk of his own. Ooh. Narcissa gave a sigh as her body tingled with the after effects of another orgasm, the likes of which she had never dreamed was possible. The pleasure seemed to just encompass her and fill her up, coming from everywhere and nowhere all at once. It was indescribably wonderful. She felt her body relaxing as she came down from her high and she sagged against the wall of the dressing cubicle she was in. Her own juices were sticky on her fingers and her bosom still heaved with from panting. She had stationed herself there because it was right up against the wall of the room where Harry had been getting measured by the pretty witch who turned out to be a classmate of Harry's. When it became apparent to her that Harry wasn't going to be able to resist having some sort of with the girl, she left so as to not cramp his style, but she was pleased she was able to be near enough to reap the benefit of the young witch's actions. Thank Merlin the dressing rooms weren't across the room. Narcissa smiled at the low and very satisfied which came from the dressing room next to hers. For all her professionalism, Tonks had forgotten to use a silencing charm like she had. Luckily for her, she hadn't screamed out as Narcissa couldn't help but do. Maybe occasionally diddling oneself quietly was a way to combat boredom on a stakeout. Whatever the reason, Narcissa knew that Tonks had finally figured out about Harry's aura and had positioned herself when the young aura had felt it beginning to intensify. Listening to the sounds of Tonks' fingers as they had gone in and out of her wet cunt had been quite the arousing add-on to the pleasure being transmitted through Harry's aura. While the thought of with her niece wasn't appealing, no matter how why the young woman was, the sound made Narcissa think back to happy memories of when Celine Ollivander had finger-ed her into bliss as she helped Narcissa learn how to pleasure herself. Remembering the look in that lovely as she had smiled as Narcissa had helplessly come under her expert fingers never failed to excite her. Oh, how she along with many other girls had cried when they learned that Celine was transferring to Beauxbatons for her 6th and 7th years. So as not to taint the memory with overuse, once or twice a year Narcissa would view some of those memories in the Pensieve at Malfoy Manor. She'd be able to relive those wonderful nights back at Hogwarts when she had been happy. While the age difference between her and Harry didn't bother her, she wondered at how much she was looking forward to meeting Celine's daughter who had barely turned 17. She knew she was probably dooming herself to disappointment by projecting her memories of the mother onto the daughter, but Harry had said Luna was a true daughter to Celine. Narcissa couldn't help but hope that Luna would have the same passions that her mother had, which had driven Narcissa wild when she was back at Hogwarts. Even if the young girl was a half or even a quarter of the lover her mother had been, Narcissa would be ecstatic. Through the thin walls she could hear Nymphadora hadn't been satisfied with the power orgasm, but had continued to masturbate. Narcissa quickly cast a silencing charm shaped so that she could hear what was going on, but the rest of the shop would not. She smiled as she could hear her niece ing, "Yeah, oh yeah, right there, yeah. Oh yes, right there. I love it when you do that. Oh, you're so good to me." Even though Narcissa was quite satiated and satisfied, she couldn't help but feel an erotic twinge growing due to knowing Tonks was obviously thinking of Harry doing her. She was surprised that her niece had been able to keep from hustling Harry off into an alley and shagging him while they had been out shopping after lunch. Narcissa herself certainly hadn't been able to keep from practically dragging him on top of her back at the Black Vault. Ooh. Not realizing she was giving her aunt an impromptu show, Tonks kept fingering her clit with one hand as she finger-ed herself steadily with the other. She needed the release. Following Harry around all afternoon shopping had been sheer torture for her. Watching him try on clothes, imagining him taking the on and off, thinking of his body taut with muscles toned from Quidditch, thinking about his marvelous ass. Oh, Tonks had so wanted to grab that ass and pull Harry into her. At the last shop she had to leave the store or else she'd have lost it and shagged him right there in the shop. Bad enough that her aunt kept giving her knowing glances. It amazed her and sort of grossed her out at first, but now Tonks couldn't help but think of Harry and Narcissa together and the image turned her on. She knew they had been back in Gringotts. It explained what had happened to her. If Harry's aura made her horny, him having an orgasm would surely make her come, right? She cursed herself for not going down to the vaults with Harry. Thinking back now about how Narcissa and her clothes looked when they had returned should have clued her in right then that the pair had shagged again. She was just 6 years older than Harry, yet her aunt had just swept in and tasted Harry twice in one day. It wasn't fair. Worse, Tonks had lost out again to some sort of to an ickle for Stee. Sure, Lilith was Harry's age, but Tonks remembered her from her own 7th year in Hufflepuff House. While most upperclassmen except the prefects ignored the younger kids, Tonks was personable, so a lot of the younger students found it easy to talk to her and ask her questions. It grated on Tonks that a fellow, Puff, was enjoying what should be hers. She was a black right. Shouldn't her new lord be looking out for her needs? That made her think of her and Harry acting out some Lord and Scullery maid fantasy, which drove Tonks over the edge again, crying out Harry's name as she came. Ooh. In the next booth over, Narcissa wasn't far behind her. Between the happy feeling Harry was projecting and listening to the erotic sounds her niece had been making had Narcissa having another go at herself. She couldn't keep her hands from wandering, and so in short order she came hard and fast, imagining what Tonks was thinking Harry was doing to her. Narcissa tried to catch her breath as she marveled at the day. She had barely had any sort of UAL contact after marrying Lucius. If Narcissa hadn't had trouble getting pregnant at first, she probably would have ended up being able to count on one hand the amount of times Lucius would have had with her. Now, in one day, she had had twice and better solitary than she had ever been able to do on her own back at Malfoy Manor. She shivered at the thought of what the coming days would be filled with. Holland Park, London, September 29, 1996 evening. Lilith was practically skipping alongside Harry and Tonks. Her day had started out like any other of late and was ending like something out of her dreams. Maybe dreams could come true after all. So far everything that had happened since Harry Potter of all people had walked into the shop seemed to bear that out. It had been a fun outing. After finishing up and paying for his cloak, Harry had waited around until Lilith had gotten off work. She had never cleaned so fast. Even the queer looks Helena and Morgan gave her didn't faze her. Of course the two girls were still chatting about the weird feelings they had been having earlier. Lilith had found it hard not to laugh at this. After she was finished, the group had apparated to a residential section in Camden Town under Disillusionment Charm. Lilith could tell that Harry didn't like side-along apparition any more than she did. Auror Tonks had complimented her over that fact she hadn't puked like the older Hufflepuff had done her first time. Harry had met with some goblins that did a ritual Lilith didn't know. She had gasped when suddenly the house she had been looking at just sort of faded. Seconds later she had completely forgotten it had been there in the first place till Harry had leaned in and whispered an address to her. She gloried in the K.S. he had left on her cheek after he had done so. They had gone in and Lilith had been frankly shocked by the place. It seemed like something you'd expect in a horror house at a fun fair. Harry had looked sheepish and explained the previous owners hadn't been all that nice. The older statuesque woman had laughed at this. Lilith had had a hard time wrapping her mind around the fact that not only was Harry Lord Black, and preferred that title over Lord Potter, but the lady with him was Draco Malfoy's mum of all people. Sure, she was just Narcissa Black again due to some sort of magical divorce, but she was still Draco's mum. Lilith had been glad to leave the gloomy house. One of the oddest house elves she'd ever seen had assured Harry that the house would be cleaned soon and the master bedroom was already spotless and ready as were the guest rooms. The elf had also said something about a creature being taken care of. Harry had thanked the weird elf and he had led her and Tonks back out into Muggle London. Draco's mum had begged off and Lilith was glad. She was Draco Malfoy's mum. It was hard to take in. Harry had led them to a nice Italian restaurant called Salvadino's where they had the best dinner Lilith had had in ages. Of course she really hadn't had a decent meal since she had left Hogwarts at the end of last year's term. Thinking of this really depressed her. So had telling her story of what had happened to her. Harry had been very interested and had also teased out what had happened to her friend Sally Ann. Lilith's heart had skipped a beat when she had overheard Harry murmur to himself how the twins would pay. It was sad that they had to sort of rush through dinner, but Auror Tonks had been a bit ill at ease and had worried about security. She had reminded Harry that since his godfather's death, Grimmauld Place had become visible so that the Death Eaters would remember it and probably stake it out. Lilith listened with wide eyes as she found out that mass murder Sirius Black had been Harry's godfather, had been innocent and had died in a battle with Death Eaters. That and he who must not be named was indeed alive again. Harry, she was relieved to see, seemed to accept Tonks' concerns but didn't seem overtly worried. In fact, Lilith was struck by the confidence and power he exuded. It washed over her and energized her. It also made her want him even more. She thought about this as they made their way back to Grimmauld Place. As scary as the place was, it had that gothic feel that just screamed that the master bedroom would be regal and there would be a huge 4-poster bed there. Could it be true that not only did her Prince Charming show up, but she'd give herself to a man for the first time in such a fantasy setting? She was practically giddy with anticipation. It seemed infectious, with Harry laughing and obviously enjoying himself. Even Auror Tonks couldn't help but pick up the mood. So it was as they rounded the corner and turned up the street where Harry's house was that she sort of skipped ahead. She gave a twirl and a laugh. Harry too laughed at her antics. As she looked at him with his adorable lopsided grin, she was warmed by the thought that soon he'd be inside her, claiming her, making her a woman. A noise caught her attention. At first, she thought it was just a cat leaping off a trash bin. Yet as she towards the direction of the sound she saw a dark shape emerge out of the shadows. The shape moved quickly and into the light cast by the streetlights came an arm holding a wand. The sound of the waves crashing upon the rocks helped soothe Voldemort's nerves. At night he would often go out alone and look out over Tor Bay and think that he was doing it. With the sun bright in the sky just illustrated how much was on his mind of late. One would think for someone who had cheated death quite a few times that he would be rather happy with his life. However, Lord Voldemort had never been one to ever be satisfied with the hand that had been dealt to him by fickle fate. He felt if life was just a cosmic game of cards, then those who didn't try to stash an ace up one's sleeves were fools. So even before the day Albus Dumbledore had walked into his room back at the orphanage to tell him he was a wizard, Voldemort had worked to rig the game his way. Rules were for people willing to be told what to do, what to think and how to act. Such things weren't for those who truly had power and the vision to use it. Voldemort even rebelled against the very biological hand everyone was dealt, be they magical or muggle. At the first opportunity he had taken all the base desires that did nothing but distract people from the important things in life and had exiled them into his first Horcrux. There had been times when Voldemort felt something like a whisper of regret at the loss of his good looks. However, who needed looks when you had power and one had no need to catch the eye of a witch anyway? Everything seemed to go Voldemort's way at first. His first coup had been discovering the fabled Chamber of Secrets and unleashing the basilisk and then framing that oaf Hagrid for the death of Myrtle Elkins. Then he had discovered the secret to gaining immortality itself when he found the secret of how to make a Horcrux in Salazar Slytherin's private library in the chamber. Then he was able to create 2 Horcruxes under the very crooked nose of the suspicious Dumbledore. He had practically dared the old man to stop him as he recruited many of his future Death Eaters before leaving Hogwarts. Voldemort found that the witches and wizards of England obviously didn't have the mettle the Muggle Irish had, since with just a dash of threats, murders, carefully staged assassinations and the occasional explosive destruction of a cherished landmark, Voldemort and his Death Eaters had brought magical Britain to its knees. As much as Voldemort cared nothing for Muggles and let his Death Eaters indulge in their sport killings of them, he sneered at how your average post-war Briton, with their stiff up-lipped attitude, could easily tough out things that would bring the average wizard crying to the heavens at the unfairness of it all. While he used them, Voldemort never doubted how many of his minions were petty and weak. This suited Voldemort just fine, since if they weren't, they might become a threat to him and his plans. Voldemort found it interesting that his biggest threat from within his own ranks came in the form of Narcissa Malfoy. However, she was easily checked by her husband's stupidity in underestimating subtlety in favor of the overt use of force. Voldemort often wondered how many of his Death Eaters made it into his beloved Slytherin house, considering the lack of cunning they usually showed. So with his followers content with the crumbs he allowed them, Voldemort had felt he was well on his way to achieving all of his plans to take over magical Britain and run it as his personal kingdom till he grew tired of it. Then Harry Potter entered his life. As much as Voldemort tried to stack the deck of life, he knew the dangers inherent in the currents of magic. One didn't delve into the dark reaches of magic like Voldemort had without realizing such dangers. It might stoke the ego to think he would be the wizard to beat the odds, but Voldemort had read of far too many past witches and wizards who were stuck down by the hubris of thinking it couldn't happen to them. So when Severus Snape came stumbling in with the scraps of a prophecy regarding one who might rise up to challenge him, he acted quickly. After much research using arcane arts such as scrying, arithmancy and even some of the more unpredictable divination arts, Voldemort had concluded there were two who fit the prophecy, Neville Longbottom and Harry Potter. He had planned to use the death of the Potter boy to create his last Horcrux. Then he would have his magical number 5 along with the added imagery of the 4 elements along with the unifying element of spirit. A powerful magical combination of imagery and symbolism, and one Voldemort was proud of. Plus, who else but he, Lord Voldemort, was willing to go the distance needed to achieve such an accomplishment. After killing the Potters, Voldemort had plans for the Longbottom boy since his research had pointed towards the boy being the prophesied one. He wasn't sure how he would circumvent the prophecy, but he had a ghost of an idea. Hadn't Oedipus fulfilled his own prophecy by unknowingly killing his sire? Voldemort felt he could raise the boy as his own, watching him and guiding him. It might be possible the boy would vanquish him in a way that had nothing to do with overthrowing him. He could set up a challenge, a very controlled challenge, where Longbottom would fight him for the right to rule England. Then after the boy had done well enough to defeat him, in the controlled context of the duel, Voldemort, thus vanquished, would go forth onto a larger stage to expand his empire. Certainly there was a risk the boy would try to supplant him, but prophecies were slippery things. He just needed to learn the full prophecy before he settled on his final plan. As Voldemort squinted into the sunlight as he tried to read the name of a passing sailboat, he wished that he had listened to something Bellatrix Lestrange had said that fateful afternoon on that Samhain back in 1981. He wished it somehow had made him question his own reasoning one more time. It had been a simple question and one asked not to imply Voldemort's reasoning might have been wrong. She had only asked why her team was being sent to the Longbottoms to grab the child there instead of the Potters. She was curious as to how the Dark Lord had picked the Longbottom child instead of the Potter boy. That his choice might be wrong was obviously something Bellatrix couldn't even conceive of due to her faith in him. She simply was interested in his methodology. Voldemort ground his teeth at the memory at how he had confidently pointed out the numerology and other omens pointed to the Longbottom boy over the child of the Potters. He had dismissed Bellatrix's agreement due to her feeling that the boy's mother being a mudblood made it more likely that Voldemort was right about the Longbottom boy. Considering how Voldemort was more of a mudblood than the Potter in light of Voldemort's own Muggle father, his lineage hadn't figured into it. The decision had been made after long hours of feverish arithmancy calculations and other omen readings, and he had been confident in his findings. Calculations or not, it was something about the Potter boy that had caused his curse to fail, which resulted in his original body being destroyed. What had it been about the boy? He had told the Harry Potter and his remaining followers the night in the graveyard that it had been a spell powered by his mother's love which had protected the boy. A form of old magic he had not prepared for. Yet in the weeks which followed the boy escaping him, Voldemort had begun to question that. If his disembodiment had been due to a charm cast by Lily Potter like all evidence pointed to, then the power was not something innate to the boy. The prophecy stated the one with the power to vanquish him had been born as the 7th month died. Thus the old magic Lily Potter had used which caused the curse to rebound had nothing to do with the prophecy. Thus the power in the child born in July was still unknown. Indeed, the very identity of that child was suspect. Even with Potter defeating him in his first year, destroying his first Horcrux his second year, escaping him his 4th year still did not mean Harry Potter was the one who had the power to defeat him. No matter how obvious it seemed that Potter was the child of the prophecy, Voldemort knew he could not risk such thinking. Until he knew the contents of entire prophecy, he was essentially boxing in the dark. Thus he had turned his energies into finding what the full prophecy said. Without knowing it, he could very well be causing it to unfold. It had happened far too often in magical history and in legends past. Fighting against a prophecy was always a dangerous course of action. Yet Voldemort was committed now, considering he had already taken action. Worse, it was his plans to trick Harry Potter into fetching the prophecy for him, which was almost his undoing. Oh, how he regretted taunting Dumbledore and then diving into Harry Potter in hopes of goading the old man into killing the boy. At the time he had thought of it in a flash of inspiration. If Dumbledore killed Potter and not himself, it might change how the prophecy was unfolding. It would certainly prove that it was indeed Neville Longbottom who was actual threat as he had calculated long ago. At first the possession had been like any other. Voldemort had destroyed many a mind in this fashion, his victims' backs often breaking via the contortions of the pain he inflicted upon them. Yet in an instant that had all changed. Instead of being in control, Voldemort had felt what an ant might feel while being hoovered up by a maid cleaning the floor. His mind, his soul, his very sense of self had felt like it was caught in a hurricane. Even though he still had 2 Horcruxes left, he felt like he was dying as his life literally seemed to flash before his mental eyes. It had taken every ounce of his magical strength to break the connection and use his emergency portkey to flee back to the caverns under his father's ancestral home where his base was hidden. Ever since then Voldemort had been hard-pressed to keep up the charade that he was still firmly in control of things. He was, in fact, practically a wreck. His body still ached and he felt empty. Even after splitting his soul 3 times, he had never felt like this. Voldemort had put off making the 4th Horcrux since his first had been destroyed and he wasn't sure about trying the ritual again in his new body. 2 Horcruxes was still one more than had ever been made after all. Weakened in spirit as he was, Voldemort had decided that he needed to lie low. He still needed to grow the Death Eater ranks and recruit old and new allies. Voldemort had to admit that as much as the fiasco at the Department of Ministries had been, he was glad Lucius Malfoy was in Azkaban. While Voldemort had been a mere shade without a body, Lucius had gone far to control magical Britain through intrigue, bribes, and blackmail. The fact that this was all due to the plots and plans of his wife Narcissa was a bit of a break for him. If his Death Eaters ever got wind of his weakness, they might wonder why they needed him. Why not follow Lucius, who was practically the Shadow Minister of Magic, instead? Voldemort cursed the fact he had been unable to add some sort of loyalty charm to the Dark Mark, but there hadn't been any way to make it work. He could have made the loyalty charms work, but then he wouldn't have had the mark work as a conduit where he could subtly draw strength from his followers. This had been needed as an extra precaution he took since he was going to make multiple Horcruxes. The power flowing from his followers would strengthen his soul, or otherwise he would have been a mere whisper on the wind if his body was destroyed. Being less than a ghost was not the sort of immortality Voldemort craved. So having Lucius in prison kept the politically astute Narcissa Malfoy in check. As a witch there was only so much she could do considering the prejudices of the state and conservative Wizengamot. Prison also kept the chief threat to his own power away from the whispered conversations of his Death Eaters as they discussed events in hushed tones. Fools. He was Lord Voldemort and he easily read their minds and saw their doubts, fears and their occasional wavering loyalty. Voldemort wished he could co-opt Narcissa as a loyal servant, but he knew she was repulsed by him. She was too useful to kill, so he settled for using her, though Lucius. Happily, Lucius was too much the egotistical fool to realize almost all of his success came from his wife. A woman he treated mostly with contempt and cheated on without any thought or remorse. She might as well have been like the house elf he had lost to Harry Potter for the amount of attention he had spared her. Sadly, Lucius himself was too valuable to just have killed, otherwise he might be tempted. Of course there was always the fact that Mad Bellatrix would never betray him. It was good that no matter how loyalties might shift, Voldemort knew he could count on her to carry out whatever order he gave her as her beloved Dark Lord. She'd commit suicide by impaling herself on a spoon if he ordered it. Her only flaw was her burning, unstoppable desire to have with him. This would never be, he knew. Voldemort couldn't even remember the last time he had had a dirty thought, much less an. Such things were for lesser men and mere beasts. For an immortal, what need of there was to have an heir? For all of Bellatrix's unquenchable need, Voldemort knew his own magical aura was more than enough to slake her desire to ensure her loyalty forever. So as Voldemort looked out over Tor Bay, he considered his options. He hoped that with time his mental strength would return, and he would figure out a way to deal with the emptiness in himself. There was no other way to explain it. He felt if he could give a shout inside himself, the echo might last for hours. At least his magical core was as strong as ever. He would continue with the plan that Narcissa had created, which Lucius had enacted so well while Voldemort had lacked a body, but now the plan had been tailored to advance Voldemort's own agenda. Once Voldemort overcame his current problems, he would begin a more subtle campaign of terror. It had to be so until he could build up the ranks of the Death Eaters and rekindled old alliances with the Dementors, vampires, giants and werewolves. The problem with this was these potential allies liked to strike at Muggles who were less of a threat to them than Magicals. Many of his followers felt that allowing this along with terror strikes against the Muggles might help to quicken their recruiting. So many recruits had swarmed to him long ago for the chance to strike at the Muggles, but now he would have none of that. It was one thing to allow his Death Eaters their fun from time to time, but if they started killing Muggles in large numbers, the European Confederation of Magical States and even the International Confederation of Wizards might get involved. As long as he kept it a low-key internal affair between Magicals, it was unlikely any of the magical international groups would interfere. Voldemort felt it all around him. He had to be cautious or he would fail and have to start again from scratch. His musings were interrupted by a silvery stoat which appeared next to him. It spoke in a silky smooth voice. "My lord, I have news of Harry Potter and Narcissa Malfoy which I am confident you will wish to hear. I stand ready to brief you." The message Patronus melted into nothingness. The voice had been that of Isaac Avery, one of his better plants within the ministry. With barely a whisper of a pop, Voldemort apparated to his war room for want of a better word. Avery was already there, and he quickly knelt as Voldemort made his way to his throne-like chair and sat. "What do you have for me, Avery? I take it the Gringotts meeting regarding the disposition of House Black has ended." Avery bowed low. "Yes, my lord. Lord Flint has reported the stunning news that not only has Draco Malfoy been denied becoming Lord Black, but Harry Potter was granted it. Potter's first ploy was to force a blood inheritance test. While this showed Potter has more links to House Black through his previously thought Muggle-born mother, it wasn't enough to win him House Black. It did, however, show him to be heir to the noble house of Peverell. If Voldemort still had eyebrows they would have shot skywards. Peverell, you say? If it wasn't for silly children's stories that house name would have been forgotten long ago. This must have pleased the black hearts of the goblins. Avery nodded. Yes, it did. Right up to the last it seemed Draco would take up the house. Yet during the final rebuttal, Potter challenged Draco to a blood versus blood test for the house. He, unfortunately, deduced that your mark might keep Draco from the house. Voldemort shrugged. It was the most obvious reason why the Malfoy whelp did not automatically become heir Black after his birthday. I have always known this potential problem with the mark. Avery nodded. Yes, my lord, but I must say that from what Lord Flint said, I believe Draco's constant carping and goading helped Potter realize this potential avenue of attack. It never ceases to amaze me how Narcissa never drowned the brat in his bath given how he obviously refused to learn from her. Voldemort's face hardened. I have already put forth a task for Heir Malfoy. He already knows the price of failure. I am sure the little pissant thinks if he succeeds that he'll be rewarded. This new failure means his redemption is much farther than he believes. Avery made a slight bow. For what it is worth, my lord, I do not believe either of them are worth any more than a low-grade, wand fodder. The other ramifications of today make this even more so. Voldemort nodded at this advice, so Harry Potter is now the heir to not only one but 3 ancient houses. Interesting. Voldemort stroked his chin a bit more while he thought about how this might affect his plans. Avery waited patiently. While his lord had been much less willing to punish with the carelessly thrown Cruciatus curse since his rebirth, Avery wasn't one to push his luck. He still was fighting to keep from trembling considering he had yet to tell his lord the news about Lucius' wife. Avery didn't think the Dark Lord would take it well. Voldemort finally looked up and his serpentine eyes seemed to pierce Avery's very soul. Go on, Avery, what further news do you have? I take it these ramifications you spoke of concern Narcissa Malfoy. Avery bowed again. My lord, after Harry Potter took on the mantle of Lord Black he was told as an emancipated lord he could take on his Potter title as well. If you remember, my lord, I did report the rumors that Harry Potter would be blocked from being able to do this, possibly by Dumbledore in collusion with Minister Fudge himself. Whatever schemes they had were useless since due to the inheritance test it fell under the goblins' jurisdiction. I'm sure you are well aware of how they feel on the matter. Voldemort nodded. Yes, they would rebel in a moment if they felt it would release more gold for them to play with. Well, such is the danger in dealing with the goblins. Their contracts always seem to have an out for them. So Potter is finally Lord Potter, a lord of a gutted house. Avery waited for Voldemort to stop laughing at that thought before continuing. After Potter took up his title as Lord Potter, it somehow magically broke Lady Malfoy's marriage contract. I spoke with one of the unspeakables before coming here and apparently there is an ancient curse which lies between the Potter and Malfoy line which isn't common knowledge. Through Potter's control of both houses, this curse caused Lady Malfoy's marriage to be dissolved. She is now just Narcissa Black once more. There is also the possibility that, Avery paused, not sure how to break the news. Voldemort barked, none of this is your fault. Speak. I must know what has happened. Avery bowed again in relief. My lord, the unspeakable said there was a very good possibility the same fate may have befallen Lady Bellatrix since House Lestrange has always been allies to the Malfoys. In times past this curse had sometimes affected those allies. Normally in such situations the affect of the curse would be readily felt by those involved, but, again Avery's voice failed him. Voldemort waved his hand dismissively. Yes, I know why Bellatrix might not have felt it. It matters not. If it happened or not, we shall be able to learn of it when she and her team finally returns. The matter can wait, her mission cannot. If we are to storm Azkaban, we need the information she is gathering. Voldemort thought of his insane lieutenant. If she had indeed been magically divorced, it could become a problem considering she would be subject to some sort of control by Harry Potter as Lord Black. However, if she hadn't felt the shift, it might be her insanity was shielding her from such magic. Voldemort was confident that if she had felt such magics on her she would have instantly returned, mission or not, begging to be allowed to punish the boy for his impertinence. If the curse hadn't affected her, it was a moot point. A wave of Voldemort's hand made Avery continue. My lord, after the meeting Harry Potter and Lady Ms. Black were seen leaving Gringotts accompanied by her Auror niece Nymphadora Tonks. Voldemort interrupted, she's the pink-haired one in Dumbledore's order, Andromeda's little metamorphagus, correct? Avery nodded, yes my lord. Before they managed to disappear in the crowds of Diagon Alley after speaking with the press, the boys said they had an afternoon of shopping ahead of them. None of my contacts have spotted them in the alley, but the crowds are busy today and none of my men knew they needed to be looking for a hidden Harry Potter. Voldemort nodded, so Potter was not immediately taken back to his detention at Hogwarts, yes. How curious are the stories coming out of the school. Dumbledore seems to be getting sloppy since he doesn't seem to be able to control his golden boy any longer. Is Longbottom still at Hogwarts? Yes my lord, Avery nodded. While it is reported he is more confident after the fight at the Department of Mysteries, our spies do not report much new about him other than he has a wand of his own. Now that he is not using his father's old wand, it is reported his control of magic has noticeably increased. That increase, while powerful, is nothing out of the ordinary considering the circumstances. Reports show he is perceived a successful prefect and worked to keep the tensions between Gryffindor and Slytherin down. Our spies find this very surprising considering how much of a milksop the boy had been considered prior to the fight at the Ministry. Voldemort stood and walked over to a map of England, London and some other cities posted on the wall. His finger found a pin stuck into the London map. Have a strike team stake out Grimmauld Place. With the fall of the Black Secrecy charm, either Potter or Dumbledore or both are likely to show up there to have a Fidelis charm applied. I doubt from what Severus has said that the old man would give up his headquarters of the Order so easily. Thinking of the implications of such a rift between his two enemies gave Voldemort an idea. I want you to write up orders, stake out an area around this little park. Tell them in the orders that our enemies have a hidden base. Do not use the term Fidelis since just knowing there is a possible Fidelis charm in place strengthens its power. Avery frowned, I'm not sure I understand, my lord. Voldemort pointed at the pin in the map with the notation, UTHQ. The moment the Black or Fidelis ritual is completed, we will be unable to process this piece of information. It will still be here, but we will not be able to understand it. By telling my Death Eaters there is a hidden base but not telling them how, it helps them focus given the closer you are to a location under the Fidelis makes your thinking fuzzy. Even knowing the secret, as an enemy, I had to use Occlumention to make it up way to where the Potters were hiding. It is old, ancient magic. Voldemort turned away from the map and sat back down upon his throne, old magic but not unbeatable magic. Instruct the teams to be ready to detect disillusioned wizards after they apparate in. Does it still take quite some time to get the flow reconnected? Yes. Avery nodded, yes my lord. I believe it is a 3-day delay, 2 if you grease the wheels with galleons. Voldemort smiled a feral smile, good. That means we have 2 days before direct inbound and outbound traffic. It will take some time before Potter will be able to master making a portkey to a home under the Fidelis. I didn't think that was possible, my lord, Avery said carefully. Voldemort laughed cruelly, it is if you are the head of your house and the property is yours. Dumbledore deciding using a non-Potter-owned property as a hiding place would be another layer of deception. This, of course, simply made it that the Potters were trapped with no way to escape. However, making them is not easy. Even I would need some time. Thus we have some time to lay a trap. Avery looked thoughtful at this. This information had probably downplayed intentionally by Dumbledore given how it made him look bad. Now it is likely anyone going to the property will apparate close before they are told the new secret. This is how the Order did it before according to Severus. This makes them vulnerable. If Potter and Dumbledore are still at odds, it may be that a large number of Order members and Potter's friends will show up to lean on the boy and appeal to his emotions and loyalties. Dumbledore can't afford for the so-called chosen one to be running off his leash. The more Voldemort thought of this, the more he liked it. This is an excellent opportunity, so make sure the team has a proven leader. However, do not have too many of our more valuable members in it. With the possibility of the old man showing up, I don't want to lose anyone. I can't afford to with our ranks thin with so many still in Azkaban. Besides, we have many new to the mark who need to be properly blooded, the Dark Lord said with satisfaction. As you command, my lord, Avery said as he stood. He was halfway from turning and rushing out the door when a thought occurred to him. My lord, what of Narcissa Black? Do you wish her captured or killed? Similarly, what is your wish regarding Harry Potter? If he shows, do you still wish him to be taken unharmed and brought to you as per your standing orders? Voldemort shook his head. No. Instruct the team to kill everyone they can. With Potter as the new Lord Black, Narcissa is compromised. She cannot be allowed to live. The same goes as well for Potter, kill him if he shows. If possible, they are to retrieve Potter's body so we can have it properly displayed later to maximize the terror aspect as well as demoralization factor. If this isn't possible, try to have the body mangled or otherwise defiled. I've wasted too much time on the boy. No more games, no more plots, I just want him dead. It shall be done, my lord, Avery said with a deep bow before leaving to carry out his orders. Alone, Voldemort simply sat on his throne, lost in thought. Yes, he just wanted the boy dead. He would never admit it, even to himself, but however politically or psychologically important it was that he himself kill Harry Potter, the truth was Voldemort feared to go near Harry Potter ever again. Headmaster's Office, Hogwarts, September 27, 1996 late afternoon. Albus Dumbledore was annoyed. It was, he admitted, a state he had found himself in quite often ever since that first day of term. Certainly he had been very put out when Harry had practically destroyed his office after his godfather had died. However, Dumbledore had been a teacher for a long time and had seen too often what hormonal-driven teenagers could do with accidental magic to really be surprised by the outburst. Of late, Dumbledore felt that he was taking 2 steps backwards for every step forward, as the saying went. At first, plans going back to end of the First War had been going well. This was even in the face of being drawn out over years and years. Certainly there had been hiccups along the way, but for the most part Dumbledore had been content with how things had unfolded since those dark days of the First War. However, things had started to go pear-shaped ever since Sirius Black had escaped from Azkaban. After that, it had been one disaster after another. Dumbledore had done everything in his power to get Sirius captured and thrown back in prison. For years Dumbledore had the werewolf dealt with through Severus. Amazing what mind charms one can do on a werewolf under the effects of the Wolfsbane potion. This was just as well because Remus could have been as much of a threat to his plans as Sirius represented. The former marauders knew too much and would ask too many questions that couldn't be allowed to be asked. When Snape had captured Sirius, Dumbledore had been ecstatic. Not only was this another way to prove to the suspicious that Snape had indeed given up his Death Eater past, all of the students involved had been injured and so were in the infirmary. Dumbledore had locked them in and went off to ensure Sirius Black was given the Dementor's K.S. Then he would return and work on the memories of the children so they would forget all that they had been told. Remus could be easily be controlled when the full moon rose again the next night and have his memories altered as well. Thus a potential disaster had turned almost into a coup. Then Sirius escaped again. Even more incredibly, he did it on the hippogriff that itself had somehow escaped execution earlier in the day. Dumbledore had not made a big deal of it at the time since he considered that Hagrid had somehow arranged it. The half-giant might be as thick as an ox, but he had many uses. Thus he had covered for his groundskeeper and soothed Fudge's irate nerves at the time. Soon the news of Black's capture swept any previous issues out of the minister's head. Fudge was always sensitive to public opinion and he had been terrified that the first Azkaban breakout, of a mass murder no less, happened during his term. How Sirius had escaped was something Dumbledore did not know at the time. If Sinestra hadn't gotten a glimpse of Black on the hippogriff as he flew by the astronomy tower, Dumbledore wouldn't have even known how Sirius had fled Hogwarts. It wasn't till the next term when Ms. Granger had been distraught over the event of the Yule Ball when Dumbledore finally found the answer. He had asked Ms. Granger to act as his agent for information on Harry starting in her second year. It had been easy to convince her how Harry needed to be monitored for the greater good. He gave various reasons over the years to keep her willing to continue. Even then she tried to keep the information she gave to give the bare minimum of information, just enough to satisfy him. Little did she realize he was reading her mind like an open book. True, her own natural shields were strong, and it wasn't till she was unhappy about Harry not asking her to the Yule Ball that he was able to find out how the house elf Dobby had helped them out of the locked library. From there the pair had helped Sirius escape by a very cunning use of the time turner McGonagall had allowed Ms. Granger to use. Fate seemed to relent a bit upon Dumbledore since it had been a lucky day indeed when Sirius Black had contacted him, his concern for Harry evident. Dumbledore had acted quickly to draw him back to England so he could find out what Sirius knew or suspected. That the ex-con was willing to do this had given Dumbledore hope that the situation could be salvaged. Dumbledore soon found, however, that even his formidable occlumency skill was useless in the face of the mental shield Sirius had constructed over the years to fight off the effects of the Dementors. So while Sirius Black had willingly ensnared himself back into Dumbledore's web, the wizard could not be sure of Black's intent or plans. So Dumbledore had used every trick and dodge he knew to keep the man off balance. Dumbledore had worked tirelessly to checkmate him whenever he tried to work with Harry Potter in ways that would upset Dumbledore's carefully laid plans. It had been tiring and often very frustrating work for Sirius Black had years of pent-up rage and regret to purge and thus was hard to keep under control. Luckily for Dumbledore he had Minerva McGonagall on his side. She had never been truly happy with him over the years, she fought him constantly over his plans. For all her Scots stubbornness, though, the formidable witch had always come through for him. Dumbledore was thankful that in the fight against Voldemort he had her as opposed to the Dark Lord's Bellatrix Lestrange. For all of the insane witch's power, she was easily outmatched by Minerva's talents in planning and cool reasoning. It had been Minerva who had artfully designed the plan to use a combination of loyalty, guilt, misdirection and a dash of Molly's potions to direct Sirius down pathways he had to be led. Her skills in this never failed to amaze Dumbledore. When he would compliment her on her prodigious abilities, she always dismissed it as skills any witch with grandchildren had. As terrible the loss of the McGonagall's family during the First War had been, Dumbledore had to admit it forged his most potent weapon against Voldemort. For all her fights with him over the years, McGonagall had never wavered in her tireless war against Voldemort and his dark allies. However, for all of Minerva's most excellent plans, things had not gone well at the Department of Mysteries. Little did Voldemort know that the Order of the Phoenix knew exactly what the Dark Lord had been trying to do by projecting images into Harry's mind. Dumbledore felt for all his power that Voldemort's rebirth had addled him somewhat. Had he forgotten that both Dumbledore and his supposedly loyal servant Snape were power legimens? Dumbledore had easily read out the images Voldemort had projected into Harry's mind. So while the Dark Lord had thought to use Harry to retrieve the prophecy, Dumbledore and the Order worked to use the inevitable confrontation as an ambush. With so few followers at his disposal after his rebirth, Voldemort was vulnerable. By taking out as many of remaining Death Eaters as possible, the Order would seriously hamper Voldemort's plans and damage his image as an unstoppable force. Dumbledore had hoped that Voldemort himself could be tempted out into the open. The Ministry needed to show that the Dark Lord had indeed risen again. Dumbledore cursed the Ministry and the Wizengamot both. Both bodies were packed with Death Eater sympathizers, pureblood supremacists and just plain lazy witches and wizards. Oh, how they raged and bleated during the First War as their world was falling apart around them. Did any of them do anything about it? No. Unable to get the government to do anything as Chief Warlock, it had fallen upon him to create the Order of the Phoenix to fight the rising dark tide. Dumbledore had to fund it as well. There were plenty of galleons to be had in the Ministry and Wizengamot for bribes, pork barrel projects, nights out with their mistress, or to pay for the latest exotic whore to entertain at a ministerial retreat, but not a Canute for security. If it hadn't been for the amazing generosity of Neoptolemus Lovegood, the war against Voldemort would have not been possible. Neoptolemus' tenacity as a fighter was legendary, but it was his willingness to practically bankrupt his house in fighting for the light made him even more the hero in Dumbledore's eyes. That Dumbledore could not even get House Lovegood compensated after the war was another black mark against the Ministry and Wizengamot in the old wizard's eye. How history repeated itself, Dumbledore thought ruefully. Again, both the Ministry and Wizengamot acted as if their vaults were empty when it came to the need for expanding the Auror's core, to pay for informants, upgraded training as well as galleons to combat the bribes being used by the Death Eaters and their allies. No, again the Ministry officials beg off that the public wouldn't stand for any higher taxes. The Wizengamot acted like it wouldn't release a Canute unless Voldemort apparated into the chamber and dueled the chief warlock himself. Dumbledore actually wished that would happen. There were many in that august body that Dumbledore would, accidentally, kill during the crossfire if such a duel were to happen. So again Dumbledore and the Order of the Phoenix were left to shoulder the burden of fighting the Dark Lord alone, and having to pay for it. Again Minerva had come through for him by spotting something he himself had missed. After she was told of the prophecy, she pointed out that since Harry Potter wasn't expected to survive, then Dumbledore could use the wealth of House Potter to fund the Order. So with a heavy heart, Dumbledore set in motion the plans that broke House Potter. It pained the old man to do this, but what other choice did he have? Dumbledore had toyed with the idea of using some witch like Ginny to get pregnant with Harry's child before he met his destiny, so House Potter would have an heir. Unfortunately, a regent would be appointed by the Wizengamot till the child reached majority. Dumbledore's enemies and others who resented and feared his political power would surely outvote his own choice as regent. This would allow certain questions which could not be allowed to be asked. So after looking at many different plans and rejecting them, Dumbledore finally gave the go-ahead for Minerva's plan regarding House Potter. It weighed heavily upon the both of them, more so since Dumbledore had practically killed Harry's parents himself as well as driving Neville's parents insane. It had all been for the greater good though. As Voldemort's power grew, the Chosen One had to be identified, and quickly. Magical Britain had been falling to the Dark Lord's forces all around them. Dumbledore could not afford to wait. The prophecy had no timeline. It was very possible that Voldemort would win, and the Child of Prophecy would defeat him years if not decades later. If Dumbledore was to have to act as Merlin to the child and spirit him away for training like a new King Arthur, he needed to know as soon as possible. He had a spot picked out, a sanctuary in Ireland if flight had become necessary. That the prophecy easily implied that Voldemort was going to rule Britain till the marked child could defeat him aided Dumbledore constantly. Every time he looked out at the loyal faces of his order, he felt a twinge inside. How many of his brave fighters would survive the coming loss to Voldemort? Would he manage to save as many as he could so they could help him tutor the child to be a new King Arthur who would one day free magical Britain from Voldemort's grip? Or would they all go done to death, ground down by Voldemort's forces? It was these thoughts that drove Dumbledore to his most risky gambit. He had to force Voldemort to mark the Chosen One as soon as possible so Dumbledore could save as many of his order as possible. It meant that he would have to sacrifice some for the greater good, but what other choice did he have? The longer he waited, the fewer of his order would be able to join him in exile. Fate seemed to smile on Dumbledore the night the cowardly Severus Snape had come stumbling back to Hogwarts begging for sanctuary. He had botched too many missions and had made too many enemies among the Death Eaters. His life was forfeit and he knew it. That some of the Death Eaters had turned on Severus did not surprise Dumbledore. Snape had practically no social skills as a student and age hadn't taught him any differently. He was, to his core, a coward who never could do anything more than be how life supposedly had mistreated him. It was from this coward's mind that Dumbledore found that Voldemort knew part of the prophecy due to him. This was wonderful news since it meant it was likely the Dark Lord would move against the two boys born as the 7th month died if properly nudged. All he had to do was use Snape to maneuver Voldemort into making his choice. Since Dumbledore now knew Pettigrew was a traitor, made Dumbledore's plans all the easier. So it was that Dumbledore created the double agent in Severus. Voldemort had accepted that Severus had concocted the scheme to play on Dumbledore's widely known feelings on redemption to gather intelligence on the Order. Considering what Dumbledore knew Voldemort thought of him, it was a very plausible scenario. So Snape was forgiven his trespasses and protected against reprisals from the other Death Eaters by Voldemort himself. So with information fed to Voldemort through his new pawn, Dumbledore's plans went into motion. Those plans all come together that Samhain night in 1981. How apt that so many died on the night when the veil between the worlds was at its thinnest. As the sun rose over Britain the next morning of All Saints' Day, there were far less witches and wizards among the living. Dumbledore's teams used as feints and counter-ambushers had done their jobs, but at a terrible cost. Neoptolemus Lovegood's entire team had been wiped out even if they had taken out a far larger force of Death Eaters with them. The Potters were dead, and the Longbottoms, while alive, probably would long for death if they had the mental capability to do so after what Bellatrix Lestrange had done to them. Even so, all of Death Eater on that team had been killed or captured and sent to Azkaban. Dumbledore never liked that Dementors were used as prison guards, but he couldn't help but smile when thinking of Bellatrix, who had been captured, having to constantly relive the very horrors she had inflicted on others. Even worse was, since so many Order members had been actively involved in missions that night, few had been left to guard the families of the Order. Thus, except for Minerva, who had been at his side that night, House McGonagall had been slaughtered, from doddering old Hermes McGonagall down to the youngest babe in arms. There were days where Dumbledore was amazed Minerva hadn't thrown herself off the battlements of Hogwarts when the news reached her. Her grief had been like an open wound, and her sorrow bled out in a torrent of woe. Voldemort had been defeated, but Dumbledore knew the Dark Lord was not destroyed. Truly, Dumbledore cursed his own stupidity at how he somehow had completely failed to notice that Tom Riddle had managed to create the darkest magical artifact one could make right under his nose while a student at Hogwarts. However, the evidence at Godric's Hollow proved he had done so. If Voldemort's killing curse had truly rebounded, his body would not have been destroyed as it had. The Dark Lord would return, but now Dumbledore knew which child would die defeating him for good. In a stroke of luck, Sirius Black had taken off after the traitor Pettigrew. In the ensuing duel, Pettigrew seemed to have been killed, and the deaths of all the Muggles had allowed the necessity of tossing Sirius into Azkaban. Black knew too much to be given a chance to ask questions after looking back at what had happened in those last dark days of the war. Dumbledore had covered his tracks as best as he could, but there were too many clues that the Potters and Longbottoms had been set up floating around. Why neither family had been safe in their family estates protected by a Fidelius charm was just the biggest question out of many that could not be allowed to be answered. With Sirius in prison, Remus easily controlled, and so many of his Order dead, Dumbledore was left with his inner circle of allies who knew the truth and had accepted the necessity of it. It was true some of them, like the Weasleys, expected to be rewarded for their loyalty, but Dumbledore felt it was a price he had to pay for the greater good. So he had made his plans for the future confrontation with Voldemort and had waited. Harry Potter lived with his relatives while safe behind blood wards from any remaining Death Eaters looking for revenge in the Dark Lord's name. The fact he was growing up abused and miserable was troubling to the old man, but there wasn't anything he could do about it, really. Tom Riddle had been toughened by his time in the Muggle orphanage he grew up in, so too would Harry Potter be tempered and thus forged into the weapon he was fated to be. It helped, Dumbledore found, to think of the boy less as a person and merely an extension of fate. Thus it had been easy in a way to set in motion the plans that broke House Potter. It hurt Dumbledore inside that such an ancient and noble house had to be brought low. However, the line would die with Harry anyway, Dumbledore would remind himself, since an heir could not be safely allowed to be conceived. Better that the gold and possessions went to ensure that magical Britain didn't fall under the heel of an inhuman monster. So regardless of his feelings, Dumbledore had drawn his plans towards the destruction of House Potter. Sadly, an unintentional side effect of this was the destruction of the Hogwarts Scholarship Fund. House Potter had managed the fund as well as generously contributing to it for generation after generation. The fund had been helping Muggleborns to afford an education since almost the 13th century. Its loss had been disastrous. Purebloods had cheered, and Dumbledore's own allies all clamored to know how this could have been allowed to happen. When he had confronted McGonagall about it, she had frankly broken down into tears. She had been so busy, she had confessed, with dealing with the escape of Sirius Black that she had missed some critical moves that the Purebloods had made to break the fund. As much of a disaster as it was, Dumbledore was shaken to his very magical core at seeing his best lieutenant so broken and defeated. The sight had made him worry about the possibility of defeat like nothing had ever done. Minerva, however, like always had not gone down fighting. Once she had realized she had been outmaneuvered, she quickly had worked to pull the money out of the fund into areas that would serve the order or even into some of their personal vaults. She had glumly informed him that at the very least the money would not go into the coffers of the Death Eater's allies. Losing so many Muggle-born students was just another headache that running Hogwarts gave Dumbledore. He really wished he could turn the entire job over to Minerva, but he had already delegated far too much to the witch already. She never complained, however. In fact, when Dumbledore would apologize for giving her this or that as an additional duty, she often thanked him since it helped keep her mind off things. Dumbledore knew that losing her husband, children and her grandchildren and the rest of House McGonagall was something that she had never really had recovered from. It was written all over her face considering she easily looked a decade or so older than she should. Minerva herself often commented it was better for her to work herself hard than allow her Scots temper out through brooding. Overworked or not, Dumbledore sometimes felt that Minerva was the only one at Hogwarts that truly put in a decent day of work. For being one of the primary magical schools in Europe, Dumbledore found it a headache to staff it properly. Dumbledore seemed saddled with the cast-offs of Britain except for the notable exceptions such as Pomona and Filius. Of course even those two had their issues. Pomona spent more time with her plants and writings than she did teaching. Her Gardeners' Club was just a thin excuse to have promising older students teach for her as well as take care of many of her experiments. Filius was so wrapped up in his choir and the clever projects of his claws that he never noticed his house was filled with bullying and cruelty that could often put Slytherin House to shame. The rest of his staff was a mess. Minerva had assured him that she had done her best in trying to find qualified candidates for the school. Bad enough there was the curse on the Dada position, but Minerva was convinced those who were truly qualified and had the ability to teach wouldn't touch the job with a 3-meter staff. It didn't help that the Board of Governors acted as if their salaries were a massive strain on the Hogwarts budget, so they couldn't even offer a decent amount to attract credible candidates. So it was that both he and Minerva would often commiserate over some 18-year-old Scotch at the unfairness of their position compared to the importance of Hogwarts to life in magical Britain. So on days like today it was no wonder that Dumbledore found himself fuming as he ate on a drop to soothe his jangled nerves. It grated on the headmaster he hadn't been allowed to attend the meeting to clear up the disaster house. Black continued to be. For all the trouble Sirius escape from Azkaban had been, it was balanced by the fact he was the Lord Black. This allowed him access to the Black fortune and votes in the Wizengamot, which had helped the Order a great deal. Every vote in the Wizengamot was needed these days even if it wasn't used. Losing Sirius had been a disaster. Dumbledore had raged that Black had managed to weasel his way onto the team set to ambush the Death Eaters at the Department of Ministries. His cousin Nymphadora was going to be doing shit details for the Order for decades to come if Dumbledore had any say on the matter, which he did. It was primarily due to her that Sirius was there to be struck down by Bellatrix. Sometimes Dumbledore wondered if he was paying for his sister Ariana's death in incremental ways throughout his long life. What were the odds that when Bellatrix managed to hit Sirius with a stunner that her cousin would be fighting right next to the Veil? If Sirius had been struck down by another Death Eater, Dumbledore could have accepted it, but Bellatrix, even married into the Lestrange family, she was still a Black and therefore could not attack Sirius directly as he was the rightful Lord Black. The stunner she used was about the limit to what she could cast without causing terrible damage to her own magic for attacking the head of her house by blood. How cruel fate could be that the force of her stunner pushed him into the Veil. Losing Sirius meant House Black would fall to Draco Malfoy. This fact had demoralized the Order of the Phoenix terribly. Then a sort of reprieve had happened. Right before term had ended, Draco had confidently been bragging about his upcoming status as the new Lord Black. The day after his birthday had brought a sullen and surly teen to breakfast at the Slytherin table. While he had indeed been named Lord Black, the title had not completely gone through. This meant there was a potential challenge to his claim. Who might pose a challenge to young Malfoy's claim was a mystery to everyone in the Order, to include Dumbledore himself. The closest challenger was Harry Potter, but even his claim through Doria Black, in addition to being named heir by Sirius Will, was not enough to beat the Patroliner claim Draco could claim through Cygnus and Pollux Black. That the claim was in contention left so many questions. Had Regulus somehow faked his death to the point that both Dumbledore and Voldemort had been tricked, or there was some unknown bastard with a better claim floating around? With no answers to the questions involved, Dumbledore had to allow the recalcitrant Harry Potter to go to the meeting. House Fenwick would also be present to act as Dumbledore's ears in the matter. They would press a claim via their own link through Cladora Black, even though both they and Dumbledore knew it would fail. House Fenwick had a better claim on House Longbottom if Neville should die before siring an heir than they did on House Black. It was Reginald Fenwick, the wizard who almost certainly would become Lord Longbottom if something happened to Neville, that Dumbledore was waiting for. There were times, Dumbledore had to admit, that he wished Neville would die in one of his many cauldron explosions simply so he could deal with Reginald instead of Augusta Longbottom. She was loyal to the light but could also a colossal pain in the ass. His right hand twinged and a burning pain shot up his arm. Dumbledore sighed and opened up one of his desk drawers for a pain potion. He drank it down quickly and cursed himself and Voldemort for the 100th time. Damn Riddle and damn his own obsession with the Hallows. Voldemort had baited a trap and he had walked down the path the Dark Lord expected of him. Like an oblivious idiot. That he was probably going to die from this mistake wasn't the galling part. Voldemort must have felt that making Dumbledore think his Horcrux was the Resurrection Stone would mean he wouldn't destroy it. Both wizards had been wrong. He had destroyed the stone, but only after putting on the ring and being cursed. So Voldemort was down one Horcrux and Dumbledore was slowly dying because of his desire to see his dead sister one last time and get the answer to the one question which had haunted his dreams ever since that dark day. Still, it had been a masterful trap, Dumbledore had to admit. Voldemort must have known he would suspect Horcruxes as a means of escaping death. This even more so now that Dumbledore was sure the Dark Lord knew about the loss of the diary Horcrux. Given the magical number 3, it had made sense to Dumbledore that the Dark Lord would make 2, perhaps 4, or in the worst case 6. The diary had been the first and the signet ring of his grandfather would have been an obvious choice as a second one. Whether or not Voldemort intended to make a Horcrux from Harry's death or it was unintentional still was a question which vexed the headmaster. Either way, it didn't matter in the end, the old wizard thought. He simply wished he had taken someone like Moody along when Voldemort's mother's trail led to Little Haggleton. By going alone, he had obligingly done exactly what the Dark Lord had predicted he would. The faux resurrection stone had been, Dumbledore had to admit, a masterful stroke. Instead of doing more detection spells, his desire to see Ariana again had blinded him to the danger. Now he had a cursed hand, a broken stone and a ring which mocked him. He could feel the powerful magic in the ring, but he dared not do anything with it lest he make his own cursed condition worse. Dumbledore looked at his withered hand again. He wondered if his attempts at replicating the Philosopher's Stone from his mentor's notes gifted to him after Flamel's death would be successful before the curse killed him. Luckily Fawkes was obliging with his tears. There was still hope regardless of what Severus thought. Of course he had Harry obliviated of the knowledge of his hand. With him fighting his leash, the last thing he wanted was Harry to know of his grievous condition. His office flow flared, interrupting these thoughts. Dumbledore was happy to hear Reginald ask for permission to come through, which he quickly granted. The younger wizard appeared and quickly wiped any trace of ash from his immaculately tailored cloak. Dumbledore smiled to himself. While Reginald was much easier to work with than Dame Longbottom, there was no denying, he was an unrepentant dandy. He certainly had the roguish good looks to go with his fashion sense, Dumbledore thought with frank admiration. "Ah, Reginald, you are here at last. Come sit." Dumbledore snapped his fingers and an elf appeared with a fresh pot of tea. Drop. Dumbledore offered the man as he sat. Reginald waved his hand in negation. "No, Albus, thank you. I have news. I'm not sure if it is good or not, but by my oath, I don't think you will like it." Dumbledore couldn't help but sigh. He was, however, careful not to let it be loud enough to be heard by the other wizard. As he got older, he found it harder and harder to keep up the image of the infallible sage of a wizard which was expected of him. Good news or bad, what has happened? Did Draco Malfoy become Lord Black in full as we expected? Reginald shook his head. Not at all, Headmaster. His claim was denied when Harry Potter challenged him for the house by right of blood. Dumbledore's shaggy eyebrows rose in surprise. Dear me, I assume the goblins quickly administered a blood inheritance test. Dumbledore knew the goblins took every opportunity to do so. With so many dirty secrets hidden among the forest of supposed pure family trees of magical Britain, the goblins quickly took every chance to reactivate houses gone dark or extinct. It didn't happen very often, but no goblin ever passed up even the slightest chance of having more gold to work with. Reginald Fenwick nodded. Aye, they did. Albus, the test showed that not only was Potter descended from Isla Black on his mother's side, but he had the blood of Cadmus Peverell through it as well. Coupled with the line of Ignotus from his father's line, he was confirmed as Lord Peverell as well. Dumbledore blinked in surprise. Even with his earlier condemnation over his obsession, Dumbledore could not help but be happy to hear of this. As a hunter of the Deathly Hallows from his youth and possessor of the Elder Wand, this news stunned him. No less so because he knew Harry's cloak was the cloak of the Unseen Veil, the third Deathly Hallow. Perhaps this new development might lead to finding the real Resurrection Stone, and Dumbledore could finally complete his personal quest to unite all three Hallows and become the Master of Death itself. It might buy him time in regard to his cursed hand. Reginald took a sip of tea. While the inheritance test showed Potter was also the Peverell heir, it wasn't enough to beat the Malfoy brat's claim. So the rest of us took a crack at it and we all lost as well. Yet right at the last, during the rebuttals, Potter must have had a brainwave given how he was lost in the clouds for a bit before surprising the lot of us with the obvious. The obvious? What did we miss? Dumbledore asked. He had thought he had chased down every avenue regarding the issue with House Black's succession. We all forgot, even those dark bastards like Flint, that House Black today isn't what it was in days gone by. Potter challenged Malfoy to a direct blood challenge. The boy said it was the Black's own house magics which was keeping Draco from becoming the next head because of the dark mark. Comprehension dawned on Dumbledore, of course. Yes, it is so simple a thing to miss when the likes of Walpurga Black made such a lasting impression. Why, I must confess I should have seen this. I always felt Arcturus never formally disinherited Sirius and Andromeda as a hedge the light would win. House Black might be seen as dark, but they always did know the value of keeping some of their house in the light. Indeed, one might say House Black's longtime business ventures with House Potter as being the perfect example of this. Dear me, Lucius and Draco's loyalty to Voldemort would certainly not please the ancestors of House Black. How could I have missed it? Reginald nodded. You and everyone else, I'm afraid. Regardless, you better be watching Lucius Boy this year. When Draco failed the test, a ghostly image of the dark mark rose from his arm. Everything thinks it is a shadow of his father's, but I was watching Narcissus' face. I'd bet my best boots the boy took the mark over the summer. Especially given his father's failure at Ministry, I'm willing to bet the Dark Lord would want to get his hooks into Heir Malfoy so he could kill Lucius at his leisure. Dumbledore stroked his beard thoughtfully. Yes, that does seem to be in line with Voldemort's way of thinking. I will look into it. If anything, Severus can easily find out whether or not the boy has the mark. Yes, well, that's just one of your problems, Albus. When Ragnarok confirmed Potter as Lord Black, it was obviously an emancipating event. He then took up the rings of both House Peverell and House Potter and confirmed as the head of both. Confirmed, you say? How is this possible, Reginald? I thought the acts I had Minister Fudge put forth under the guise of state secrets would keep Harry from inheriting his title till he was 18. The omens and arithmancy calculations that Dumbledore had done and redone over the years seemed to point to an almost certain final confrontation between Harry Potter and Voldemort before Harry's 18th birthday. Keeping him from his title thus would hide much of the skullduggery that had been done to break House Potter. The general public would not care that the galleons stolen from House Potter had been used to keep them safe. No, Dumbledore thought, they would cry for justice even though the action had kept them from being oppressed serfs to the Dark Lord. He wouldn't admit it, but Dumbledore himself had often felt as Harry did when he raged about wanting to leave Britain to Voldemort. Sadly, this was never an option for the leader of the Light. Reginald shook his head and gave a rueful chuckle. Oh, it is possible, all right. Right before our eyes Harry Potter was confirmed Lord Black, which fully emancipated him. Then Director Ragnarok granted him his titles over House Potter and Peverell. I thought old Derek Flint was going to have a stroke at the sight. Fenwick took a long sip of tea before continuing. However, we all were undone by the goblins. Everything that happened today fell under treaty, so Ragnarok was within his rights to emancipate the boy. Once that was done, there wasn't anything to stop him from taking on House Potter, state secrets be damned. Of course Umbridge and Arthur's whelp tried to stop it but almost started off another goblin rebellion. Luckily Percy got a clue and shut his yap. Even then he almost got himself a right beating. I was hoping Umbridge might oblige everyone and have a stroke but no such luck. I'm sure you won't be surprised to learn Lucius Brat said some things that I can't believe the goblins let slide. Even his own mother acted as if he had a dose of the dragonpox at times. Dumbledore stroked his beard. Pomona often joked that the only reason men grew them was to have something to play with in public since they couldn't stroke their dicks. Dumbledore often despaired in Sprout's depressingly pedestrian attempts at humor. His herbology teacher's crude earthy humor aside, stroking his beard did help him think for some reason. So Harry was now a fully emancipated lord of not only his own house but that of Black and Peverell, a house thought to be extinct for generations. Because of this Dumbledore knew he now had very little in the ways to prevent the boy from making good his threats to leave England and go to school in France. Dumbledore looked up at Fenwick who had politely been giving the old man time to process all the news. Seeing he had the headmaster's attention again he went on. Besides gaining title to 3 houses, another surprising development arose. The curse of Godricson has stuck again. Since Potter is now Lord Black, the curse worked through the link and broke Lady Malfoy's marriage. She is Narcissa Black again. It is possible the same curse may have acted on Bellatrix's marriage as well. Dumbledore nodded, an interesting development but not a surprising one considering the power of the curse has shown over the generations. I'm frankly amazed House Malfoy has managed to keep it covered up as well as they have. It is a good development for us at least. Narcissa Malfoy was always the driving force behind Lucius' plans and only his arrogance kept him from realizing he was a tool of his wife's ambitions. She will be a treasure trove of information we need to mine before the Death Eaters try to kill her. I'm sure Voldemort has already ordered her death. Dumbledore hoped he could get the ex-Malfoy to Hogwarts so he could invade her mind and find out all that she knew. He'd then turn her over to Severus to ensure he hadn't missed anything. He knew after Severus was done with her, she would no longer be a threat. He could then use her, even as a brain-damaged tool, as bait for an ambush. Even with Sirius Black's death, the ambush at the Department of Mysteries had been a success for the Order. If he could continue to strike at Voldemort's Death Eaters, Dumbledore was sure Voldemort would be forced to do something grand and daring and thus trigger the confrontation that would end things once and for all. In the wake of the news of Voldemort's rebirth and final defeat, Dumbledore was confident he could tidy things up and cover his dirty tracks regarding the whole mess. Where is Harry now? I expected Nymphadora to have him back by now. Dumbledore asked. Reginald gave a hearty laugh. She tried. I was hanging around the bank and overheard her try and fail. The new Lord Potter shut her down and did it quite impressively, I might add. If he was a cranky teen like you said earlier in the month, then his time in the tower sure mellowed him. Of course he had Narcissa with him and they had talked for a while after the meeting. She might have been giving him pointers considering her fate is now dependent on him as Lord Black. Reginald's face broke into a frown before he continued. Funny how he was being addressed as Lord Black instead of Lord Potter as you would expect. I heard 3 different goblins call him that as well as Tonks. Anyway, after they left the bank, Narcissa also referred to Potter only as Lord Black when she chewed on the reporters waiting for them before they took off ostentatiously to go shopping. From the choices I heard Potter give Tonks earlier, she's sticking with him to keep an eye on him since Narcissa could apparate them to parts unknown if she left them to came back to report. Reginald leaned forward. I did overhear, purely by coincidence of course, that the goblins will be meeting the new Lord Black later today at Grimmauld Place to have a new Fidelis charm put on the place. I also heard Potter tell Tonks he might stay there tonight before returning to Hogwarts. How much of that is true and how much the boy is just blowing smoke up her robe I'm not sure. Again Dumbledore found himself lost in thought. Finally he looked up. Thank you, Reginald. You have done me and the Order a valuable service today and I shan't forget it. If you will forgive me, however, I have a lot to think on. I have to get a team together to meet Potter at Grimmauld Place. I'd rather not have you there since I doubt Harry realizes you are in the Order. Fenwick shrugged as he stood. I understand, Albus. I have business to attend to. With today's events there are business opportunities to take advantage of. I know many houses had made business moves on the assumption Draco Malfoy would become the new Lord Black. Those houses are going to be a bit poorer by week's end if I have any say in it. With a cheery wave, the brightly clothed wizard disappeared into the flow. Almost at once the cat Fenwick had not noticed, curled up behind the many silvery devices in the headmaster's office, leapt to the floor and transformed back into the deputy headmistress. Over the years the pair had found that people gave more information to Dumbledore alone than to them both together. Minerva's animagus form got around this problem quite easily. Plus Dumbledore suspected that, while she would never admit it, doing so also gave her an excuse to nap. Her face was thoughtful. A surprising turn of events, Albus. Very surprising indeed. Dumbledore nodded in agreement. Yes, and now we need to determine how much this affects our plans. I must say I do hope that the boy wasn't lying to Nymphadora about returning to Hogwarts. I hope our plan to let the boy cool off and think has worked. Leaving Britain simply isn't an option for him. Minerva sat and poured herself a cup of tea. I agree, but I think the Supreme Mugwump should make some quick calls to confirm none of the other countries of the ECMS will allow him entry. I am still worried that the Delacour's feelings about the boy might affect how the French ministry acts. Sadly, they might grant Potter access simply to spite us. If anything, I think relations between magical Britain and France are more contentious than between the two Muggle governments. Yes, that would be the prudent course of action. Minerva, I believe we need to take a page from your previously successful plans to nip this problem in the bud. If Harry indeed plans to return to Hogwarts, I think he has calmed down enough for us to lean on him a bit. I think a combination of you, the Weasley family, and friends such as Ms. Granger could be used in tandem to slowly reel him back into the fold. McGonagall gave a wintry smile. Yes, I'm sure I can easily act the stern, but disappointed grandmother who is, however, forced by affection to extend a hand of reconciliation. In light of how angry I was the first night of term, I would think Harry would be happy to accept that. I must say it won't be difficult to do this. I'm still rather livid at his actions, but none of those feelings matter in the face of the greater good. The old witch stirred some treacle into her tea. Plus I agree that between the typical mother's guilt Molly serves up so well will balance nicely with Potter seeing his friends again. Our thwarting of all of Ms. Granger's attempts to see him will soften the blow of her absence and will again make her seem less of our agent. I'm sure after giving him one of those bone-crushing hugs of hers, the first words out of her mouth will be the injustice of what happened to him and how cruel the two of us have been for keeping her from him. Yes, for all her brilliance, Ms. Granger is nothing but predictable, Dumbledore agreed. I'm sure that she tried to contact him but was prevented by us will also work to our advantage. We both know how Harry tries to protect his friends. In fact, I would wager that is very reason he has decided to return to Hogwarts. Minerva gave a thoughtful frown. I am concerned about Ronald Weasley. He has always been a poor pawn, and even with his mother's efforts as well as the promise of galleons for his part in all this, I fear his usefulness may be at an end. I worry that the effects the Cognivores had on him make him even more irritable and unpredictable. While Harry continuing his education here at Hogwarts makes everything simpler, it will almost certainly mean he will return to be the starting seeker on the Gryffindor house team, if nothing else but to continue his clandestine relationship with Ms. Bell. While I know Ms. Weasley prefers to be a chaser and thus won't mind giving up her slot to Mr. Potter, I doubt her brother will take it as well. Dumbledore nodded sadly. Mr. Weasley never has been one to deal with his jealousy easily. Having Harry back on the team will overshadow his modest gains in notoriety as keeper. Yes, I can see the problem. Before the events at the start of term we could have simply take him out of the picture with some plausible medical excuse, but now this would drive another wedge between us and Harry we cannot afford. In light of recent events I wish we had confined him to St. Mungo's till all of this was resolved. However, his use as a possible restraint on Harry couldn't be ignored. Minerva had face seemed to be carved of stone and her voice was cold. I think after we see how tonight goes, I shall have a chat with Molly. If she cannot control her son, then he will have to be dealt with. We are almost so close to the final confrontation we cannot let her son run riot over our plans. If she is unable to control her son, then I will take care of the situation myself. Dumbledore didn't like the sound in his deputy's voice. Now Minerva, I doubt it will be that bad. I'm sure you will not have to do anything too drastic to resolve the situation. Drastic? Albus, we are at a critical stage and all it takes is for Weasley to run his mouth off at the wrong time to Potter and all of our plans could fail. We are almost at the end of this damnable dark road we've walked for so many years. If Weasley even looks like he will make a misstep at the wrong time, then he will be dead before the day is done. We are too close to finally putting an end to all of this. Now Minerva, Dumbledore attempted to say. Now Minerva, nothing. McGonagall spat as she stood. She leaned forward and Dumbledore had no problem reading the resolve in her eyes. My house is dead because of Voldemort. How many other houses fell? What of House Lovegood and Potter? Is the life of one of 6 boys of one family out of the entire Weasley clan not worth peace? How has House Weasley suffered as the rest of us suffered? Dumbledore tried to interrupt. Minerva, please. The redoubtable witch carried on as if she didn't hear him. How have they suffered, Albus? Yes, Molly would cry that Pruitt family suffered, but their loss was a boon, frankly. To finally be rid of their line of bullies and thugs masquerading as heroes of the light was a blessing. Tell me, Albus, how many Weasleys died in the war? None, I tell you. Britain is practically overrun with the gingers of their clan. If it wasn't for their pride and poverty, Hogwarts would be filled with Weasleys. Minerva's voice rose as her Scots anger came to the fore. It sickens me that Molly thinks she is entitled to even one Canute for her services, considering her children were the first Weasleys besides Arthur in decades to go to Hogwarts. And how was Hogwarts repaid for our generosity? You and I know full well the depths Molly's children sank to while they were here. Worse that all of them were in my house, disgracing the proud name of Godric Gryffindor. Neoptolemus broke his house financially to fight for the light. You sent the Potters and Longbottoms to their fates for the light. My family died for the light. If one Weasley has to be sacrificed so we can end this, then so be it. The portraits of all the ex-headmasters could be heard whispering in shocked conversation in the silence that followed as McGonagall glared at Dumbledore, daring him to contradict her. Dumbledore's shoulders sagged in defeat. He knew she was right, he simply hadn't wanted any more blood on his hands. They were already stained with the blood of friends and loyal followers. Would James and Lily Potter forgive him for their deaths in the name of the greater good? Dumbledore prayed every night that it would so, even if he knew he would never forgive himself. Ever since his sister's death, it seemed Dumbledore rarely could save those he wished. It was why he could never run away from it all. He owed it to Ariana's memory, but at times like this the burden was so very heavy. Dumbledore gave a long, suffering sigh. Very well, Minerva, I shall leave this in your capable hands. McGonagall seemed to deflate a bit as her anger cooled. I'm sorry, Albus, but truthfully I do not believe anything terminal will be needed. If Mr. Weasley is a problem, we can have him pulled back to St. Mungo's. Although, the old witch's voice trailed off as she was lost in thought. Dumbledore waited patiently. He was used to her drifting off as she devised some clever plan. For all of her Gryffindor courage, Minerva McGonagall would have made a fine Slytherin. McGonagall looked up with an intent look on her face. Albus, we might be able to use the Weasley problem to our advantage. If we could either contrive through Snape to have the Death Eaters kill Mr. Weasley or fake such an attack, then revenge might keep Mr. Potter from leaving for Beauxbatons. I cannot see him leaving Britain if his best friend was murdered by the Dark Lord's forces. It would refocus his attention back on the Death Eaters and away from you. If handled properly, we might try to have the deed done in way as to make Mr. Potter feel responsible as with serious death. This might push him back to you. Dumbledore stroked his beard thoughtfully. As much as it pained him to be contemplating the assassination of one of his followers' children, Minerva's plan could very well be just what was needed to keep Harry in Britain. Yes, Minerva, I think you are onto something. We would have to set it up for the first Hogsmeade visit. Thus we would only have to control Mr. Weasley till then. Dumbledore looked at the clock. However, first we must try to reel Harry back into Hogwarts. You know of my wishes. Gather up who you feel will best help us bring Harry back under control. You will have to apparate into the park across from Grimmauld Place, since the Flow network connection will have been severed with Harry becoming the new Lord Black. I will see if I can get Fudge to hurry the reconnection process along. Sadly, this is our only option, since I can't even ask Phineas whether or not Harry has been there yet, since all it would take is a word from him as Lord Black and he couldn't tell us anything. I doubt Narcissa would fail to mention this to him. To right you are. The portrait of the seedy-looking headmaster agreed angrily. As if I would betray the ancient and noble house of Black. Why, the very idea is ludicrous. Minerva had calmed down considerably from her earlier outburst. Dumbledore felt that the deputy headmistress hated herself when she lost control like that. As wrenching as it was for him when she did it, Dumbledore wished she would do it more often, if only to release some of the anguish he knew she kept bottled tight inside her. If it hadn't been for the prophecy, Dumbledore would not bet against Minerva in a duel against Voldemort regardless of how long those odds might be. I shall handle it, Albus. In truth, this is probably one of the easier tasks we have had in a long while. As long as we can quickly separate him from Narcissa Black, I am confident we can get our plans back on track. Seeing Ms. Granger again will do a lot to further this, I'm sure. McGonagall said confidently. I shall also talk to Molly and impress upon her the importance the next few weeks are. There are also some Quidditch-related bribes I could promise to Mr. Weasley which I will not have to follow through with, which will hopefully keep the boy in line. Dumbledore nodded sagely, trying to gain back the feeling he was fully in charge and things were under his control as they had been for years. As I said, Minerva, I leave it to you to deal with as you see fit. Even in defeat as with the fund, you have never truly failed me. I am sure by tomorrow we will have Harry back in his room in Gryffindor Tower and we can get back to working toward the final confrontation to end this once and for all. McGonagall gave a curt nod and strode purposefully out of his office. After she left, Dumbledore's whole body sagged in his chair. He really felt his age on days like this, considering he had pretty much just signed Ronald Weasley's death warrant. He needed a pick-me-up, since while he doubted he would need to make an appearance tonight to win over Harry, it was always possible. He needed to be clear-headed and alert. Dumbledore glanced at the class schedule hanging on the wall over where Fawkes snoozed on his perch, oblivious to everything that had happened. Dumbledore smiled broadly when the chart affirmed who was teaching and who had an open period. There was plenty of time before the next class. More than enough time for what he needed. Dumbledore opened a drawer in his desk and with a tap of his wand a secret compartment opened. From it he took a slender file and stashed it in his robes. Dumbledore rose as he whistled a ditty from a Muggle candy commercial to himself. This reminded him he would have to have an elf replenish his stock, he was getting low on M&Ms. Dumbledore straightened his robes a bit and adjusted the tachia on his head. It was a prized gift from his friend Hassan Al-Gardez, who had often worked with him on many arithmancy equations over the years. Dumbledore had spent too much time among the Muggles not to think of a dunce's cap when seeing the traditional pointy hat on more conservative wizards' heads. Satisfied with his primping, Dumbledore opened a passageway known to very few outside ex-headmasters. Continuing to whistle to himself, he strolled down into the bowels of Hogwarts. There was so much to do and very little time to get it all done. However, as the leader of the Light wasn't he entitled to an afternoon of fornication now and then? Marcus Flint was excited but nervous at the same time. Tonight was probably one of the most important nights of his young life. It wasn't enough that he had stalked a squib, killed her and displayed the defaced corpse to spread terror and thus earned his dark mark. Now he had to prove worthy of being considered a true Death Eater in battle. Isaac Avery had been very clear in his orders before sending them out. This could be an easy mission to bushwhack members of the Order of the Phoenix as they apparated in, or it could go south quickly if Dumbledore showed up. Mr. Avery had stressed the very real possibility both possibilities could happen. Mr. Avery had also been blunt about the fact that while the Dark Lord had high hopes about the mission's success, he wasn't about to send his best people. So the team would be headed by the arch-traitor Pettigrew along with those Death Eaters new to the mark, with enough older Death Eaters to keep an eye on them. Before they had left, Avery told them they needed to succeed and to prove themselves worthy, but also not to be stupid and overconfident. After the fiasco at the Department of Mysteries, the Death Eaters could not afford to spend the lives of their members carelessly. Flint grunted softly to himself at how surprised the new recruits had been when Pettigrew of all people gave a decent pep talk prior to them apparating close to where they knew Grimmauld Place was. As a one-time captain of the Slytherin House Quidditch team, Flint had made many such speeches, so he knew a good one when he heard it. Of course he wondered how his old beaters would feel given that both Crabbe and Goyle Sr. was part of the strike team. Flint couldn't help but think that their inclusion meant they were expendable even if both came from old families long associated with the dark. Pettigrew had told them how they should not lose heart, that Mr. Avery had practically called them all disposable. He told them how the Dark Lord rewarded loyalty and results. Had he not been one of the lowest of the Death Eaters, one looked down upon by the others? Yet had it not been he who gave the Dark Lord the potters? Had he not been the one loyal enough to seek him out and give up his own hand to give the Dark Lord his new body? Pettigrew had fired them up by telling them that when their mask went on, their titles, wealth and bloodlines all meant nothing. Only the results were what mattered to the Dark Lord. This had hit Marcus Flint especially hard since results were something he had failed at again and again. He had been the Quidditch captain who allowed Gryffindor to take away the cup for the first time in over a decade. Then he had flunked his newts thinking that he could bribe his way into passing and so had to repeat his 7th year. His family was furious with him and had told him that any more failures by him would get him thrown out of the family. Unlike many pureblood families, Marcus had a younger brother who was more than willing to become the Flint heir. Successfully gaining the Dark Mark was only the first part of regaining his honor in the eyes of his family. He had to shine, and now was the time, with Draco being beaten twice now by Potter and Lucius in Azkaban after his failure against the boy who lived. So the time was ripe for House Flint to rise up and take what should rightfully be theirs. Flint's grandiose dreams were interrupted when a teenage girl came around the corner. She was happily skipping and laughing, calling back for her companions to keep up with her. Flint squinted. It was hard to see with so much of the street either in the light of the street lamps or in what seemed to be utter darkness. One of his companions had earlier remarked how the Black House must out the light around the neighborhood from wherever it was hidden. Earlier, when they had apparated in, they found no trace of Grimmauld Place. Pettigrew had merely shrugged and said the Dark Lord had felt it was probable a new Fidelius charm would be cast before they got there. It was enough they knew it was in the area, and so he moved them into concealed positions to cover the likely places wizards would use to apparate in unnoticed. Pettigrew had obviously guessed right as Flint got a closer look at the teenager. Flint recognized the girl even before he saw Potter and the pink-haired Auror they had been briefed about trailing behind her. She was a mudblood from Hufflepuff in the same year as Potter. From the looks on her face and that of Potter, it looked like they had just finished up a date. This was too perfect. Suddenly all the careful briefings and plans that Pettigrew had drilled into them were forgotten as Flint was consumed with the desire to finally get revenge on Potter for making him look like a fool before Slytherin House. Flint was moving without conscious thought. He broke cover and he raised his wand. The killing curse needed to be driven by hate, and his hatred of Potter would be enough. Potter would suffer before he died as he watched his date fall in the first move towards greatness by House Flint. Avada Kedavra. Ooh, what a moron to lead with a spell which took so much power and took a while to say. Harry thought as he pulled Lilith towards him with his wandless magic. She fell into a heap at his feet with a startled shout as he started casting spells. His first one was a mere stunner, but it was a quick spell and one he had practiced tirelessly and taught so often with the DA that it easily leapt from his wand with barely a murmur. The stunner nailed the Death Eater who had cast the killing curse dead center in the, which caused him to spin into some trash bins. Beside him, Tonks swore as a nasty spell barely missed her as she moved to back Harry up. Spells started to rain down from the darkness of the small walkabout park across the street. Harry could hear pops of apparition coming from the darkness. Harry realized that the Death Eaters must have been widely covering the area since with the new Fidelis charm they couldn't quite know where exactly Grimmauld Place was. Now the Death Eaters were congregating there. Numbers, which was very bad news. Harry knew he needed a distraction so he could create some cover, so he cast an Aquamenti spell and really pushed his magic behind it to create a vast stream of water like that from a fireman's hose. He heard a few surprised cries as he quickly hosed down the area before he unleashed his real attack. He knelt and with a quick stab touched his wand to the trail of water he had created that led to his attackers, Fulmen Spinnis. Blue-white lighting crackled and electricity spread through the water. The earlier surprised cries turned to shouts of pain. Harry had known he wouldn't be able to do much damage with this spell under these conditions, but he was sure it bought him some precious seconds. Sprawled at his feet, Lilith gasped as she saw Harry's eyes roll back as he cast a powerful Protega charm to protect himself while making a gesture with his left hand, and a mini across the street shuddered and suddenly flipped onto its side. It skidded across the pavement to stop in front of Harry. Bloody hell! Tonks yelled. She was obviously as gobsmacked as Lilith was. Lilith held her wand tightly and rolled into a crouch. She wanted to help. Stop! Lilith was shocked to see Harry looking at her with a cold look with blood oozing out from his nose. "Stay here and stay hidden. Let Tonks and I deal with this. Do this for me." Harry then seemed to be a blur of motion as he sprinted up the street to take cover behind another car which was rapidly hit with various curses. The car's lights began to blink and the car alarm triggered by the impact of the spells began to go off. Harry paused behind the car as its horn blared. The noise reminded him that he was either up against some stupid Death Eaters or very green ones, or both. Even with the car alarm, Harry could hear the incantations being cast against him. Harry hadn't learned silent casting of spells since he hadn't been to any classes this term and he hadn't had a wand earlier to practice what he now had from Voldemort's mind. Last year he had stressed to the DA that it was often best to use spells you could say or cast quickly rather than use stronger spells that took more time to cast. There wasn't a shield spell that could defeat the killing curse, but it couldn't be cast silently and it took a bit of time to say as the first Death Eater had found out to his sorrow. Harry's wandless magic had been starting to pull Lilith out of the way before whoever had cast the curse had even gotten to the second word. That he could hear, even over the car horn blaring, spoken spells coming from the darkness of the park made him wonder if he was being attacked by a bunch of fifth years. Considering how bad the Dada teachers had been over the years, it just made sense that even the bad guys had poor skills. That or they lacked the power and discipline for silent cast. Harry started to fire a quick succession of spells into the darkness. While he knew some right evil ones from Voldemort's memories, he needed time to figure out how many opponents he was facing. Plus he wanted to keep them oriented on him and away from Tonks and Lilith. A spell powerful enough to break all the safety glass in the vehicle he was hiding behind reminded Harry that this wasn't some DA lesson back in the room of requirements but real life. It was time to use some Voldemort specials after all. Harry made a note to himself that he would have to thank Voldemort for him inadvertently giving him an upgrade, as it were. Harry kept his head down till the glass stopped falling and then rolled around to the front of the car and cried, "Anger Ugulum," towards where he thought he heard a spell came from. Harry thought he heard a rattling gasp, but it was hard to tell with the car alarm going off. It was the least of his worries as he saw Tonks get clipped by some spell and go down behind the mini he had thrown up as an impromptu shield. He saw Lilith quickly move to help the pink-haired witch who seemed to be having convulsions. Thinking some truly vile oaths, Harry ran through his options and didn't like what he had to work with. Taking a deep breath he centered himself and with a great shout his magic took hold of the car in front of him. Harry felt as if his head would burst as he threw the car towards the darkness. Even by channeling the magic through his wand made Harry's head ring like a clarion bell. He couldn't let up though, and as the car crashed into the bushes it flipped over exposing the bottom. Harry fought through the pain. He pointed his wand at what he hoped was the fuel tank, Fulmen Igneos. A fiery bolt of energy shot toward the car, piercing what was indeed the fuel tank. Sadly, unlike in Hollywood, the car didn't explode but the ruptured tank did scatter the burning fuel around. A shriek which abruptly cut off seemed to show that at least one of Harry's opponents might have been crushed under the car as it flipped one more time before sliding to a halt against a tree. There were quite a few angry curses which told Harry quite a few had been splashed by the burning petrol. Harry stumbled across the street towards his attackers, blood starting to seep from his ears due to the strain. While his magical core still sang with plenty of energy, his body just wasn't able to channel it. Harry knew it had to ramp back the spells or he'd kill himself before any of the Death Eaters could manage it. Thinking of how Sirius had told him of how James said a messy battlefield made for opportunities, Harry realized that water from his earlier spell was still there. With a series of spiky movements he cast, Conus Gellum. Harry gave a wry grin as he panted while leaning against the fence surrounding the park. Hopefully some of his opponents would slip and bust ass on the ice he just created. Harry noticed his first opponent was a few feet away, so he sent another stunner at him. He figured Narcissa might enjoy interrogating the Death Eater for him. His grin was wiped away as a cutting curse sliced through his upper left arm. Harry swore and ducked behind some trash bins. His attention was brought back to the street as he heard Lilith scream. He saw that someone had conjured a pair of wolves along with a flock of vampire bats which were converging around the car. With a sigh Harry wondered, with all the magic being used, that no one from the Ministry had shown up yet. It was the Department of Mysteries all over again. He cast a quick charm he learned from Madame Pomfrey to stem the flow of blood from his arm before centering his wand on the center of the bat swarm. Sagitta Categis. A quiver full of arrows shot from Harry's wand which took care of the bats. For once luck seemed to be on Harry's side because the wolves were distracted by the appearance of a much easier meal than the Hufflepuff shooting stunners at them. Harry's good luck quickly ended as the cast iron fence railing suddenly came alive and wrapped around him and quickly begun to crush him. Harry quickly countered with a wandless pulse that seemed to emanate from within him, pushing away in all directions. He quickly dropped and rolled away as the spell he knew would follow cast a shower of sparks as it hit the railing. Screw this, Harry thought, and he leapt to his feet and covered his eyes with his left arm. He pointed his wand skyward and shouted, Lumen Dei. A brilliant flash of light erupted about 10 meters over the park. It was as if an artillery flare had gone off and night became as day. Harry dodged to the right and then to the right again. He hoped his opponents would be blinded, but the fact was he knew he now easily seen under the bright light. He cast a quick cone of silence spell on himself before following up with Fragor Tenitris. A thunderous explosion of sound rocked the area, causing windows for 2 blocks to shatter. Harry's silence spell flared and then failed. Car alarms of all sorts could be heard from nearby blocks. Harry was happy with his magical equivalent of a flash bang grenade. Whoever said that watching the telly rots your brain never had to fight in a magical duel? For just a second Harry had the silly thought of imagining what the Obliviation Squad was going to come up with to explain all of this. This funny thought was quickly dashed as Harry could see that he was up against about 4 or 5 Death Eaters in the park. While most seemed affected by one or the other of his spells, almost all of them seemed to be looking right at him. Yet it was an orange utility sign beside one of the Death Eaters that caught Harry's attention. His idle thought about the Oblivators fresh in his mind made him realize what he had to do. He sprinted back towards the overturned mini. His luck held as the blinded or addled Death Eater's curses failed to hit their mark as his flare spell dimmed, causing darkness to fall again as he ran. Harry leapt over one of the wolves which seemed to be stunned and steadied himself against the mini. He quickly glanced down at the 2 puffs to find that Lilith had taken out the other wolf. Lilith was still blinking the spots out of her eyes and holding her ears. Tonks still looked in a bad way. She was still convulsing and was bleeding out from a nasty gash in her right side. Get down, Harry commanded, and then pushed Lilith down when he realized she might not have heard him. He turned back towards the park and cautiously leaned out from behind the mini. The brilliant green ray of the death curse barely missed his face as he knelt and took aim at the ground by the sign, Bombarda. Harry threw himself back behind the mini and reached out to grab Lilith and hold her down against him. Harry thought he heard something that sounded like a cry to flee when the air was again rent with a huge explosion in a flash of light and flame. Harry almost passed out in pain as he threw everything. He had to keep the mini upright as the blast erupted out of the park and hit it full on. His magic held, but it was a near thing since the pavement around them buckled and the mini sagged as a tree cut down by the explosion fell down onto it. One of the branches missed, impaling Tonks by mere half-meter. Feeling like his lungs were filled with broken glass and his skin was being eaten by fire ants, Harry heaved himself out from under the tree. He drunkenly staggered around the mangled mini, but his wand was steady in his hand as he covered what was left of the park. Just as he had planned, his spell had ruptured a natural gas line. The "mind before you dig" sign that had caught his attention was probably embedded in one of the surrounding flats, Harry thought. That and all the pieces of the Death Eaters that weren't, with the few torn corpses he could see. The gas line continued to spew a column of fiery gas into the air like a blowtorch, but there didn't seem to be any danger of another explosion. Harry's breath seemed to catch in his throat as he realized he had once again escaped what most would consider a certain death situation. Harry groggily lurched over to where he had stunned the first Death Eater. He thought the retaining wall should have protected the fallen wizard from the blast. He hoped so because he needed information. Peter Pettigrew hated Harry Potter. He hated him with every fiber of his being. It was bad enough he looked so much like James Potter, but why did he have to check Peter at every turn? Why was it the one person he had to kill was the one he owed a life debt to? It didn't matter because Peter could not fail. He didn't know how many of his team apparated out before the blast. He himself barely had enough time to transform into a rat and drop to safety behind the retaining wall. While the blast did not kill him, Peter knew that if he didn't at least kill Potter, his life would be forfeit for the failure. The Dark Lord might excuse a good showing against Dumbledore in the Order, but to lose most of his team to a rookie Auror, a mudblood, and just Potter himself. It wouldn't matter that it was that idiot boy Flint who jumped the gun and ruined his carefully planned trap. No, if Pettigrew wanted to continue living, then Harry Potter had to die. Pettigrew transformed back to his human form, which still felt alien to him after all those years he spent as a rat. He could not strike at Harry directly, for the life debt would act in a similar way to someone attacking the head of their house. He tried to remember the spell which would create a toxic gas. It was a charm that Sirius had gotten out of some of the nastier black magical tomes. He had modified it to make the gas merely stink instead of causing an agonizing death, not unlike Muggle mustard gas. Slytherin House was often in need of a good airing out when the Marauders were at Hogwarts. However, Peter had never been good with charms, so he struggled to remember the original spell. As he did, Peter suddenly realized Harry had come around the corner and was staring at him. Ooh! Harry looked at the man who betrayed his parents with something which could only be described as ambivalence. The strain of pushing so much magic through a body not ready for the flow had left him magically charged but physically drained. He almost felt as if his skin was simply a set of Dudley's too big cast-offs. For some reason, the fact that Pettigrew's wand was pointed directly at him didn't seem to reach him. Yet as the two stared at each other, sounds began to fill Harry up. There were the cries of Lilith for Tonks to wake up. There were the screams of people who had been rudely shaken out of their evening in front of the telly or game of Resident Evil on their PlayStation. How many had just been enjoying the night with a favorite book? Now their peace was shattered by an evil from a world they knew nothing about. An evil that would kill them all if left unchecked. This thought seemed cut through the fog of fatigue that gripped Harry and ignited a reservoir of rage. It was Pettigrew who had betrayed his parents. It was because of Pettigrew's betrayal that Sirius had went after the rat, which got him sent to Azkaban instead of raising Harry as his own. It was Pettigrew who had brought Voldemort back from just being a dangerous shade. Peter's face went slack with fear at how Harry's face had gone from an expressionless mask to one of pure hatred and murderous intent. It was a look the likes Pettigrew had only seen on the face of the Dark Lord himself. The danger of attacking Harry forgotten, Peter started to stutter out a curse. Harry's wand didn't budge as his opponent tried to get a spell out through his fearful stuttering. Where before Harry's skin had felt loose on him, now it seemed stretched taut over his bones and on fire. Harry's vision seemed to fail as the color shifted into an odd spectrum as he saw Peter's first spell fail. With a desperate oath, Pettigrew tried to curse him again. All Harry felt was an all-consuming hatred and desire to kill the traitor well up in him. Harry heard an odd noise, like a howl, before he fell into darkness. Ooh! As Lilith struggled to try and figure a way to help Auror Tonks, she had only one thought, which was she was tired of life's twists. She cursed fate as she finally managed to stem the blood flow to the wound on Tonks' side. Her ears had finally stopped ringing, which was a blessing. She had worried she was going to be blind and deaf for life after those two spells had gone off. Of course, with everything going on, she almost wished still couldn't hear, because Tonks, desperate and painful, made her sick. Suddenly, over all the alarms and screams, Lilith heard an unearthly howl followed by the most terrifying shriek of terror she had ever heard. The shocked screams when people had seen the manifestations of their friends' worst fears when Professor Lupin had them go against a boggart were like slight murmurs of surprise in comparison. The primal fear in it seemed to touch something deep in Lilith's brain, and for a moment she was struck fast, as if remaining motionless would keep her from being seen by a nearby predator. Every instinct screamed at her to avoid being noticed. The shriek quickly turned to screams of pain and a sound that she couldn't identify, but it sounded primal and vicious. Very quickly the screams of terror and pain cut off in a sickening rattle that Lilith could not help but know involved lots and lots of blood and mangled flesh. Ignoring the fear in her heart, she got to her feet and quickly jumped around the mini and dodged once or twice just in case there were still Death Eaters about. No matter how evil and horrible the sounds were, Harry was out there and she had to see if she could help him. A movement caught her eye and she turned towards it and came face to face with death. It came around the ruins of the retaining wall with its iron fencing bent by the earlier explosion and stood silhouetted in the fountain of flames coming from the gas line Harry had ruptured earlier. Lilith, while a Muggleborn, still felt the blood in her veins turn to ice as she stared at something Professor Trelawney had often warned of. It looked at her with eyes which confirmed the primal fear awoken by the earlier screams. It was a Grim. It was larger than any dog she had ever seen and its muzzle was covered with blood. Its fur was the color of obsidian and it seemed to radiate magic and menace. Like its muzzle, the front paws were sticky with blood and Lilith knew in a flash what had caused the shriek of terror and screams of pain that had so terrified her. Death had come personally to collect from one of the Death Eaters. Looking into the Grim's brilliant green eyes, it was as if she was staring down the death curse again with death's inevitability coming at her. Then it struck her. The Grim's eyes were the color of the death curse, just like Harry's eyes. She gasped at this thought. Could it be? She lowered her wand and called out, "Harry." The Grim blinked at her and suddenly its whole demeanor seemed to change. Where once had been an omen of certain death now seemed to be just one really big dog. However, a shout from behind caused the dog to bristle and turn with a growl. Lilith could see Narcissa Black hurrying towards her with her wand out. She skidded to a shocked stop with a look on her face which Lilith was sure had just been on her own upon seeing the Grim. "Miss Black, wait. It's not a Grim. I think it's Harry." The dog seemed to falter again at hearing Harry's name. Lilith took a chance and carefully walked closer. "Harry. It's me, Lilith. I want to help you. It is you in there, right? Harry, you need to come back because the Aurors will be here soon. Plus Tonks needs you." The dog sat down on its haunches, still looking between Narcissa and Lilith. She steeled herself and then reached down to take the dog's bloody head between her hands. And looked deep into the emerald green eyes. "Come back, Harry, it's over and you need to come back." With a shudder the dog's form rippled and then it was Harry again. He sagged against Lilith who cradled his head in her arms. Narcissa gave a shocked gasp and came running up. Lilith waved her off. "Miss Black, hold up. Tonks is badly hurt and I couldn't do much for her." "I don't think Harry is hurt that badly, just tired." Narcissa looked down at Harry and then over at Tonks before looking around. Lilith realized that Narcissa was just now really seeing all the destruction around them. Between the fires, destroyed cars, mangled corpses as well as the crowd of neighbors beginning to spill out of their homes looking for answers, it made for quite a scene. Lilith could already hear the wail of approaching sirens. Lilith looked back down at the bloody wizard who had seemingly walked into her life like Prince Charming to her Cinderella. How long ago that already seemed now. She rocked Harry and crooned soothing words. With a cough Harry seemed to come back to himself. Lilith let him sit up and couldn't help but give a cry of disgust when he proceeded to vomit up flesh and blood. Harry turned to her and with a perfectly calm voice said, "I solemnly swear that rat does not taste like chicken." His eyes rolled back as he fainted back into Lilith's arms. Amelia Bones took off her monocle and cleaned it with a quick charm before carefully replacing it. She wondered for the 100th time whether she should try Muggle laser eye surgery. Of course she would have to try and explain why she only needed it in one eye. For another 100th time she cursed herself for being too slow and getting hit with the curse which had messed up her vision in her left eye in the first place. When the call had come in, Director Bones decided to come personally observe the scene even though she normally didn't do so. Beyond the security concerns, she didn't want to have her field leaders feel like she was looking over their shoulders. However, this had been the biggest Death Eater attack since the fight at the Ministry and she wanted to check it out. Even with some of their top members in Azkaban, her analysts had been surprised at how quiet the Death Eaters had been. Sure, there were still Muggle sport killings and the occasional murder of someone who had obviously refused to support the Death Eater cause, but that was about it. Prior to the Ministry fight, her people had been predicting direct attacks on Ministry officials and maybe even a direct assault targeting her led by Voldemort personally. None of that had happened and Amelia found it a bit disquieting even if the peace was nice. The DMLE director looked around and gave a grateful sigh. As much as the scene was a mess, she had to admit it was nice that a magical battle came with a ready-made excuse to help cover it up. Potter's rupturing of the gas line was effective as it was beneficial to the later cover-up. Her contacts in the London Metropolitan Police were happy about it as well. Even with obliviations and other spells, there always seemed to be things that were missed which kept cropping up later, making life miserable for cop and Auror alike. The DMLE director knew as security cameras were proliferating and more Muggles had video cameras, it was practically impossible to sanitize a magical scene like this on the first go-around. She had a good feeling that this scene wouldn't end up on the internet or shows talking about the shadowy world that exists next to our own, one found on BBC Two late at night. Amelia sighed. When she was a rookie Auror, it had been enough that even if a witness said they had seen magic, no one believed them. Now when something weird happened, the Muggles started investigating to find out what, really, was going on. She cursed the Yanks show the X-Files, for now it seemed there were hordes of Britons who were convinced the truth was out there, and that Her Majesty's government was hiding something. While these Muggles thought they were looking for evidence that M5 had aliens under wraps or some such twaddle, the real truth would freeze their souls. Sometimes over a pint or four, she wondered if the magical world simply could not stay hidden anymore. There was talk of integrating cameras into cell phones which could be ready as early as next year. As if those damn spy satellites weren't enough of a problem without every Tom, Dick and Jane having a camera on them. Shaking off her thoughts, she made her way over to where Potter was sitting on the steps of a flat with a blanket around him. Auror Tonks had already been transferred to St. Mungo's. The Mediwitch had assured the director that she'd be fine. Narcissa Black had been a surprise. She was running interference for Potter and kept everyone away from him except the Muggle-born girl who was sitting behind Potter, hugging him to her. Amelia shook her head. She wasn't sure if it was good or bad, but Potter had some firepower at his command now with Narcissa Black. The director had always suspected that 90% of what came out of Lucius Malfoy's mouth had been either scripted or planned by the one-time Black. While Malfoys could be charming and ingratiating when they wanted to be, their house were never the plotters that House Black was. It was said House Black served intrigue for breakfast, misdirection for dinner, and blackmail for supper. When it came to power politics, the Black family always came at you with their game on. It was probably why there were so few left, considering how dangerous they were. That sort of danger bred enemies willing to cooperate if only to take down the threat. Amelia was also glad the intelligence on Narcissa had her hating Voldemort and had been more interested in the normal power games of the magical elite which she had played through her husband. This meant she could be a real asset if the DMLE could keep Voldemort's people from assassinating her. Amelia walked over to where Potter sat. A curt jerk of her head and narrowing of her good eye told Narcissa Black that she was not going to be denied. She stopped a few feet from where Potter sat with his head back and eyes closed against the pretty girl holding him. He had a look of used food, as Amelia's departed husband would say. "Ms. Moon, I need to talk to Mr. Potter privately for a moment. I suspect he will be along shortly," Amelia said, not unkindly. Harry opened his eyes. He looked deep into the director's eyes and seemed to search them for a moment. Harry visibly relaxed and turned to the teenage girl. "Go on, Lilith, just knock and have Dobby set you up for the night if you want. I'm thinking it might be best to stay with me tonight for safety's sake. I should be along in a bit." Amelia couldn't help but smile at the look of tenderness on the young woman's face. "Okay, Harry, but I'll be waiting for you. I'll be looking out the window to keep track of you. I'm not letting you out of your promise. Besides, I've never seen a crime scene being worked before," Lilith said. With a quick kiss to Harry's cheek she stood. Before the young witch could leave, Amelia caught her eye. "Ms. Moon, my Aurors will be taking your statements tomorrow along with Lord Potter's, so I agree it is best that you stay here tonight. Unlike Muggle police who generally like to interrogate you right away, we Aurors find it better for you to have a good night's sleep before doing a pensieve reading. It helps make the memories clearer and more readable. I took the liberty of having one of the Aurors contact your brother. We assured him you are fine and that you won't be coming home till later tomorrow." The young girl visibly brightened. "Why, thank you, Madam Director. That was incredibly thoughtful. Susan has always bragged at how wonderful you are." Director Bones shrugged with a slight smile. "We puffs stick together. Badger pride," Lilith replied with a happy laugh and then walked up the street and seemingly vanished. "I see that you have applied a Fidelius charm on the Black House, Lord Potter," Amelia said dryly. "I do hope you realize, given what happened to your parents, that the Fidelius charm is not foolproof. If possible, I would suggest having the Black secrecy charm re-established as soon as possible." "Ooh, I would prefer Lord Black if you can't just call me Harry," the teen said tiredly. He was amazed how much he already missed having Lilith's arms around him. "Indeed. Well then, Lord Black, you gave quite a show tonight." "Quite a show indeed," the director said. To Harry's surprise, she sat down next to him. The familiarity of this shook him a bit. He was expecting the stern head of the DMLE to grill him and perhaps be critical of all the damage the fight had done. I shall cut directly to the chase then, Lord Black. You did very well tonight. You kept your head and kept your party alive in a well-planned kill zone. While many would call you foolhardy, you did the right thing by taking the fight to them. It is really the only way to escape a planned ambush of this sort. Like you did at the Ministry, you again showed the ability to think under fire as well as being proactive and taking the fight to the enemy. Auror Tonks suffered treatable injuries and you managed to not only kill or drive off a band of Death Eaters but do it in such a way as to make covering it up easier. For that, you have my thanks. Amelia said with approval in her voice. Harry wasn't not so sure that her compliments was what she wanted to say. I sense a, but, coming up. The director gave a predatory smile, most perceptive, Lord Black. For now, just between you and me, I want some answers from you and I'd rather have you tell me the truth. I will get the truth if I have to, but that would leave a paper trail and for now, I'm not sure that is in the best interests of Britain. What do you want to know? Harry asked warily. I want to know how Peter Pettigrew died, Amelia said simply. Harry blanched at this. Lilith has cleaned him up prior to the Aurors coming up to question them as they arrived at the scene. Harry had hoped that they would assume that he had transfigured an animal, like the wolves the Death Eaters had conjured, to kill Pettigrew. From comments he had overheard, this was exactly what they thought. The director, on the other hand, obviously saw much clearer even with only one good eye. Seeing him hesitate, Amelia went on, You see, Lord Black, I think I know what happened and I think it would be best that the how remains a secret for now. Why were you and the Dark Lord in the Department of Mysteries in June if not to retrieve a prophecy only you could retrieve? Why does the headmaster become even more vague and opaque than usual when I talk to him about the topic? I may not have walked a beat since your parents were in Hogwarts, Lord Black, but I can still smell when something isn't right when it comes to you. Harry just stared at the director as she started ticking items off on her fingers. So I thinking 1, there is a prophecy relating to you and the Dark Lord. 2, the headmaster has taken an interest in your life since the Dark Lord was supposedly defeated the first time makes me think you have an important role yet to play. 3, with a prophecy involved it means the headmaster probably knows something that he isn't telling. 4, his divinations teacher hasn't left Hogwarts more than a few times since the Dark Lord fell. Dumbledore even intervened when Umbridge wanted her thrown out of Hogwarts. When taken together it leaves me smelling something is afoot and I don't like not knowing what it is. Harry blinked at all this but then chided himself. This was the director of the DMLE after all. The highest ranking witch in the Ministry didn't get there by being stupid. Okay, I grant you all of that. How does it relate to tonight? Voldemort has been after me since I was a baby. Nothing has changed. Amelia leaned in closer and lowered her voice. Oh, but you've changed, Lord Black. I can tell that your magic has recently been unbound and that in itself raises a host of questions and legal issues. Then there is the fact that you've been acting atypically since your godfather's death. Not unusual given the circumstances, but I know what trauma does to a person, by God I do. You aren't acting like a distraught teen. I would bet you haven't even given yourself time to grieve the loss of Sirius Black, have you? Harry shook his head glumly. Even with all the time over the summer and then up in his tower, Harry still didn't feel like he had grieved enough for Sirius. His godfather had suffered so much to simply get over his death after a month or two. Here had been a man who had eaten rats, something Harry could now sort of relate to help look after him, and Harry still felt like he should still be thinking more about Sirius. Yet so much else needed to be done. Amelia nodded, I thought so. As bad as I'm sure it makes you feel, Lord Black, it is rather natural. You have a lot going on and you probably feel that giving into grief will weaken you. You need to grieve because it will come, and the longer you wait the worse it will get. Harry saw how the director's face fell as she turned away to seemingly look at the scene in front of them. Harry doubted the woman saw any of the Aurors working to clean the battle scene of magical traces. When my husband was killed, I had recently been made deputy director and so I felt I couldn't afford the time to grieve. I almost got a team of Aurors killed because the grief was coloring my decision-making process. I made some bad calls and others almost paid the ultimate price for my mistakes. I doubt you want any of your friends to die considering your testimony about how you fought to keep the others of the so-called Ministry 6 from coming with you back in June. Harry nodded. Maybe going back to Hogwarts was the smart thing regardless of all the things which needing doing there. It would allow him a safe place to grieve before doing what had to be done. Harry realized he had to stop thinking he could go it alone and stop thinking he could somehow just stop feeling. Paladin of Nemesis or not, he was still human. Luna had been right again when she said it would be his own heart which needed to guide him. He had to be sure his heart wasn't filled with loss and regret. While Draco had an eventual fatal date with destiny coming to him, Harry knew the whole incident on the train had really been about Sirius. Harry's rage at Draco was probably more rage at himself. Draco had simply reminded Harry that he had allowed himself 3 months to go by without stopping to truly come to terms with the death of the man who died helping to protect him. Instead he had spent the time feeling sorry for himself or acting like a kid in a candy store in regard to Voldemort's memories. Amelia waited and watched as various emotions played over Harry's face. She was heartened that her words seemed to have led him into making the connections he needed to make if he wanted to work through his loss properly. When he finally looked back up at her, she went on, "So that brings us back to changes. Tell me, Lord Black, did you see a beautician while you were gallivanting around Diagon Alley today?" "What? No, why would you even think that?" Harry asked. It certainly wasn't the question he was expecting. "No. Then perhaps Narcissa decided you needed to look more like a lord perhaps?" Amelia asked with a sly smile. "Well, yeah, I wanted to get rid of my cousin's old cast-off clothes and Narcissa said I need clothes that fit my new status as a lord. Of course I am pretty sure this set is ruined," Harry replied. "So your hair just happened to grow a meter since June by itself then, Lord Black?" Amelia asked innocently. Crap, Harry thought as he hung his head to cover up the guilty look he knew he probably had. He had forgotten his hair. Before they had left Grimmauld Place for the dinner date, Harry had taken a shower since he knew he smelled like. Afterwards Narcissa had Harry change into some of his new clothes so he'd look his best for his date. The Hufflepuff girl had been delighted in the change when she had come down from her own freshening up. Lilith told Harry he really looked like the Prince Charming she'd always dreamed of. Narcissa, however, had said he needed to grow out his hair in the style of wizard lords to complete the picture and Lilith had agreed. While Harry hadn't been sure if he would like it, he had decided to humor the girls and grew his hair out to a length similar to Lucius Malfoy. Narcissa had quickly given his hair a going through. He had to admit it did seem to make his hair much more manageable. While grooming him she told him he carried off the long hair look better than Lucius did. She had joked about how vain her ex-husband was over his long locks. He apparently spent longer doing his hair than Narcissa did her own. Considering how much time Draco supposedly spent in front of the mirror each morning from the rumors Harry had heard, the apple had indeed not fallen far from the tree. Harry had forgotten all about it and maybe even had just thought his hair had reverted back to normal after his surprising animagus transformation. After he had come out of his faint, he really hadn't been up to noticing much. Harry looked back up to see the director watching him intently, the sly smile still on her lips. He couldn't help but feel like a kid caught with his hand in the biscuit tin. "Busted, I guess," Harry admitted. "Busted indeed. Don't take it so hard, Lord Black. My husband was a limited metamorphagus like you obviously are, so I know better than most at what I'm seeing. I'm sure anyone else would just assume you used a lengthening charm. I know, however, all the magic you were tossing around would cancel that charm right out," the director said. "My Daryl was quite adept at using his skills. You probably don't think much about your abilities considering you know Auror Tonks. Let me assure you with a bit of practice you can do a lot with a change in eye color, messing with your hair and rearranging bits of your face." Daryl always said just making himself have more prominent cheekbones seemed to throw off even people who knew him. Amelia explained. "But this isn't about me being able to change my hair, is it?" Harry asked. He had a feeling Director Bones knew exactly how Pettigrew had died and was just confirming it. "No, but it explains how you turned into some animagus form tonight, which is what I am almost certain you did. Tell me, Lord Black, did your father or Sirius Black leave you any notes about how they became illegal animagi back at Hogwarts?" Amelia asked. "Yes, but while I read them, I wasn't about to experiment. From what I read it was bloody dangerous. Even with 3 others there to help if something went wrong. Not something I was going to try alone and without a wand." Plus Professor McGonagall always goes on and on about the dangers of human transfigurations. Harry confirmed. Good answer because I didn't really expect you had. Professor McGonagall is quite right about the dangers. I've seen the results of people experimenting and it isn't pretty. However, there have been a few cases of where a limited Metamorphagus had spontaneously achieved an animagus form under times of incredible stress. All of these cases involved witches or wizards with powerful magical cores. In your case, I can feel your magical core being recently unbound has left you in a state of serious magical flux, which makes you even more susceptible to this type of accidental magic. With you being made official head of 3 houses, 2 of them being some of the oldest in our nation, I would wager you found that you had more magic than your body could process during the fight, correct? Amelia asked. Harry nodded. Right as I tossed the car, I thought my magic might burst my body like a balloon popping. A very apt analogy, and one I'm afraid is rather gruesomely true if you are not careful. Amelia said with utter seriousness. So your case has all the hallmarks that you transformed without meaning to. What was your form, if I might ask? A Grim, Harry said quietly. Again the sadness over not grieving properly over Sirius rose up in him. Ah, very appropriate, Lord Black. Considering what I know of your Patronus form, it seems like you carry the spirit of the Marauders inside of you. Not anymore, I spit out what I got from Pettigrew, Harry said disgustedly. Amelia couldn't help but laugh at this. Good. I'm glad you can still joke about this. I'm not going to tell you that you won't have nightmares about tonight. You've already gone through more at Hogwarts than most Aurors do in a decade. I will say, however, that I will be sending Madame Pomfrey the contact information for my personal trauma therapist Leticia Radford. Seeing the sudden look of disgust on Harry's face, the older witch held up a hand. It is not weakness to talk about things that bother you, Lord Black. Sharing the burden may not solve things, but I've always found that just venting is often the best way to work through things so the healing process can move on. I give you my solemn word, anything you say will be confidential between you and her. Due to my own secrets that need to be protected, Leticia has ways of walling off what she hears so she cannot reveal it. She'll die or go insane before she'll reveal those secrets. Harry stroked his chin, not realizing he was unconsciously imitating Dumbledore's habit of stroking his beard. I think I may take you up on that offer, Director. But why do you want to keep me being an animagus a secret? I'm all for it since I've enough weirdness in my life. It is bad enough that I'm a known Parselmouth. Lord Black, if I'm right in my suspicions about a prophecy regarding you and the Dark Lord, then it seems you're the key to defeating him. Any advantage you have is thus important to the safety of all Britain. Having a secret animagus form could be crucial in escaping if things go bad or even defeating the Dark Lord. Similarly, I would advise against letting any more people in on your Metamorphagus skills. If you like the look, and as a woman I must say you wear it well, I would occasionally shrink your hair back and say you forgot to charm it. Eventually your hair will grow out and you won't have to worry about it. Amelia advised. Sneaky. Harry said, impressed by the simple ploy. I told you, my late husband Daryl found that he didn't need the full abilities like Auror Tonks has to fool people. Remember that, Lord Black, people see what they expect to see. Sometimes the art of hiding and deception is simply projecting what they expect to see, and anything that doesn't fit will be ignored. Amelia's eyes bored into his. I'm sure you've noticed no matter what you do, people expect to see the boy who lived, and that's what they see, yes. Harry nodded grimly. On target, Director. That or they see whatever version of me the Daily Prophet is currently selling. The Director gave an approving nod and stood. Then I see we understand each other. There are dark forces marshaled against you, Lord Black, many of which I fear are supposedly on your side. I'm glad to see that not only can you take care of yourself, but you are aware of your situation. As much as I am loath to admit it, Narcissa Black will be a great asset to you. You may not have to trust her, but she can be an important source for information for you to mine. Harry's face went dark and he stood as well. The Director had reminded of something he felt he needed to warn her of. Director Bones, I would like to ask you something. Do you know who broke House Potter? Director Bones sighed. I wish I did, Lord Black, I wish I did. I had some suspicions, but when I had one of my fraud teams look into it, they ended up chasing their tails. I can only say that I don't believe it was Death Eaters or their cronies. Again, I fear many of your enemies may be masquerading as your friends and allies. Harry gave a slight bow. Thank you, Director, I appreciate your candor. Now I wish to do the same. My ancestral house has been gutted. I have been stolen from, and almost from the minute I first stepped onto Diagon Alley I have had my name blown one way to the other in the avenue of public opinion. Others manipulate my legend for their own ends. I've seen things, heard things, believed things which tell me a storm is coming. I am giving you fair warning, Director, I am going to be part of that storm. I will say to you what I told the headmaster. I refuse to play by other people's rules anymore. The Director gave Harry an appraising look. What do you intend? She asked noncommittally. I intend to show people what vengeance looks like. I want to remind my enemies that no amount of gold or influence will protect them. As you said, Director, Narcissa Black is a trove of information. Just today she was pointing out some of the finer points of the old dueling customs as a way to right wrongs. While frowned upon, the rules and laws governing it have never been repealed. I just wanted to give you fair warning that the honor of my house has been sullied for the last time. An attack upon me or my friends will be met with like force. The Director met Harry's determined gaze for a moment. Very well, Lord Black, but understand one thing, I uphold the law. While I have been stymied from time to time by politics, to the law I am true. Step over that line and I will treat you like any other criminal. Do you understand this, Lord Black? Harry nodded. Perfectly, Director. I will make sure that you won't catch me, Harry thought to himself. He didn't really expect the Director to fully understand the depths he was about to go to back up his threats. What the Director had said earlier also applied to her. She expected to see one thing in which wasn't what he was anymore. He would, however, need to revert a bit back to Harry Potter, if only to help cover up his tracks. A commotion at the border of the park which was roped off with police tape caught both their attention. Harry could immediately tell from the amount of red hair in the party that the Hogwarts Order of the Phoenix Guild party had finally arrived. Suddenly Harry felt the fatigue settle upon him again like a robe made of lead. He politely excused himself, to which the Director responded with an understanding nod. As Harry made his way over to where Narcissa was talking with an Auror, he noticed Lilith staring down at him from the upstairs window of Grimmauld Place. Seeing his look, she smiled and waved. Harry gave a small wave back before quietly coming up next to Narcissa. She apparently was helping to identify some of the bodies of the Death Eaters. Seeing the look on Harry's face as he came up, she immediately excused herself. Harry looked over again at the party being stopped from entering the scene, at least for the moment. He thought he could see McGonagall's pointed hat as well as a familiar head of bushy brown hair. He could easily hear Molly Weasley's voice cut through the hubbub around him. He doubted the Aurors could keep them at bay for long. He turned to Narcissa. Sissy, I just can't deal with that lot right now. I am knackered, I still can feel and taste Pettigrew in my mouth, and I'm really not up for this sort of confrontation. Can you handle it for me, tactfully? He asked. Narcissa gave a warm smile. Of course I will, my lord. She looked over at the party and then back to Harry. It is amazing to think of all that has happened in the last 12 hours. I am not surprised it is finally catching up to you. Harry gave a short barking laugh which with a pang of sudden remorse reminded him of Sirius. Yeah, I feel like screaming, stop the train, I want to get off. Before anything else happens, Narcissa laid a hand on his shoulder and whispered into his ear. Harry, go upstairs, take a shower. Maybe make love to that pretty girl. She's been watching you the whole time, or not. You can always save it for tomorrow when you are better rested. I've been told morning is rather nice. I'm thinking just resting in her arms tonight will do you a world of good. Go to her now and I'll deal with McGonagall and Molly Weasley. Harry hesitated. Could you make sure Hermione knows this is nothing personal? Luna and I aren't sure about her yet, but she really has been my best friend all this time, even though I was too stupid to see it. If she is merely a pawn in all this, I don't want to ruin the friendship by having her think I'm blowing her off. I need more enemies like I need a hole in my head. Narcissa took Harry by the shoulders and turned him around towards Grimmauld Place. I'll take care of Ms. Granger. If anything, I'll blame Director Bones. I'll tell them you can't speak to anyone till you've been fully debriefed, which won't be till tomorrow. From what Draco has said about the girl in the past, I gather she will accept that sort of explanation. Harry gave a snort but didn't resist when Narcissa gave him a bit of a shove. Looking up at Lilith, he realized that right now a shower and falling asleep in her arms sounded exactly what he needed right now. Ooh, Hermione Granger was thoroughly British. She drank tea, she queued up patiently for the tube, watched Drive. Who reruns, and she loved the royalty while at the same time having serious doubts whether they were still relevant in the modern age. Yet right now Hermione might as well be a Yank Indian with a feathered bonnet and tomahawk. After weeks of frustration, Hermione was on the warpath and would not be denied. Ever since the start of term, she had been trying to reach Harry's side and talk to him. She had to talk to him. As much as it had shocked her to see it on the train, Hermione felt she knew where Harry's rage was coming from and what to do about it. Everyone, even Ron, never really saw Harry except as the boy who lived. They might get to know Harry, laugh with him, play Quidditch with him, but deep down they all misread the real Harry Potter. Sometimes Hermione felt that the wizarding world in general seemed to think Harry was like Athena. He had sprung fully grown at the age 11 from out of Dumbledore's forehead to save them from the Dark Lord. He was their hero who would selflessly push back against the dark as a white knight for their age. Harry, she knew, was nothing like that. He was a private person, and while personable, he kept his feelings close. So much so it wasn't till her third year that she belatedly realized that Harry's relatives abused him. Harry exhibited many of the classical symptoms, so much so she questioned why Madame Pomfrey had done nothing about it. Surely she had to have seen the scars on his back. Hermione had only noticed them when Harry had taken off his towel after they all got back to the Gryffindor common room after the second task. Since then she had taken the time to notice he had others on his arms and legs that couldn't be accounted for by their adventures. Was it that people saw the famous lightning bolt scar and ignored everything else? Harry's attack on Draco had surely been triggered by something the white-haired Ponce had said about Sirius' death. Growing up with nothing and then losing the only thing resembling family had to have triggered it. Hermione was desperate to talk to Harry about this because she was deathly afraid her attempts to stop him made Harry hate her now. So for weeks she had tried to get past the detection charms and traps guarding the way up to where Harry was supposedly being treated for the effects of being possessed by Voldemort. She had almost made it a few times, but every time she was thwarted and had to endure being chided by either Professor McGonagall or even Headmaster Dumbledore himself. It bothered her a great deal how they had managed as first years to get to the Philosopher's Stone and now as a much more competent witch she couldn't seem to get to Harry. It didn't help her mood for all that she was supposedly the smartest witch of her age. She had missed the most blindingly simple method to get to Harry, all because her fear of flying. To have Loony Lovegood of all people, casually mentioned to her during lunch that Harry seemed to be in good health and was surprisingly keeping up on his studies even if his bed was dreadfully lumpy was almost more than Hermione could bear. It was made worse to find out Luna had simply asked Professor Flitwick where Umbridge had stashed Harry's firebolt under the pretense of giving it to Ron for safekeeping. With firebolt in hand, Luna had simply flown up to Harry's window. Hours and hours of studying, plotting and planning only to fail again and again, and Luna managed it on her first try. Yet her method brought up more questions. How had she defeated the charms keeping students away from the tower? She herself had managed to get close enough to the tower by using the tree line, which seemed to hinder the charms a bit. Hermione thought it was because while she could see the tower, Harry couldn't see her. Even then the windows had a form of notice me not charms since she could catch glimpses of them out of the corner of her eye but could never actually see them. When asked about it, Luna had simply smiled demurely and changed the subject. While it hardened her to hear Harry seemed to have calmed down and was using his time wisely to keep up with the class work he was missing, Hermione had a funny feeling after talking with the willowy Ravenclaw. She seemed different. At first Hermione put it down as an after effect of the fight at the Department of Mysteries, but the longer she talked to her she found herself questioning that assumption. There was something new in those mostly unblinking blue eyes. Plus, how did she find out that Harry's bed was lumpy? Hermione shook her head to clear it. She needed to focus on the now. The scene in front of her was a disaster. The magical fight had clearly destroyed the little park she remembered walking through a few times last summer when they had been staying at, and wherever it had been she had stayed with Ron and Harry before start of term. The whole neighborhood was damaged, most of the windows were broken and there was debris everywhere. She overheard a pair of Aurors talking about a gas main rupturing. Hermione listened intently as Professor McGonagall calmly tried to talk her way past the Auror who had stopped them after they had apparated in. Mrs. Weasley was also talking, but she was anything but calm. Hermione felt they made an excellent good witch-bad witch pair. However, the Auror didn't seem to be buying it. Hermione was pretty sure she knew why. She could see Director Bones of the DMLE talking with Harry, so she didn't think the Auror was going to crack with her around. If he didn't crack, Hermione was going to have to get ignorant. She was going to see Harry, and that was final. Hermione ground her teeth in frustration. She was almost close enough to give a shout to Harry, and yet he might as well be on the continent. She cursed Mrs. Weasley's slowness. She had to admit she had been a bit peevish when Professor McGonagall had come into the Gryffindor common room to collect her, Ginny and Ron to go to Harry. Ginny had certainly been surprised when Hermione had made some pointed and rather snarky remarks to Professor McGonagall about how the Order of the Phoenix needed her to talk to Harry when they had been keeping her from him for weeks. However, in the end Hermione knew it was just her pride talking. She would agree to take divinations and drop arithmancy to talk to Harry. Yet when they went to the burrow to get Mrs. Weasley, the elder witch had gone on and on about the need to grab the twins. It had delayed them for quite a while before Mrs. Weasley had given up trying to find them. Hermione had asked what busy meant on the family clock, but Ron had merely grunted and shrugged. Grunting was something Ron had been doing a lot of lately. Hermione didn't feel he should be at school after being attacked by those cognivores. His schoolwork, never very stellar, was off. It was even worse than his normal abysmal work, and he seemed twitchy and moody. The only thing that he seemed to excel at was Quidditch. Ginny had told her how Ron usually played great with friends, but up against people he didn't know he had anxiety issues. After watching the first game of the season, Hermione hadn't seen any problems with that. If anything, when it came to Quidditch, Ron seemed to be channeling Draco Malfoy, since he would be arrogant and boastful. He could also be a right git. Katie Bell, the team captain, had called Hermione aside as a prefect and friend of Ron's to warn her about trouble brewing regarding Ron. Apparently, he was having trouble with the whole concept of what happens in the locker room stays in the locker room, due to his sister. Ginny was apparently quite passionate in coming down from games, and it drove Ron spare. Hermione had tried to help, but there were times she felt Ron was going to hit her, so she told Katie she had done her best. Even now Ron seemed to radiate discontent and boredom. Considering the chaos around him, Hermione couldn't help but be worried about him. He was, however, also getting on her nerves. Ron had seemed to resist wanting to come with them, but McGonagall had put her foot down. Hermione wasn't sure what was up with Ron, but his comments regarding Harry had gone downhill and now were much worse than they had been when Harry and he were estranged during their 4th year. It was just another thing which grated on Hermione of late. So right now Hermione was very unhappy with certain members of the Weasley family. If they had left when they should have, they might have caught up with Harry. Hermione looked around at all the damage and realized the possibility that they could have also ended up dead. Hermione shook her head in annoyance at that thought. She was sure if they had left on time, they'd have been waiting patiently in wherever and could have been there to help Harry when he needed them. At an indignant squawk from Mrs. Weasley, she realized, in her wool-gathering, she had missed Harry finish up talking with the director. He was now talking with a statuesque woman, which Hermione shockingly realized was Narcissa Malfoy. Harry seemed to look right at her before Mrs. Malfoy took Harry by the shoulders, turned him around and practically pushed him away. As she did so, Hermione gave a slight gasp. It was one thing that Harry was wearing clothes which put his dress robes he wore to the Yule Ball to shame, even if they were soiled now, but somehow his hair had grown down past his shoulders. In all the years Hermione had known Harry, she had never seen his hair any longer or shorter than it was the first day they met on the train to Hogwarts. It was as if his hair was locked into a permanent tribute to his father James. Now Harry had locks which Draco Malfoy would envy. This seemingly minor thing among all the chaos around them disturbed Hermione for reasons she couldn't put her finger on. She watched him as he walked away, his whole frame a picture of fatigue. Her heart turned over. Life never seemed to let up on her best friend, and here she was unable to comfort him. She was about to shout out to him, but then he simply vanished. Hermione blinked at this before she realized Harry had obviously crossed the Fidelis boundary. Hermione felt her heart sink. she was denied again. However, she noticed Mrs. Malfoy coming towards them, so perhaps there was still hope. Hermione wondered why she was even here. She had overheard Professor McGonagall saying something about the Malfoys to Mrs. Weasley earlier, but she didn't pay it any mind as she was quizzing Ginny about Luna at the time. Hermione noticed that Draco's mother had changed. Her hair was now all the same luscious raven black of the Black family like Sirius had. Strange how Harry's hair was the same color considering he was a Potter. She had never really made that connection before, but now that she thought about it, Harry might have well had the same hair his godfather did, even if it did tend to stick up in the back at times. As Mrs. Malfoy drew near, it was not surprisingly the first salvo came from Mrs. Weasley. Hermione thought wryly. "What have you done with Harry, you?" She was interrupted by Professor McGonagall laying a hand on her arm. "Molly, please, there is no need for that." "Well, Narcissa, what is it?" she said in a rather arch tone. Hermione was surprised at the seemingly warm smile that Mrs. Malfoy got on her face. She seemed to be enjoying the anger radiating off Mrs. Weasley. "I am merely here to convey a message from my Lord Black. He wishes me to tell you all that after the traumatic events of tonight he is very sorry, but he cannot receive you now." Hermione couldn't help but blurt out, "Mrs. Malfoy, why can't we go up and just talk with him for a minute?" Narcissa gave what seemed to be a sad sigh. "I'm sorry, Ms. Granger, but I am afraid Director Bones needs him to get some sleep before tomorrow. The Aurors need him rested so they can get a good pensieve reading tomorrow morning. So please don't feel like this is personal slight against you on Lord Black's part." Ron spoke up for the first time in about an hour. "What's all this Lord Black rubbish? He's Harry Bloody Potter if it slipped your Death Eater brain." "Language, Ron," Hermione and Mrs. Weasley said in unison. Narcissa didn't seem ruffled by the outburst. "I call him Lord Black for that is what he is and what he wishes to be called. Ms. Granger, you might not be aware of it, but James Potter's grandmother was Doria Black. Today we learned Lily Potter was a descendant of Isla Black. Of course by right of blood he is formally Lord Potter Peverell Black after the events of today, considering he is also the rightful heir to House Peverell through both his parents. Just as I find myself magically divorced from Lord Malfoy and am Narcissa Black once again. Just what do you think you are doing here with Harry? The last thing he needs right now is someone as evil as you hanging on him. He needs the bosom of his family right now. So let us through so we can cut through all this black rubbish." Mrs. Weasley raged. Narcissa seemed to draw up into herself. Hermione noted how while she wasn't that much taller than Professor McGonagall, she seemed to be able to project a sense that she was towering over them. She also, Hermione saw, had a death glare to die for. "What I am doing is what the head of ancient and noble House Black wishes me to do. At Lord Black's request I am acting as his personal aide. As for his reasoning why he wishes to be known as Lord Black, I can only guess." Narcissa's eyes narrowed and they seemed to lock with those of Professor McGonagall. However, considering how the once proud House Potter has been reduced to a penniless shell with only a few hastily saved heirlooms and a title in Parliament, perhaps my Lord Black simply chooses to use a title that hasn't been sullied by unworthy hands. Mrs. Weasley seemed to swell up like she was going to explode. Again Professor McGonagall cut her off. "Be that as it may, I insist we see Mr. Potter. As a representative of his magical guardian, I have the right." Narcissa gave a dismissive gesture. "Please, you are well aware that my Lord Black is now fully emancipated, has his Alza now as the head of 3 noble house, 2 of which are ancient and 1 most noble. The so-called guardianship of Albus Dumbledore was negated the moment Director Ragnarok declared him the head of House Black. If you wish to play games, Minerva, go back to Hogwarts. I'm sure you are still quite handy at gobstones." Ginny piped up. "Mrs. Ms. Black, are you sure we can't talk to Harry? We haven't seen him since the start of term. We miss him and he hasn't had anyone to talk to for over a month." Ginny gave Professor McGonagall a poisonous look. Hermione tried to see him but was prevented from doing so. "I'm sorry, Ms. Weasley, but I cannot overrule the wishes of the director of the DMLE. He did want me to be sure to tell you he wishes he could talk to you, but between fatigue and Director Bones' orders he cannot. However, my Lord Black had intended to return to Hogwarts tomorrow to continue his education. In light of tonight's events, I feel he will be delayed at least a day or more. I'm sure he will be happy to see you then. Turning to Professor McGonagall, Narcissa continued in a seemingly sweet voice, in fact, Deputy Headmistress, I shall need to meet with you regarding this. My Lord Black has expressed some affection to the room he spent his first night of term in. It was so much better than his later accommodations. As an emancipated lord, I'm sure you are well aware of his right to a private room, yes. Professor McGonagall looked like she had a mouthful of Dumbledore's sourest drops. I'm sure we can accommodate Lord Black's request. Narcissa beamed in triumph. She turned to Ginny and Hermione with an odd gleam in her eye. As for Lord Black being alone, I assure you he had a good evening prior to the attack. He and Ms. Moon, along with Auror Tonks, had a delightful time at a Muggle restaurant before all this unpleasantness. I dare say Ms. Moon is probably giving my Lord Black some much-needed comfort even as we speak. Both Hermione and Ginny mouths dropped open in shock. Hermione barely heard Ron's muttered, "Him with a bird. Not likely the ruddy poof." Narcissa cut off any further questions. I'm sorry, but today has been a very long day and I myself have been through much. Let me assure you once again that Lord Black is sorry. He cannot receive you, but I'm sure he will be in much better spirits in a day or two. Till then, I ask that you be patient. With that she turned and walked away, ignoring the wrathful comments from Mrs. Weasley before she too disappeared into the Fidelis boundary. Hermione and Ginny exchanged a bemused look as they ignored Professor McGonagall and Ginny's mother arguing. Ms. Moon could only mean Lilith Moon, Hermione's old roommate's Hufflepuff friend. She hadn't the funding to return to Hogwarts this year after her scholarship ran out. When and how did Harry meet her? More importantly, how did she end up on a bloody date with him? Moreover, how is it that she of all people was up in his house while his best friends were stuck outside? Harry could barely K.S.Cho last year and now he was taking a witch on a dinner date. Plus who knew what was going on in the hidden house right now? Hermione gave a wrathful snort, giving my Lord Black some much needed comfort, indeed. Hermione didn't know the answers to these questions, but she was going to find out. Harry woke up and for just a second went completely tense before realizing that not being alone in bed was a good thing. He chided himself about how he needed to get better at waking up in the morning with a pretty witch. For that is what he certainly had. Rising slowly on an elbow, Harry looked down on the nut-haired girl who was clutching an overstuffed teddy bear with a peaceful look on her face. Harry smiled to himself about how happy Lilith had been when Dobby had easily popped over to her house to bring her, Ted, back to her. Harry had teased her and acted hurt that Lilith didn't seem to think he would not be enough to fulfill her cuddling needs. She had simply pointed out that Ted didn't mind being drooled on during sleep. They had shared a laugh before settling down for the evening, Harry spooning against Lilith as she snuggled against him with her teddy bear hugged close to her. It had been a peaceful end of a night that had been anything but that. However bad the events of the prior evening had been, especially with Tonks getting wounded, the night had proven to be well worth it in the end. Grimmauld Place, London, September 27, 1996 evening. The hot water felt good on his face. Harry had often felt there was something religious about water. How a hot shower could make a sick person feel better or make one feel as if their cares, sins and worries were being excised down the drain. Right now Harry knew that pieces of Peter, a man he had killed no matter how righteously, was what was swirling down the drain at the moment. Lilith hadn't been able to totally clean Harry up from the fury of his attack on the X-Rat before the Aurors had showed up. Harry hung his head. He was keyed up while at the same time feeling like Atlas with the Earth's weight of fatigue on his shoulders. Harry belated realized he had felt the same way after the fight at the Department of Mysteries, but Sirius' death and the aftermath of being possessed by Voldemort had muddled those feelings. Now he was feeling the full effects of realizing what had happened and how close he and his friends had been to death. Tonks had been right, and he had blown her off, confident in his new abilities. Now she was at St. Mungo's and Lilith had almost died. Just like last term when his desire to save Sirius trumped everything to include common sense. It didn't help his mental state that while talking to Luna that he realized how much he must have been manipulated magically. How else could he explain how Sirius could give him a direct link to him, and not only did he forget to use it, he had never used it. Why did he break into Umbridge's office when all he had to do was open his trunk? Someone, Probably the headmaster didn't want Harry talking to Sirius, and now his godfather was dead because of it. Yet this didn't lessen his sense of guilt. Why didn't he, or any of his friends, not think to fly to Hogsmeade? He doubted Madame Rosmerta would have said no to him using her flow in an emergency. Merlin. He could have just broken into a shop if he had to and used theirs. Let the Aurors come. He could have shown them the evidence of Umbridge's blood quill so the Toad would be in Azkaban instead of still being in the Ministry. If he'd only think before acting, maybe Sirius would be alive and Tonks wouldn't be at St. Mungo's. It was a testament of how tired Harry was that he didn't give a startled jerk when a pair of hands came around him and started to massage soap into his. He gave a sigh as he felt Lilith's breasts and then the rest of her body mold up against him. She nuzzled against his neck and Harry couldn't help but lift his head back to allow her more access. "It wasn't your fault, Harry," Lilith murmured into his ear. Harry did give a startled jerk at this and his muscles tensed under her roaming hands. "No, no, don't go there, Harry," Lilith cooed as her hands continued to caress him. It wasn't an erotic caress but one which felt to Harry like she was massaging the stress right out of him. "I knew you'd be in here and starting to feel like all of this was your fault." Harry let out a breathy sigh as Lilith's tongue trailed from his shoulder up to the top of his ear. "You made a mistake, Harry. Yes, we both should have thought to have Tonks take us by side along apparition back here. We could have been constantly vigilant and been smarter." Lilith's hands wandered south, one beginning to stroke Harry's rapidly expanding cock while the other played with his balls. "We were both thinking about this though, weren't we? You and I couldn't wait to put your glorious tab A into my hot slot B. We're teenagers, Harry, we think like that." Harry gave a groan as Lilith's hands left his stiffing member as she suddenly took by the shoulders and turned him to face her. Her chocolate-colored eyes bored deep into his but they were filled with caring and affection and not disapproval. "Harry, you saved our lives in an ambush I wonder if even the headmaster could have gotten us out of. We know better now. You'll do better next time. Don't let what we had tonight, all that fun, be used as a cover to push people away. This attack could have happened while we were shopping earlier. Would that mean you'd stop shopping in the alley for stuff?" Harry blinked at this. What was it with witches who seemed to read his mind as if he hadn't a mental screen to speak of? Lilith seemed to sense his confusion and leaned in and said him thoroughly. After breaking the K, as she leaned against him, "Harry, I feel bad that I didn't join your DA last year but I was really focusing on my owls. However, that didn't stop me from listening to what Susan and Hannah talk about what you guys were doing. Susan was worried that as a Muggleborn I really should have been learning to defend myself. I just had too much going on at the time. Yet I remember how both felt you always kept a distance between the group and yourself, like you were training them but would die rather than put any of them in danger." Harry put his arm around her and just held her. Susan had indeed often accused him of thinking that it all came down to him and maybe Hermione and Ron. Even before knowing the prophecy, he had tried to keep everyone from becoming involved. Yet after listening to everything Luna had told him, everyone in Britain was involved. Plus it wasn't like he was the only one who had suffered due to Voldemort. Susan had lost her parents to the war just like he had. Hogwarts was filled with children who lost loved ones to the war. Harry wasn't special in that regard. Neville was practically as much an orphan as he was considering how much affection and support his grand seemed to have given him growing up. The pair just rocked against each other as the hot water cascaded down upon them. By unspoken consent they broke apart. Lilith said him again and then gave a happy smile and took up the soap and a washcloth and began to scrub Harry. He had to admit it was a brilliant feeling. He reciprocated and the resulting soapy fun was erotic but somehow not in a seriously UAL way. Harry found he enjoyed running his fingers through Lilith's hair as he helped her wash it. Often his would get in the way and he could have easily initiated and taken her against the shower walls like he had done to Luna at Hogwarts. Harry didn't because it felt wrong. This was a time to enjoy more innocent pleasures. After the horror of the attack and all he had learned of late, Harry desperately clung to the illusion he was simply a teenager sneaking some soapy fun in while his parents were away as if he were a normal bloke. Finally, after toweling off, they had fallen into bed together. Harry couldn't help but laugh at Lilith's happiness over the immense, four-poster bed. She had bounced a bit upon it and told him how such a bed was practically a teenage girl's staple fantasy. When he asked about it, her reply had surprised him. Lilith had looked at Harry with exasperation. Come on Harry, all those teen witch books are just to girls. You need to remember we girls don't get off as much at looking at a tasty body and their bits as much as you blokes do. You guys look at Play Witch and we girls read trashy romance novels. A lot of it is all about emotion, commitment and above all stories of wizards telling us how much you can't survive without us. Harry chuckled at this, so regardless of how much Lavender supposedly gets around, she's looking for Prince Charming. Lilith rolled her eyes. Prat. I'm just saying for witches it's a bit different. Look, it's all well and good for you wizards to shag hither and yon, but it is gals who end up pregnant, like Sally Ann. Harry reached out and took Lilith's chin in his hands and said her before the witch could get depressed. Hey, none of that. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said anything to bring that horrible event up. Lilith shrugged. It's the truth though Harry. Women always hope that nothing will happen and if it does their guy will stand by them, but too often it doesn't. Look at how even when they are, happily, married so many wizards are off shagging leaving the witch at home with the kids. I saw it all the time in the alley and I've only been working there going on 4 months. To avoid the twins' shop I would go by this one store which is a front for a high-end brothel. You wouldn't believe the people I'd see go in and out of there. People who supposedly are respectable members of our society. Harry's face fell. Is that what I'm doing? I've got money and power and I just bought you for the evening. Lilith sighed again and then suddenly hit Harry with a pillow. Harry, you are nothing like that. You didn't force me back at the shop, if anything you simply allowed me to attack you. You could have had your way with me in the shower just now and you didn't. You could have me tied up to the poster boards and be doing unspeakable things to me right now, but you haven't. Lilith leaned in and whispered into Harry's ear, although the last bit does sound a bit fun. Seeing the look on Harry's face she could tell he wasn't convinced. Look Harry, remember what you told me back at the shop. I had made you feel good and you wanted to pay me back in kind. Do you think any of those lords ing their high-end whores give a shit about them? You know your buddy Seamus. I know for a fact he seems to think he's the Hogwarts Casanova, but unless it is about him and him getting off, he doesn't care. I remember Megan telling me he does just enough to a witch to get her to and him. Then the minute he's shot his load he's off, probably to go brag up in your dorms. Harry nodded. Yeah, that's Seamus all right. He doesn't respect the gals either. I try not to listen but I hear him bragging to Ron and Dean when they have their sick wank contests. Seamus likes to brag how he comes all over the gal's face if they won't swallow. He does it to degrade them. It's funny because when Katie Bell was working with me when I had issues with, she loved it when I jacked off and would come on her tits. Lilith got a tingle at thinking about what that scene must have looked like. Katie Bell was one of the flying foxes of Gryffindor, for a reason. She loved it, Harry, because you were sharing the experience. She was being there for you and you reciprocated by showing how much she turned you on. Do you know what a turn on it was to watch your face as you started to come? It was amazing. Lilith's eyes shone with the memory of it. Lilith traced a finger up and down Harry's cock which was twitching, seemingly upset for all the talking and no shagging. The Ing twins just kept their eyes shut and grabbed my hair and just ed my face. I might as well have been a muggle blow-up doll. I was a thing for them to use. You, on the other hand, seemed to look like you couldn't believe you were getting a blowjob. You didn't expect it like it was a right or something. You don't act like you were Merlin's gift to witches. So no Harry, you are nothing at all like those other wizards. Harry mulled this over before he noticed that Lilith's fingers were getting less teasing and more UAL in their caress of his cock. He looked up and found her watching him, need in her eyes. I had a Prince Charming come into my life and not only does he wine and dine me but saves my life as well. Shouldn't a guy like that get his reward? Lilith asked. What do you have in mind? Harry asked with a husky catch in his voice. After hearing Seamus and Dean always ing how hard it was to get a witch to give it up, it was catching him off guard to see the look which left no hint that he was going to get brilliantly shagged. It felt like finding galleons on the ground just for the taking. Lilith smiled. I would like to do a little exploring, Harry. As much as this is my first time, you sort of jumped over all the foreplay that would convince me to get D. So I really haven't had a chance to check out the lay of the land, so to speak. Considering that I'm already D in your bed just means you must be one of those bad boys mother always warned me about. Harry chuckled at this as Lilith moved down next to him, her face close to his cock that she continued to fondle. She looked up to see him have a slight confused look on her face. Oh come on Harry, unlike Sally Ann I never had any confidence to have a boyfriend. Prior to today Sally Ann was my only lover and the twins were the only dicks I'd seen. I just ed them off as fast as possible. I never got to really check out the equipment. Harry watched as Lilith played with his balls and traced her fingers up and down his cock. He merely shrugged at her comment that she was surprised he had a circumcision scar given how rare they were in Europe. Amazingly for a change, this was a topic Harry had some knowledge of. He'd gotten bored in one of his many stays in the Hogwarts infirmary and went so far as to read some of the pamphlets Madame Pomfrey left around. Turned out that a lot of older, traditional families had a ritual which supposedly helped bring fame and fortune to a son that required a blood and flesh sacrifice. However, the practice was all but legally banned these days. It had almost broken the mood when Harry had told Lilith about how his Aunt Petunia watched a lot of TV, most of it, all sorts of weird crap. When Harry had been around 6 years old, she had been watching some daytime show where a couple had been having some weird health issues. It ended up the guy had to be circumcised as an adult. On the show, the guy had complained how much the procedure had hurt for weeks later. Aunt Petunia looked at him and snickered and said, "What a lovely idea." As shocking and horrible that revelation had been, Lilith hadn't let it kill the mood. She went back to exploring his body. During this time it dawned on Harry that while he had a lot of time to explore Katie Bell's body during their time together, one woman wasn't the model for them all. As Lilith was busy being fascinated by his erect, he started to reciprocate and caress her body, comparing her to Katie, Luna and Narcissa. Lilith hummed happily to herself as Harry did this. He quickly realized that Lilith might not be as well proportioned as Katie, ethereally enticing as Luna or have the wanton, burning bounduality of Narcissa, but what she did have was wonderful skin. He marveled at how soft her skin was. It was like she had never grown out of the baby smooth phase. So Harry was quite content to just run his hands over her till he could not ignore that Lilith had switched from exploring to actively jerking him off. With Harry shifted onto his back as Lilith continued to steadily stroke him. "Is this good, Harry? I'm not gripping too hard, am I?" she asked. "No, in fact you can grip me tighter. Old John Thomas is tougher than he looks," Harry said, which caused Lilith to giggle. She did, however, tighten her grip as she continued to wank him. She unconsciously dropped her other hand down to her and was surprised at how wet she was. She hadn't noticed how aroused she had become simply by exploring Harry's bits as he caressed her. She looked up into Harry's face and was thrilled to see the look of need in his eyes. "So do you like this? A good change from having to yank your own crank, yes?" she asked mischievously. "Oh bloody hell yes," Harry exclaimed as Lilith followed up with a hard lick to the crown of his cock. This was obviously something he couldn't do by himself. Of course there was that comment Ron had made about limbering charms. Harry banished that thought before it fully formed. Lilith leaned back and stepped up her tempo. She also rubbed the tip of his prick over her breasts, which made her nipples harden to diamond points. "So they're not Katie Bell's tits, but do you want to come on them? Did you want to see how pretty my tits are with your cum on them? I think you do, you bad boy." Harry felt his balls tingle with cum at the sight of Lilith rubbing his dick over her breasts. She didn't know it, but it was almost exactly what Katie had done for him when she was trying to figure out what got him going. She was nailing it right down to the white talk. "You tits are smashing, Lilith, and you and if you keep that up, oh yeah, I'm going to come on them." Harry gasped out. He never understood how Seamus and Dean seemed to think they were in control when witches jerked or ed them off. Right now he felt he'd almost agree to take the dark mark if only Lilith would continue. His cock might as well have been one of Dudley's PlayStation game controllers for all the power Lilith had over him now. Lilith was practically panting as she watched the play of emotions on Harry's face. She didn't like to admit it, considering how she felt she was an intellectual, but she had her stash of teen witch romance novels. Somehow, however, they had never fully conveyed anything like what she was seeing and feeling now. Harry's eye roamed over her breasts like he was a starving man looking at a sumptuous meal. She gloried in how a slight tug one way or another or just speeding up or slowing down her actions made Harry grunt or in a way which thrilled her to her core. She found that Harry's aura, while starting to really amplify everything, was like a movie score, background music to help the action but not the action itself. Lilith's own gave a spasm of need and she realized she really wanted to watch Harry come all over her. She felt a secret thrill since she had always felt it would be hot even though Sally Ann had felt a bit degraded by it when she'd fill her in about her dates. Maybe because her friend thought it degrading made Lilith like it, now she was being the bad one mothers warned their sons about. Come on Harry, show me what you've been hiding in these big balls of yours. Splash them up good, Lilith begged. She suddenly wanted another orgasm created by Harry coming, so she picked up the pace of her wanking. Harry couldn't take it anymore and with a strangled, "Here it comes," began to shoot his load. Through the haze of his orgasmic bliss, Harry was once again amazed at the sight before him. Even with this being his 5th orgasm of the day, he was spurting jet after jet of his seed onto Lilith's heaving breasts. Lilith squealed in pleasure as she pumped more of his cum out of him as she orgasmed in tune with Harry's flashing aura. She directed it first to one breast and then the other. After about the 5th spurt of shimmering cum, Lilith suddenly leaned down and ed him greedily into her mouth, which made Harry groan even more. He felt if he were a woman he would have orgasmed again right there. Even so, he shot 2 more weak spurts into her mouth before finally being spent. After a moment where the teens did little else but wallow in coming down from their ecstatic high, both seemed to look each other in the eye at the same time. "Wow, Harry, you sure did a number on me," Lilith beamed as she motioned to her breasts that were glistening with Harry's seed. "I always thought my tits were too big, but you seem to like them just fine. Your cum is so hot. It's why we lions are the king of the jungle," Harry joked. He gave a long lustful look at her cum-soaked tits before making a quick, jerky gesture and Lilith found her breasts were clean. She would have marveled longer at this unconscious act of impressive wandless magic on Harry's part, but was distracted as he bent down and captured a nipple in his mouth, causing her to end focus on the magic he was making with his tongue. After a bit of serious tongue lashing, Harry looked up at Lilith. "I think your breasts are fine. You are only 16, so I'm sure you'll grow into them. Plus this is the first time I've heard a gal complain about her bust size being too big before." Lilith hummed a bit more as Harry moved his attention to her other nipple while bringing up a caressing finger to keep the previous nipple from becoming lonely. "Well Harry, you don't have to. Have guys always checking out your all day?" "No, I just have gals, accidentally, grabbing my ass, especially after Quidditch matches," Harry murmured around a taut nipple. Lilith sighed. "Well, you do have a smashing one, Harry. Just as you have a smashing set of tits, Lilith," Harry responded. Harry continued to and caress Lilith's breasts before starting to roam over her skin, licking and sing his way around her body. Lilith felt she should probably reciprocate since Harry's hardening cock was within easy reach, but she found she could do little else but just enjoy the feelings he was creating in her. As much as he enjoyed the feel of Lilith's hard nipples in his mouth, he had left them to leaving K's and licks all up and down her body. While not as toned as Katie, Lilith's skin made for wonderful exploring. He found it odd how much sing and nuzzling up and down her legs was exciting to him. That Lilith liked it as well was not in doubt as she continued to hum happily and give small encouragements when he'd find a sweet spot. Finally the smell of her couldn't be resisted, and Harry began to let his tongue roam up and down her wet slit. Lilith's hum of pleasure rapidly became as she fought not to take Harry's head in her hands and force him to where she needed him to be. She was amazed, however, how quickly it became apparent that Harry knew what he was doing. His teeth quickly and lightly captured her clit as his tongue gave it feather-light caresses. Lilith couldn't believe how good this felt, more so because Sally Ann had told her that her boyfriends had never been able to find her magic button without help. As Harry's tongue alternated between her clit and roaming up and down her slit, he started to tease her opening with his fingers. After a few minutes of this, Lilith couldn't take any more. "Please Harry, don't tease. If you are going to use your hand, then you need to me now." Harry looked up, her juices bright on his chin. "Well, you said you were a virgin." Lilith's hips were practically bucking as she enticed him to her. "Harry, we're not muggles. Except for repressed girls like Hermione, almost no girl past 3rd year has an intact hymen. Don't you think we girls don't each other with toys to help each other get off? Did you think we stop at just practicing how to K.S. Now finger me? Harry filed the comment about Hermione away for future study and bent back to his pleasurable task. After his first bit of with Narcissa, he'd trimmed his nails prior to going out on their dinner date. So now he was more confident he wouldn't hurt Lilith as he began to steadily her with 2 fingers as he went back to his tongue lashing of the girls. Harry enjoyed making the young witch as he flicked his tongue this way and that over her clit, but after a glance up at her he pulled back and replaced his tongue with the index finger of his other hand. As much as he loved the taste of a witch, Harry was entranced with the sight before him. Lilith's hips continued to meet the thrusts of his fingers as her hands were busying teasing her rock-hard nipples. Her eyes were closed and her face, beautifully framed by her nut-brown hair, had an erotic look that went straight to his erect and straining prick. Her look changed quickly as her cunt began to twitch and tighten around his fingers. Harry rose up a bit so he could look down upon her as she came. He was amazed at how forceful it was as her hands dropped to grab the bedsheet as she seemed to lose control of her bucking hips. A bright red flush practically glowed in her as Lilith gave an unintelligible half shout as the orgasm crested through her. Before Lilith could fully come down from her orgasm, Harry took his cock in his hand and roughly began to rub it up and down her hot slit, sometimes stopping to rub his crown against her engorged clit. While this felt brilliant to Harry, it caused Lilith to rapidly come again. Again before she could do more than catch her breath, Harry took his cock and easily slipped into her wet. Lilith felt fuller than she had ever felt before. How Sally Ann with her strictly religious and repressed parents had ended up with her dildo collection was something Lilith had often wondered at. Certainly the dildo they had named, Big Frank, was bigger than Harry's, but it somehow paled to the hot cock that was thrusting so deliciously into her. She didn't care if they were making love or just ing. The feelings that washed over her were unlike anything she dreamed possible. Even on good dates, Sally Ann seemed to find something to about, so Lilith hadn't been expecting much when it came to Harry, however, seemed like some elemental force who was above mere mortals. It was as if he had stepped out of those trashy romance novels she had read to escape her miserable life. That he was so unconscious of how wonderful he was just added to his allure and she wanted more. Lilith reached up and pushed Harry off her. She just smiled at his confused look, his hard cock seemingly angry as it twitched and glinted in the light due to her juices. She grabbed an extra pillow and stuffed it under her bum. She gave her best, "Come hither," look and was rewarded with Harry's look of comprehension. With a lustful, she gloried in the feeling as he re-entered her. The change in position allowed him to penetrate even deeper than he had before, and both teens marveled at the feeling. As Harry experimented with the new angle, he dove into Lilith. He realized how this was practically his first time, even though he'd had shagged 5 times since Luna had come through his window. This, however, was the first time he had had the time to really take it slow. All the previous times had been lustful, need-driven where it seemed his inner passions could not be denied. Harry felt more in control and able to take his time and observe more of what he was doing. The pretty badger beneath him made this all the more enjoyable. Lilith let her hands roam up and down Harry's back and ass as he continued to her in even, deep thrusts. Both tried to keep their eyes open and drink in the sight of the other in their passionate throes, but too often the UAL feelings would spike and they would find themselves with their eyes closed, ing at the sensations. Harry began to feel the now familiar tight feeling in his balls, and so he leaned in and huskily whispered into Lilith's ear, "Are your tits thirsty for more? Or should I be that bad boy your mother warned you about and make you down my hot load?" Lilith almost came at Harry's words. She hadn't liked it when there was dirty talk in her romance novels because it came across as fake. Yet hearing it from Harry turned her on like nothing else. "Yes, all you off, you bad boy." Suddenly she wanted to taste his hot seed again and her hips began to buck with urgent need against him. Harry wanted to draw out Lilith's first time, but her urgent thrusts against him quickly sent him over the edge. He tried to stay in her as long as he dared before he started shooting because the feeling of her cunt spasming against his cock was unbelievable. However, Lilith was not to be denied and she grabbed his ass and guided his cock into her mouth, stroking him roughly. With a strangled cry, Harry began to come and he toppled onto the bed. Even as his aura sparked another orgasm on top of the one she had just had, Lilith artfully kept Harry's spurting cock in her mouth, hungrily swallowing his fiery load. Harry felt like he had lost muscle. Control as he jerked as he came. He pumped about 6 spurts of his essence into Lilith's mouth before he was finally spent. She continued to let and pump his cock for a bit before the sensation was far too much for Harry and he had to beg for her to stop. Lilith marveled at how Harry's cum was not only hot, but it seemed to tingle in her mouth. This was a far cry from the bitter spunk she had to endure when she had ed off the terrible twins. She already wished Harry could get it up again so she could more of it out of him. However, old John Thomas's seemed to finally be done for the day. It had shrunken so much that barely the crown was peeking out from his scrotum. Lilith felt a growing sense of satisfaction. She had defeated the dreaded basilisk and it had gone to whimper and cower in its lair. Take that, Lions of Gryffindor. Lilith doubted that except for Katie, no other Gryffindor gal had tamed that particular dragon. Badger pride. Lilith thought as a dreamy but wicked smile lit up her face. Feeling triumphant at a brilliant first time worthy of the best movie or novel, Lilith was content to let Harry do more of his amazing wandless, non-vocal spells to clean them up and easily settled down to cuddle and lie her head on his. Soon she rolled over and grabbed her stuffy and sighed happily as Harry spooned against her. Neither heard Dobby popped in quietly after 10 minutes or so. The house elf extinguished the lights after pulling up the covers over the contented lovers. Grimmauld Place, London, September 28, 1996 morning. Lilith gave a happy hum as she woke to K.S.'s. If almost being killed by Death Eaters was the price to be paid for the admission to the ride that was Harry's life, she'd be first in line. Hey there, sleepyhead, Dobby just popped in to tell us Winky will have breakfast ready in a bit. Harry said as Lilith stretched with a big smile on her face. Again Harry was struck by how love and lust could transform how a witch looked. He had never really given Lilith much more than a covert glance at her when they had had classes together. With so many beauties like the Pottles, Daphne or Lavender, gals like Lilith were often overlooked. Harry felt guilty when he realized how he probably wouldn't have given Hermione a second glance if she had been sorted into Ravenclaw and hadn't become the friend she had been to him. So what's the plan, you bad boy? Going to shag me rotten before Breck? Lilith murmured huskily. Harry gave a sad smile. Unfortunately, I'm going to be a good little lordling and just get us ready for when the Aurors come later to take our pensive readings. Lilith sighed but still smiled. I was afraid you'd say that. I guess this is where I say, curses. Foiled again. Harry returned the grin, or you could be like Malfoy and tell me how your father will hear about it. Both teens laughed at that thought. Lilith was surprised how the comment hadn't upset her considering her father had so recently died with her mother in the car crash. Maybe she was finally working through her own grief. Lilith didn't want to leave her time in bed with Harry just yet. So she started to play with his new long hair. It was time for a distraction. I must say, Harry, you sure know how to show a girl an interesting time. I do hope, however, we can forego the Death Eater attack next time we go to dinner. Harry rolled his eyes. No promises. Padma once joked I must have been somebody like Hitler in a previous life because of all the crap I have to put up with in this life. She said my karmic debt must be huge. Lilith chuckled. I don't think you've got Hitler's soul in you, Harry. Stalin or Grindelwald maybe, but not Hitler. Harry started to make a grab for a pillow to hit her with, but that would have interrupted her playing with his hair. He found having someone else play with one's hair was even more fun than doing it like he had in the shower the night before. Lilith stopped chuckling and looked thoughtful. This look gave way to one of intense concentration, so much so that her hands slowly stopped stroking Harry's hair. Harry just watched her for a bit before finally asking, Lilith. Earth to Lilith. Lilith blinked and gave an embarrassed smile. Sorry, Harry, I was having a Ravenclaw moment, as Meghan and Hannah like to say. The comment about Hitler got me thinking about Judaism. I was raised as a Jew and it is because of their lore I got the idea for the line of research I had wanted to get into. I just now made a connection to something I've been looking at in my spare time. Harry couldn't help but kid her a bit. Research on your time off. Isn't that against some Hogwarts rule if you're not a Ravenclaw? Are you sure you aren't Hermione using polyjuice to get into my pants? Lilith stuck her tongue out at him. Why is it we Badgers can't be interested in learning without people assuming we were sorted incorrectly? I'm sure Hermione must be as tired of being asked why she isn't in Ravenclaw as I am. Before Harry could respond, she reached down and caught his flaccid cock in her fingers, although it began to grow rapidly under her touch. Anyway, it was this wonderful appendage that got me thinking. How many times did you have yesterday? Actually, how many times did you come? Harry was caught off guard about how his dick had anything to do with Hitler and Jews, but he answered anyway, well, in the last 48 hours I've had 6 times, but I've come 10 times. Harry paused to double check this. Yeah, I came 4 times the day before and then 6 more times yesterday. Lilith nodded, and yet last night on your 9th orgasm you practically coated my tits like you hadn't come in weeks. Even though I didn't see it, your 10th time was easily 3 times the load that either Fred or George had done, and one of them had said they hadn't gotten any recently, so I know they had some backlog built up. Harry nodded. I've been wondering about that. Each time I come it is like it is the first time. I just thought maybe it was a wizard thing. So what does this have to do with Hitler and Judaism? Lilith chuckled. It has nothing to do with Hitler, but it may have a link to Judaism. Tell me, Harry, what do you know about my namesake? Harry mulled this over before responding. Isn't Lilith the queen of the succubae? I must say you were justly named with that amazing mouth of yours. Lilith laughed happily at the compliment. That is how Christians see Lilith, but to the Jews she was the first woman. A lot of Jews see that God is neither male nor female but both, and when he fashioned humans in his image, he split them into male and female. Both were equal, in that they represented half of the Almighty. Lilith was thus the first wife of Adam. However, she refused to be subservient to him, and so she left. This is why Eve was created out of Adam's rib and so was more pliant. Considering how many men are right bastards, I'm not surprised Lilith took off, Harry muttered darkly. Exactly. She had refused to lie under him, or something like that. Pretty much she refused to be just his toy. I remember how I laughed that one of her crimes was that she wanted to be on top sometimes during. Lilith said, chuckling at the memory of her rabbi's face when she had chortled at hearing of this. How this might affect you, Harry, is Lilith supposedly went off and mated with the archangel Samuel, and from this union were born the Lilin, children who shared many traits Lilith supposedly had, such as shape-changing and speaking with serpents. Lilith explained. Seeing Harry's surprised look, she hurried on before he could interrupt. Look, Harry, if you look at legends, mythology and fairy tales and marry those up with what we magicals know, a pattern emerges, a pattern you can see if you know some science. Lilith cupped Harry's balls. Right now these beauties are busy producing billions of sperm. That's what you men do every day. You are creating half of what is needed to make a baby. Now if you know anything about science, genetics and evolution, then you know that any advantage an organism has over its competitors will rapidly allow it to expand and dominate its niche in the overall ecosphere. You tracking? Harry nodded. Yeah, I spend a lot of time in the library when I'm stuck with my relatives during the summer. I think I know sort of where you're going with this. We magicals can do so much more than muggles, and yet there are billions of them and so few of us, when it should be the other way around. Lilith gave a happy smile. It was rare she could talk about her research with someone who had the magical and muggle background to understand it. That's right. So I started thinking about how few magical families have lots of kids. Plus, why aren't more magical animals dominant? I mean, except for other magical creatures, what animal could stand up to a dragon? Harry pondered that, for it made a lot of sense. After going up against a Hungarian horntail, he couldn't see any predator up to and including dinosaurs beating one of them. I take it you have a theory. I do, and it relates to you a bit. It doesn't get a lot of press, so to speak, but the truth is the wizarding world knows that at one time our Earth was connected to other planes of existence, and in certain cases still are, although it is really hard to get to and from those places. Places like Atlantis and Avalon weren't laid waste as most muggles seem to think. The road, so to speak, to those places became almost impossible to travel. Lilith paused to gather her thoughts. Do you know what Yggdrasil is, Harry? It's the tree of life, and it binds the 9 worlds of Norse myth together, right? Harry said. Yes, and I think it is just a metaphor, just explains how at one point travel between different planes was easier. Ever notice how so many magical races are tied to an old muggle religion? I mean, you look at the Norse tradition and you find giants, elves, goblins and dragons. All of those pagan religions are filled with them. I believe it is because back then those creatures were more common enough that muggles knew of them. What happened, do you think? Harry asked. I think something happened which changed how Earth related to those other planes. It could be something cosmological or just some change inherent to the Earth. Why do we have a massive extinction every 250,000 years? Does the Earth pass through some sort of radiation belt as our galaxy is rotating? Is there some internal cycle in the Earth that tends to manifest to that number of years? Who knows? However, I'm thinking that somehow, a few thousand years ago, the bridge between our reality and those others became impossible without some serious magical work. Lilith said. Lilith looked Harry in the eyes with a piercing look. You know Luna Lovegood, right? She comes from a long line of seers, and those with that gift are often called Fae, like the fairy folk. Well, their land of Avalon can still be reached if you know how to do the ritual. It is difficult, and made even more so because time runs differently. I think a year there is like 4 or 5 some years here or something like that. My point is, there was a time when travel between the worlds was easy and animals and sentient races could go back and forth. However, those otherworldly creatures are not native to our dimension. So when the shift happened, they were trapped here. A light went on in Harry's brain. I get it. You're saying that creatures such as dragons and hippogriffs are not natural to Earth, and so they have a hard time breeding. Lilith nodded. That's my theory. While a magical animal is nasty, between accidents and perhaps their young sometimes being killed off, over time their numbers would dwindle. Harry saw the sense in that. So what about us magicals? Lilith gave a mournful sigh. Well, this is the part one want to research, but already I've run up against a lot of bigotry for just even bringing it up. We have billions of muggles on the planet and only a few magicals. Why are we different? Since we don't breed quickly, it makes one ask, are we like those other magical creatures? How did humans gain magic? Harry for some reason thought of Hagrid and gave a gasp. You think the only reason wizards and witches exist is because muggles interbred with other magical beings? That's how we got our magical cores. Harry could see why so many in the magical world would not like that implication, the purebloods especially. Yes, that is my theory, and there is lots of circumstantial evidence to back it up. Now there are many other worldly creatures that are very human-like. Obviously magic somehow trumps genetics to allow human crossbreeds to even exist. Mythology is filled with stories of gods, demons and angels have children with normal humans. Perhaps Hercules, if he actually existed, was actually just a half-giant like Hagrid. Getting back to Lilith, from what I've been able to find, she was probably a queen of a group of otherworldly beings that are usually called demons. I like to use that term, although I use it personally in the sense of being from a different dimension and not being hellish. Anyway, Lilith is a succubus which, as I said, are shapeshifters and could speak with serpents. Succubae are just one humanoid race. There are the Vanir, the elves most people raised on Tolkien would think of. Harry grunted, not to mention the Veela. Hell, a quarter Veela like Fleur seems like proof of your theory. Lilith rolled her eyes. Oh please, Harry. I can't believe Hermione never corrected you in this. Fleur isn't a quarter Veela. A female child born to a Veela is a Veela. There is no such thing as a half or quarter Veela. Really? That's not what Fleur said, or at least what I remember, Harry said as he tried to remember from his time during the Triwizard Tournament. She might have said it to spread the lie. Veela are disliked enough. The truth is the only difference in Veela is who their father was. Veela born to muggles cannot use wands, but they can turn into birds and create fireballs. You were at the World Cup, right? I seem to remember someone telling me that, Lilith asked. Harry nodded. Yeah, it was pretty wild seeing them change. So how is Fleur different? Obviously, she can use a wand. Well, Veela born to a magical can use a wand. The difference is the stronger their magical core, the less able they are to create fire or transform. I think Padma told me that supposed Veela like Fleur cannot become animagi in the classic sense. They can learn to transform, but only into the avian form native to Veela. That being said, apparently under extreme provocation, Veela like Fleur can generate fireballs even if they can't do it under normal circumstances. Hence the age-old saying about it not being wise to anger a Veela, Lilith explained. Harry nodded again. He had seen Fleur's eyes flash red in anger quite a few times during his 4th year. He certainly hadn't wanted to anger her. Lilith looked thoughtful for a moment. Anyway, there are some other races we don't get to see in England too often. We don't have any dwarves in England anymore. Apparently, they got tired of warring with the goblins and immigrated en masse to the Americas. You can find them in Scandinavia, but the rest of them on the continent left so as not to compete with the gnomes. Gnomes? Harry asked. Lilith nodded. Oh yes, the gnomes of Zurich are not just a quirky Muggle saying about Swiss bankers. While the gnomes are cousins to the dwarves, they are more like goblins in they are into finance and business. You must have slept through Binns telling us about how kicking the gnome bankers out of England was part of one of the peace treaties after one of the Goblin Wars. Obviously, Flitwick is an example of a goblin-human mix. Harry had to ask, yeah, what's up with that? Lilith gave a laugh. I wondered about that too, Harry. Actually, it was Hagrid that got me wondering, just from a mechanics sort of way. I mean, how did his parents make it work? I found out that about 100 years ago a clandestine organization was formed to either save certain races like giants or to work with races like goblins to give them access to our magics. Harry frowned. The goblins can use magic. Lilith shook her head. Not like wizard kind does. The reason goblins don't use wands and need wizards is because they don't have the same magical cores as we do. However, if enough goblins and humans' genes mixed, then they could, and Professor Flitwick is an example of that. Likewise, it was felt if humans bred with giants, they could hopefully temper their rage and xenophobia of other races. A light came on for Harry, so this group was trying to combat all the bigotry from the likes of Umbridge. Lilith nodded. Pretty much. This group would use magic to either shrink or grow humans so they could have easier with either goblins or giants. Due to the size of the baby, human males like Hagrid's dad would mate with giants while human women would do the same with goblins. Sadly, this group was mostly destroyed by outraged purebloods. It is probably why Flitwick and Hagrid work at Hogwarts, considering most people consider them an abomination. Harry thought of the human-looking Veela and could see why people would be tempted to mate with a non-human. So you think I am a limited metamorphagus and a Parselmouth because I've got succubay blood in my line? Lilith shrugged. I'm saying it is a possible explanation, especially how old your houses are. Look, we're taught that with enough study, any magicals, if they really worked it can become an animagi. The reality is most just can't seem to make it work. Perhaps it is less about magic and more about the blood. That you were able to spontaneously become an animagus seems to imply you have more of that blood. This brings us back to your wonderful, wonderful cock, she said, giving said member a playful tug. Harry, do me a favor and grab your wand, Lilith asked. I think you already have it in hand, Harry quipped with a sly grin. Prat, Lilith said as she released the wand in question with a startled jerk. She hadn't realized she'd been holding onto it the entire time. She was finding it hard not to touch Harry at every opportunity. Lilith watched as Harry merely squinted and his wand flew into his hand. While it was impressive, Lilith knew summoning one's wand was something most powerful witches and wizards could do because of the connection between the wand and the wizard. Okay, I need you to conjure a Patronus mist and not the actual full form. Harry was surprised by the request but complied, given he had plenty of very recent happy memories to use. Yet almost from the moment the mist emerged from his wand he suddenly realized where she was going with her line of reasoning. As the mist hovered in the air, Harry could immediately see the same shimmering silvery glint in the mist that he had seen in his own semen. Lilith pointed. See, Harry. Succubae are also renowned for their UAL prowess and stamina. You aren't just shooting semen, Harry, you are coming actual magic. I would bet that if you hadn't banished the cum off my tits so quickly, we would have found that most of it would have vanished in time. It also explains why your cum is so hot and tasty. It is a manifestation of your magic. Like your aura, it is practically designed to please us witches. Harry banished the Patronus mist. This is incredible, Lilith. Why hasn't anyone else done no forget, I asked. Considering all of the crap Muggleborns get, I can see why you've had problems finding info. Harry thought about the possibilities. Being a vengeful avatar of Nemesis was one thing, but from what Lilith seemed to be saying is that without some work, magicals would eventually die out. An idea struck Harry. What about outcrossing between magicals? I mean, it is bad enough the purebloods all marry each other, but most UK magicals breed here. Do you think there would be a benefit to magicals marrying from outside their area? Lilith nodded. I think so. For some reason different parts of the planet open to different planes. Now many mythological creatures that seem different really aren't, but it is true that people like the Pottles, Suli and Cho Chang might have blood from different non-humans in their genes. Breeding with them should, in theory, result in stronger magical children. Harry was struck at how the insular nature of the magical world, especially now with the need to keep hidden from the Muggles, was creating an environment which might doom them all. Damn Lilith, this is important. I think this needs to be looked at right now. Instead of the Ministry spending money on stupid stuff they should be. Harry stopped for a moment and now it was his turn for his face to take on an intense look of concentration. Lilith waited patiently for Harry to go on. She wasn't sure where his thoughts were leading him but something told her it would be good for her. Internally she began praying as she had never prayed before that she was right. She felt like what a scientist about to learn whether they got a research grant or not might feel. Harry suddenly looked up and his green eyes pierced her again, causing her to almost gasp. Look Lilith, how would you like to be hired by a research company all found? I'm thinking I can hire lots of people. However, before they can be of use, they need to get schooling. So I'll pay for them to continue their education at Hogwarts. Does that sound like something you'd be interested in? Lilith stared at Harry, awestruck for a moment, before giving a happy shout and hugging him tightly, smothering him with K.S's, "Oh Harry, do you mean it? Would you bring back all the Muggleborns that had to drop as well?" Harry nodded, a slightly goofy smile on his face. Why not? I found out recently the fund which made it possible for you to go to school was created by House Potter. My ancestral house may currently be a gutted shell of what it was, but that doesn't mean I can't start plans to change that. I figure if I create a company, I can hopefully protect them better from whoever destroyed my house. Later, we can ask some of the students if they would like to actually stay on with the company. I figure we'd have to get them all trained up in Muggle sciences like biology so you could start actually testing your theories. Harry said. Lilith wondered if the death curse from the previous day had killed her because right now, she felt she must be in heaven as all of her dreams were coming true. Of course she doubted Harry would fall down on his knees and ask to make her his wife, but she always had a feeling about Harry, he had a larger destiny about him, the poor bloke. A thought struck Lilith, what about Sally Ann? She's had her baby by now. Did they allow babies at Hogwarts? Harry nodded. Actually they do, and I found out all about it when I was learning about what heads of houses are allowed at Hogwarts. Apparently back in the day it was practically expected for witches to prove their fertility prior to an actual marriage, so Hogwarts has a fifth house to accommodate students with babies. It's named House Derwent after Dilys Derwent, the famous healer. Their house symbol is a hare and Madame Pomfrey would be the house head. So yes, Sally Ann can go back to Hogwarts if she wants to. Lilith hugged Harry again. Oh Harry, you don't know it, but you've made at least one witch very, very happy. Sally Ann will be thrilled. Plus, not to sound mercenary, but you probably bought yourself the loyalty of a whole group of Muggleborns. Harry seemed to tense and grow cold in her arms. The happy vibe had been radiating ever since they had been in the shower the night before seemed to darken, and despite the warmth of the room, Lilith suddenly found herself shivering. Harry said softly, loyalty is not something that can be bought, Lilith. It must be earned. Too often it must be bought in blood and suffering. You're a Hufflepuff, you should know that. Lilith felt her checks heat up at his words. He was right and she was embarrassed she had even thought of such a thing. Harry looked at her and again Lilith could not help but again feel like a mouse gazing at the cobra about to strike. Lilith, I've had a wonderful time with you, and if you want to continue to see each other, well, I'd like that. Harry suddenly stood up and walked over to the window and looked down on where they had almost been killed the night before. Harry turned back to her and gestured towards the window. What happened last night is my life, Lilith. I don't get to be like other guys. In fact, last night was a gift of the likes that I doubt you could understand. Last night I could pretend I'm just like any bloke. That feeling, if only for a few hours, is so precious to me I'd give up all my galleons for a day of that feeling. Lilith held her breath. Suddenly this wasn't Harry anymore. Last night he had been Prince Charming, now he seemed almost like something out of Shakespeare, a tragic character with a mission one didn't expect to survive. Lilith, you were right last night. I can't let the attack last night give me an excuse to push people away. I'm not the only one who has had their life torn apart by Voldemort and other evil elements running around in magical Britain. However, I have a dark and dangerous road ahead of me. I'm telling you no, in all seriousness, if you take my hand and say you'll walk that dark road alongside me, I will accept you. We have fought together and loved together, and I think you have proven your heart is good. Harry closed the gap between them and looked down on her, somehow seeming to tower over the bed. Yet before you take my hand you must know I'm marked for great things, dark and terrible things have been told. What I must do to right wrongs such as what happened to Sally Ann won't be for the faint-hearted. If you throw your lot in with me, you must accept that I reject the meaningless conventions of the dark and light. I'm here to bring back balance and enact vengeance. Remember what happened last night, that is that path I must walk. Harry leaned in and K. said her lightly before going on softly, I also will not be doing this alone. Other witches have and will have a part to play. This has been foreseen. I am not even allowed the normality of one witch. If you walk with me, it will not be alone. Lilith shivered again, but she wasn't a Hufflepuff for nothing. There was a bravery in the loyalty of the Badgers that the Lions could never understand. That she would have to share Harry was of little consequence. She'd rather have a small bit of Harry than the blokes she'd seen so far. Lilith rose up from the bed. The sunlight coming through the window seemed to cast her body in an ethereal glow. She reached out and took Harry's hand. I understand, Lord Black, and if you will have me, I will be one of your women. I will follow you, no matter how dark the road. Unbidden, some stories about noted Hufflepuffs from history came up from her memory, Professor Sprout's voice ringing with pride as she told them. We Badgers may not be known for bravery, but it is we who stay with the sinking ship. It is those of Hufflepuff who stay at their posts till the end, never forgetting their oaths or their call of duty. Harry covered Lilith's hand with his left, clasping it to his. Then Lilith Moon, welcome to my world. It is a weird, dangerous place, but as you said, the call to duty is something people like us cannot ignore. Thank you for your trust in me that you'd travel the dark road ahead of me together. Harry leaned forward and K. said Lilith. The K.'s deepened and there was a flash as their auras meshed and bonded. Harry came downstairs to find Narcissa looking over some papers at the breakfast table. Oddly enough, there was a golden statue of a laughing Buddha next to her coffee cup. On seeing the pair, she brightened. I was about to send Dobby up to remind you about breakfast again. Winky has it all ready. Harry motioned to the papers. So what do you have there, Narcissa? I'm trying to assess what still constitutes the Black holdings. With Sirius being in prison for much of the time he was head of House Black and still considered a wanted criminal after he escaped, I was thinking that whoever attacked House Potter might have taken a stab at House Black. So far everything I remember being owned by the various Black branches is intact. I half expected the manor I grew up in to have been taken, considering my mother is in long-term care at St. Mungo's. Harry was surprised at this. Wait a tick, you're not that old, sissy, so what happened to your mum? Narcissa shrugged. My mother is a Platt, one of those allies of the Malfoys, if you remember. Her views on anything modern, Muggle or magical could be termed suspicious at best and paranoid at worst. One of our ancestors was the noted goblin serial killer Yardley Platt, so you can guess how she saw non-humans. She was the epitome of doing things yourself is the best way. Except for house elves, she rarely let anyone do anything for her. I remember her telling me she'd brew her own potions as soon as she learned how, rather than trust the likes of Madame Wainscot. Who's that? Harry asked. Oh, she was Hogwarts' healer before Madame Pomfrey took over, Narcissa replied. There were many times my mother made things worse because she didn't trust and so would do things herself she didn't have the magical ability to do properly. A few years ago she picked up some strain of Ebola while visiting in Africa and refused to take any Muggle medicine or some of the newer magical potions for it. She claimed the House Platt had been brewing potions for generations and didn't need any newfangled potions brewed by half-breeds and Muggle lovers. So now she's in a room 2 doors down from the Longbottoms because the disease has destroyed a great deal of her higher brain functions. Lilith gave a gasp at this and Harry said softly, I'm sorry Narcissa, I didn't mean. Don't be sorry, my lord, because you shouldn't be. My mother was a narrow-minded bigot of the First Order, and I think she had a lot to do with working with Lucius filling Draco's head up with nonsense. She spent the last 2 decades before her illness hating me all because of the moves I had Lucius make by investing in Muggle enterprises which easily tripled our wealth. She quite publicly announced how she was ashamed that I was of her flesh. She even went so far as to say at least Andromeda, a daughter she had disinherited, was a better daughter than I because while she had married a Muggle-born wizard, at least she didn't stoop to making dirty money from the Muggles. So, you'd wear red to her funeral and bring a dancing date? Harry asked cautiously. Narcissa got a blank look on her face and just stared at him till he couldn't help but have his lips twitch a bit. She then burst out laughing and Harry joined in, leaving Lilith a bit confused. Thank you, Harry, it is rare that I can laugh at anything relating to my mother. The Platts have always been one of the darkest of houses. While originally English, the Platts were forced out a long time ago because they were losing a blood feud with a family which would later become Houston Bright. Considering what we learned from the goblins yesterday, I'm not surprised the Platt family schemed with Hadrian Malfoy to return to Britain. The French have always been more tolerant in dealing with muggles and non-humans. The Platts would not have made friends there, so I'm sure they were glad to see them leave with William's forces. Harry made a face. You Mum and Walpurga Black must have gotten along like a house on fire. Narcissa laughed again. That they did, my lord. Anyway, my family home is still part of the Black properties. I was thinking, if you agree, that perhaps Andromeda could be allowed to move in if you do indeed go through and cancel her being disinherited. As the oldest, it should go to her. I know she misses the old place and it is important Black properties have a Black in them to help keep the family magics active even if she's a Tonks now. Narcissa said. Harry shrugged. Sounds good to me, but where are you going to stay? Narcissa looked like she either wanted to roll her eyes or sigh. Harry, you are now my lord and without your protection I doubt I'd last a day on the outside. If the Dark Lord and his Death Eaters don't kill me, I'd probably be disappeared by the Ministry or even the Order of the Phoenix to get at what I know. Right now you are my only hope for anything resembling a life. Besides, I told old prune-faced McGonagall I was acting as your personal aide, and frankly it is something you need. Since you intend to resume your education, you need someone like me to run things for you and help you plan things. Lilith wasn't sure she liked the sound of that. How do you expect Harry to trust you with all that? You were wife to a Death Eater and Draco might as well be one. Harry laid a hand on Lilith's shoulder. It's okay, Lilith. Actually I do trust her because she's right. I'm her only hope, not to mention the head of her house. In fact, the situation makes her even more trustworthy because the more useful she is to me the better chance I won't chuck her out in the street. Narcissa shrugged. The family magics are such I would be hard-pressed to betray you even if I was so inclined. Harry looked at Lilith. See. I have some built-in safeguards here. He turned back to Narcissa. Besides, from things people have said about you, you've always been the power behind Lucius, so now instead of just House Malfoy, you have access to 2 houses plus whatever is left of House Potter. Am I right, sissy? Narcissa wanted to lie, but she knew. With Harry's powers it was possible he was a Lectiomancer as well. He seemed like he could do practically everything else. I must admit, my lord, the opportunity your new power present is enticing, and I would be lying to say I'm not excited at the prospect of using it. However, I doubt you would be as stupid as Lucius and not notice I was using you. Harry nodded. I have plans for Britain, sissy, and as long as those plans go forward, I'm perfectly willing to let you play your political games. I need to get revenge for my ancestors and I need to protect House Black. Plus the magics of House Peverell seem eager to be used. Like I told Director Bones, a storm is coming and I am that storm. From things you've dropped I think many of the enemies that I want crushed will make you very pleased. Narcissa felt a twinge in her at the hard look in Harry's eyes. It was amazing how he could just be a cute, adorable teen any mother would be proud of, and mothers of daughters would fear, and then he'd change into something a little less than human and more of an elemental force in human form. He would radiate power, and that power acted on her like an aphrodisiac. This reminded her of the potential to act on her sudden lusts. Oh Harry, before we sit down for breakfast, I found something that you will need before going back to Hogwarts. Narcissa pointed to a golden laughing Buddha on the table. My father borrowed this when Bellatrix went through a rough patch when she was 9. She was ending up having a lot of bouts of accidental magic and it was causing problems. I remember my uncle telling me how his great-grandfather had won it playing a game of Go in the Orient. So how is it supposed to help me? Harry asked. With a tap of a wand and the incantation, Sanyama, which is Hindi for restraint, this little Buddha will mute your magical aura. Even though I was 3 rooms down, I still felt enough of your lovemaking last night that I needed to, well, I felt it. Narcissa said, surprising herself at blushing. Lilith was blushing madly as well. That's brilliant, sissy. Harry said happily. I was worried about causing some UAL riot every time I wanted to spend time with a pretty witch. Harry's wink caused Lilith to blush even more. Narcissa gave a slight seated bow. I wouldn't be much of a personal aid if I didn't anticipate your needs. There is, however, one small issue which needs to be addressed, and that is its range. Accidental magic from a 9-year-old is one thing, but your aura, my lord, is a monster. Harry was a bit confused. Range, what do you mean? Lilith suddenly gave a nasty laugh. Oh Harry, after all that wonderful insights you had upstairs, I can't believe you can't see what's going on here. She grinned at the venomous look Narcissa gave her. She wants you to shag her so we can test how well the moderating Buddha works. I'm sure even with it, people close to you will still feel it, so we need to see how far away before no one can tell anything is up. Harry felt his cock rapidly stiffening in his pants. Perhaps Lilith was right and he had incubae blood in him, since he seemed ready for it the drop of a hat. Maybe he was just now acting like a normal teen male now that his magic was unbound. Whatever the reason, having with Sissy on the kitchen table seemed like fun to him. Already up to your old tricks and manipulations, Narcissa. Harry said with forced menace in his voice. I think we discussed yesterday what would happen to you if you crossed me. Narcissa paled. No my lord. It wasn't like that. Don't let this witch put lies into my mouth. Yes, we need to test it, but it just needs to be done prior to your return to Hogwarts. For some reason, while the power bleeding off Harry excited her, the look in her eyes also made her heart race in fear. Harry turned his head away from Narcissa. Lilith, remember what I said upstairs? Well, there are things, dark things that I just have to do. Lilith almost gulped at Harry's tone, until he winked at her. Suddenly she realized Harry was going to do some play acting. Her own started to tingle. This was going to be good. With a gesture the Buddha came flying into Harry's hand. He tapped it with his wand and said the incantation. So, Narcissa, what is the expected range of this? Or did you intend to lie about that as well so you could hang around and get off while I'm having my time with the ladies? Harry's voice dripped with an air of menace and contempt, or at least that was what he was trying for. It seemed to be working perfectly because Narcissa quickly out of her chair and started to back away from him. I'm not sure. 3 to 4 meters, I think. Please. I didn't, she practically screamed. Harry gestured and the sleeping robe Narcissa was wearing practically disintegrated, revealing her beautiful nude body. Lilith's eyes widened at the sight. She'd seen some pretty girls in the showers at Hogwarts, but they had all still been girls. Seeing what a fully proportioned woman in full bloom of her beauty took her breath away. She felt surprised Harry had slept with her the night before when he could have been betting this stunning woman. Harry's magic forced Narcissa to her knees and Harry floated the Buddha to the table. Lilith, could you pace off the distance? I think from here to the door is 5 meters. While I punish my traitorous ass here, I would ask if you could move up and back and tell me what you feel. Lilith nodded and paced off the distance as Harry had asked. The intense feeling of UAL desire Harry was broadcasting dropped off about little over 3 meters, leaving only a wonderful feeling of happiness. Right about here, Harry, she said as she turned to see Narcissa's head bobbing up and down on Harry's cock, his pants around his ankles. Lilith grabbed a chair and hurriedly sat. Her hands quickly found their way into her knickers and into her robes. Just because she wouldn't be able to feel Harry's power flash when he orgasmed didn't mean she wasn't going to enjoy the erotic show in front of her. She watched as Narcissa ed Harry off as if her life depended on it. If she had been surprised and turned on by Harry's dirty talk last night, she found his evil master routine even more arousing. She could tell by the erect nipples that Narcissa was powerfully aroused as well, and she could even smell the woman's from where she sat. As Lilith fingered herself, she found herself wondering how she tasted. Harry kept his evil smile on his face as he strove to stay in character. Narcissa had done great work the night before, and whether she knew it or not, this was part of her reward. He might know what turned her on better than herself, considering what he had seen in her mind the day before. So he tried to be one with his inner Dark Lord to feed her kink. For such a smart woman, you obviously need to be schooled again on the rules. Do I need to spank you? Tie you up and have you beaten? A dirty girl like you probably would enjoy all of that. I may have to put a golden collar around your neck and keep you chained to my chair so you can pleasure me while I do my schoolwork. Harry reached down and took her head in his hands, forcing her to drop his out of her mouth and look up at him. Perhaps now that I have a canine animagus form like Sirius we should keep to the dog motif. I'll get you a pretty collar and a bell and have you eat out of a bowl. I can get you a shiny silver tag that reads, Sissy Black, so everyone knows whose you are. Narcissa gasped at the humiliation Harry's words implied, the shame of Harry's friends coming into his suites and see her with a dog collar and chain, having to lap water out of a bowl like an animal. She wasn't sure if she was excited, aroused or appalled or all three at once. Worse was the thought that if Harry thought she was his he might punish her by, no he'd never do that to her. He couldn't conceive of abusing his animagus form that way. The last thought was so loud, that Harry picked it up even though he wasn't consciously using Lectio mention on her. Harry gave a shudder. Ing with Narcissa was one thing but if she was worried, he'd shag her in his animagus form then he needed to tone it down. Luckily Lilith saved him from figuring out how. Harry just shag her already. I want you to come on her and come good so we can see what happens after a bit. Lilith practically begged. While this was a good opportunity to test out her theory, in truth she really wanted to see Harry the raven-haired beauty. Harry's magic lifted Narcissa up onto the table. He leaned in and hissed into her ear, such a Slytherin, somehow you managed to slither out of punishment just like your ex. Well here is one you can't escape. With that Harry thrust into her and began to roughly her. Narcissa gave a loud and to her own shame came within seconds to Harry's rough handling of her. She cried out in pleasure as he reached out and tweaked her nipples so much harder than he had done the day before. His aura, earlier so filled with menace, was now beating down on her with almost a primal lust. Inside Harry there was a minor war was going on. It was a war Harry was actually enjoying watching. Ever since Harry had ordered his mind, the part of him that was Riddle hadn't really felt like a separate entity. However he had noticed during that the parts of Riddle inside him was revolted by the act. It was one of the only times it felt to Harry that he had an actual other entity trapped in him. However Harry now realized it wasn't what he had first thought. It was as if Riddle was at war with Voldemort. There was a part the Dark Lord's soul that was mortified and disgusted at the hard-ing Harry was doing to Narcissa. This part of the essence was disgusted at the sight of Lilith frigging herself with abandon. However the greater part, a part which reminded Harry of the Tom Riddle that had come out of the diary, was fascinated by what was going on. If Harry had to guess it felt like the Riddle essence was disgusted it was how the Voldemort part was reacting. While all this was going on, Harry was not only reveling in the feeling of power he had over Narcissa but also of the power he had over his arch-rival. Here he was causing the Dark Lord to totally lose it simply by being a beautiful witch. It was telling that the part of his soul that really created Voldemort out of Tom Riddle seemed to resent that very fact. The smaller and weaker part which acted more like Voldemort raged at being bound to Harry and having to feel his animal acts. All of this Harry filed away for future schemes. In a way it was too bad his connection to Voldemort was severed. He'd enjoy the anger he'd probably create by giving him a peek into what he was doing. So for every twinge from his inner Voldemort just made Harry redouble his efforts which seemed to intensify the UAL feeling. Narcissa responded to this by writhing on the table in an unbridled picture of lust. She seemed to be in the throes of one long orgasm. Harry found however the downside to this was in almost no time his balls tightened and he knew he was going to come. Unlike the fake scenes in Dudley's OS, Harry was still normal enough not to be last more than a few minutes. He heard Lilith gasp as her own orgasm crested. This sound pushed him over the edge and he pulled out. Quick as a whip Narcissa reached out and caught his cock and started to jerk him off. A bellow welled up out of him and he couldn't help but have his head roll back as he cried out. Lilith was amazed at the sight before her. As Harry cried out, Narcissa was milking his cock which began spurting. The 3 spurts flew out and covered Narcissa's face. The woman jerked the next few spasms onto her tits and the last few onto her stomach. By the time Harry's cock finally stopped, she had certainly made a mess of herself. Her body was coated with the silvery shimmering semen Lilith had seen the night before. It practically glowed on her body. Harry tried to get his breathing under control as he watched Narcissa take her fingers and start to scoop up the cum from her face. He was surprised when Lilith quickly came over and began to lick some of the cum off the older woman's face. Soon they were kissing passionately. Then the pair were fingering each other as they said. Harry was amazed at how in just a few minutes the two witches had managed to bring themselves off in a panting frenzy. After Lilith broke away from snogging Narcissa, the older witch looked up at Harry. So could you be a gentleman and clean up after yourself? She gestured to the shimmering comb that still shone on her belly and breasts. Harry shook his head. Sorry sissy, but we're actually conducting a bit of a science experiment. You see, we want to. Harry stopped as his seed began to fade. Within a matter of seconds there was little left but traces of an off-white residue. Lilith leaned down and licked some of it off Narcissa's breasts, causing Narcissa to beg her not to tease her so. Lilith looked at Harry. Okay, now that tastes a bit more like what I remember the twins tasting like. Still better, but not like that brilliant tonic your cum normally is. Narcissa looked confused. What is going on here? What just happened? Harry laughed. Well, tell you in a second. I just looked at the time and I think we need to hustle up and take a shower so we can get some food in us before the Aurors arrive. I know Director Bones wanted us to be well rested, but I'd rather not have them show up with us smelling like we just came from an orgy. Narcissa rose up and sighed. As you will, my lord, however perhaps in the interest of time we should all shower together. Harry and Lilith exchanged glances at the older woman's transparent ploy for more. Harry grinned at the eager look in the younger witch's eye. Harry called out, Dobby. The house elf popped in almost instantly. You bez calling, Lord Blackness. Yes, Dobby, I just want you to ask Winky to delay breakfast a bit, and if the Aurors show up, apologize for our tardiness and seat them in the sitting room. Harry turned to the two witches. Come, let us make sure we are well scrubbed for our guests. Harry couldn't help but laugh at how quickly both witches practically ran up the stairs. The shower had been nice enough with Lilith the night before. The idea of both of them was enough that Harry found himself practically bolting up the stairs after them in anticipation. Winky popped out of the kitchen. Where bez the master and missus is? They bez missing breakfast. Dobby seemed to peer through the ceiling. I bez thinking Lord Blackness will bez late to breakfast. Winky huffed and popped back to the kitchen, leaving Dobby stroking his chin in thought. Dobby bez having to grow Lord Blackness, shower. It bez a busy place. To be continue. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.